morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures in mixed. Start the morning over here with the NQ and the ES starting out the day red. The Dow flat, but green at the moment, up 0.01 with the Russell 2000, the best performing major average last week. Already starting the day down here, down 0.42. Nat gas as well as Bitcoin starting the day red as well. Lots to talk about today. Tesla back in focus, down to the tune of 6% here to start the pre-market, with Elon Musk taking to X to announce he's created yet another or a new political party in the United States. Also, tariffs back in focus as the deadline gets kicked down to August, as well as new possible tariffs on BRICS countries. We'll talk more about that. And Nvidia also in focus as chips become yet another sticking point for the U.S. with their relationship with China. Lots to talk about today. Adara bull down here to the tune of almost 10% on an interesting look here.
Yeah, and they actually announced that on Thursday, this offering here. We know that this generally isn't a great sign for stocks, but keep an eye on BULL. And then we have CoreWeave. This news actually came out just before the open, or not before the open, before the start of the show, to add some more excitement to our day. They're going to be acquiring Core Scientific in an all-stock deal. This was, of course, previously reported a while back. CoreWeave to the downside, though, on this news, much like it was when this report initially came out.
All right, guys, interesting morning here with Tesla and the Mag 7 almost all red, for the exception of Amazon. Neil is back in his seat. Good morning, guys.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. And it came in, and like, the amazing thing is, like, you spend a week off. The biggest change is just how much has gotten done around here.
Yeah.
Walls are knocked out, and flooring is getting. You can't see like they're working on the floor in the back, but a lot of progress being made. So that's pretty cool. I'm not very happy about Elon and Tesla, because if you own Tesla shares, thanks very much for going back into politics or digging deeper as Elon did. That CoreWeave thing. Oh, the shorts, they get a little bit of a reprieve, I suppose. Shorts have been getting destroyed on this. And look, obviously, it seems like there was a buy program. I wasn't here on, obviously, on the half day. But yeah, a bit of a buy program on Thursday. And all of a sudden, this one's starting to come back in. All stock deal is the key here for that Cores and CoreWeave deal. And so I think not a lot of headlines outside of tariffs and outside of Tesla. So as usual, you got to stick to the names that are giving you some kind of movement and catalyst. CoreWeave is going to be on the mind today after seeing that news.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, great to have Neil back. We've got, I just ran into Obi on the other side there today. Yeah, we've got the sweet smell of epoxy all over the office today as we get ready to, work on Studio 8 being worked on very, very aggressively, which is nice. I mean, it looks like we're going to be on target for hopefully the fall launch of all of that. Not too much on the imbalance locator today. And also Bitcoin, like 1084, a little strange there, coming, not really breaking through anything. I thought that Bitcoin would have been either above that 111, 112 area, but not to basically where we saw it on Thursday when we last were with you. So that's exciting. Palantir also 134. Apple today moving around. It's been you missed it last week. They had an announcement there with, well, not an announcement, but talk that they're going to do either Perplexity or Anthropic, or just talk of that, nothing signed up yet, rather than doing it themselves. And then Tesla, yeah, of course, man, breaking through 300. We had seen that last night and all throughout the weekend, right? That whole third party trying to make, what was it called, America's Party or something like that?
America First.
America's First. America's Fun Farm. Anyways, yeah, Tesla down 6% today and not looking very good. But yeah, the catalysts are here for this name. So we'll be looking over here today for sure. And then, I don't know, we had a great little movement on Weeble there on Friday, well, on all week. We got over $14. And then, of course, the offering today comes back down into 13 as they discussed. So we'll have to watch out for Weeble. We didn't sell anything. It's in my long-term account. It wasn't in the swing account, which we should have maybe got out if it was over there. But BBAI is another name that we're looking at. Just welcome back. I hope everybody had a great 4th of July. It's great to have Neil back right there. And yeah, just more talk today, right? I mean, the Blue Jays have now won 8 in a row, which is pretty crazy. So I think you should go on more vacations.
Well, the funny thing about it is we've been to one game that they've won all year. And so we're at the game. We came back. We actually got back from the camping on Friday. Well, Check that. Well, yeah, late Friday. But then Saturday, we're at the game, and we left with it tied.
Oh, is that the one that went? Yeah, a couple of them went to overtime, right?
And then they won in extra innings. I'm like, okay, so good. Apparently, as long as I'm not actually there, the Blue Jays are going to win. That said, it's
nice to see.
It's always good to see them win, but I'm a little bit worried of whether they can continue this without actually dominating. Like, they're winning by one all the time.
They're not blowing anybody out. But whatever, they beat the Yankees and the
win that way long term.
Angels. Angels are pretty good. And then now we have, what's it called? White Sox.
Well, if you can't beat the White Sox, then
so we should be okay on that one. So
you got a super chat
already.
already.
That's nice to see.
Marty in the house. What up, Marty?
What's up, Marty?
Good morning, y'all, and good luck to everyone this week. Have fun, stay safe, 100%.
Stay safe.
Always. Well, obviously, what's going on in Texas? It's crazy.
Oh, the
like,
floods. Oh, my God.
I think, like, that's scary.
We just dropped our kids off at camp, and it's like to figure out this.
Yeah.
If something were to happen, would be. I mean,
you try to. Yeah, you don't even want to think about it. Like, that's crazy stuff to even think about. And
yeah, I don't know if Marty was from Florida.
I don't know where you're from,
okay,
Marty. But
yeah, good point.
True words right there.
Yeah. So it took us to get back from up north last night. We had to drop the kids off. Yeah, it took like a couple hours extra because of the long weekend, but that's okay. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We should have Michael. It's still early to have Michael Noss right now, but he'll be in here very, very soon. All right, let's go back over the desk, see what they're talking about.
All right. Let's do a little Weeble here, Adara, because this is a big move down here for our friends down at Weeble, almost to the tune of 10%, 9.33%. We'll get to the details here in a second, but they are basically looking at securing some money, $1 billion flexible sort of financing line of credit from Yorkville deal. So they entered into a standby equity purchase agreement with a fund manager by Yorkville Advisors. The deal will give Weeble flexible access to capital, allowing it, to raise funds needed over time. It's going to be about $1 billion in Class A ordinary shares, Adara, over a 3-year period. Any more we know about this?
Yeah, the things we know here about Weeble, it's going to be, again, about 2.5% discount rate. And again, the purpose of this is, according to U.S. CEO and Group President Anthony Denier, is that the company is basically looking to pursue new growth opportunities, which would include the expansion of their product line and new asset classes, as well as geographic expansion. We know that, of course, expanding the product line and giving access to new types of assets is something Robinhood certainly be doing. We know Circle, another name in that space, is trying to do. So Weeble trying to be competitive in this space, but we'll see if the avenue through which they chose to do it works out well for investors today.
And we'll just go on to another recent IPO deal. Adara mentioned this right at the start of the show, but if you're just joining us, CoreWeave will acquire Core Scientific in a $9 billion all-stock deal, and that has CoreWeave already moving up, taking out that 160 level, or holding above that 160 level last week, boys. So Weeble and CoreWeave in focus.
I mean, the offering's not going to be good for Weeble. You know, when buying this at 10 or in front of the 10 level, it had everything to do with, hey, it's a sort of an obvious spot. You got the consolidation you're looking for. It seems like it's in stage 1 of a breakout. So it's not something that, you know, makes sense. You want to take the advantage of increase in shareholder price, and you want to get growth and all that kind of stuff. But I still think you're in the first innings here. You now have the 50 period that we've just managed to hold on to after a break last week while I was gone. So as long as this thing can hold on to 1250, I think you're still in that nice little stair step up. Obviously, that was a pretty good test of the 15 area. If it were able to get there back again, that would set yourself up for something nice. But $12 right in here looks like a recent support area that can hold, potentially for today. I'm thinking, on the other end, that CoreWeave story, I'm thinking CoreWeave, I mean, obviously now looking for shorts, it was a potential breakout. But at this point, with that news and it being all stock, I got to feel like I want to look to fade some pops in CoreWeave after getting this deal. Again, all stock deal on a company and stock which has been, let's just say, ridiculously impressive. So I can see there being some froth in here. And if we can get something back into, ideally, 163, I just can't even see that happening at this point. I'd be looking more at the 162 level in here. So 162, maybe you get into that 163. You'll have to find some shorts on CoreWeave today. We paid for locates here at Real Trading, but now that it's an all-stock deal, you could always just trade cores by proxy. And wow, it's interesting that this is down 14%. I guess because everyone was expecting maybe a cash component is my guess. So they're getting hurt even more.
Well, I think the reason, yeah, also the reason why maybe potentially because when you're holding that stock, you're holding it for the growth, the potential of what it might mean 4 or 5 years from now. Now that they're getting bought out, it's kind of like, okay, the game's over on that one, and you kind of move on to the next stock. So CORZ, good name. All right, yeah, just back over to Weeble. I mean, we spent some time talking about this last week. You know, we were really happy that we had gotten this long there at $11. But yeah, this is just course of business. I'm not too worried about this stock. I did want to look at it from a longer period because just looking at it today, probably, I'm wondering if, you know, we're now bottoming here. Like, what is the reason to sell? If we liked it on Friday, the news is in, we're down 10% here on the offer. So I think Weeble is a buy, but that's why we sort of zoom out a little bit and try to think, okay, where is it a buy? And I think we're right here. You know, this 1240 to 1250 area, if we dipped, and again, you know, the business was fine. We had the Brazil, we had crypto, some South American news last week, and it started to run the stock a little bit. There was some issues here, you know, banging around 12 to 1250. So I think if we can get into this area for Weeble, I would look for that, you know, to catch a bid somewhere, but might be a little early to start thinking about that. It's only 840 right now. So yeah, Weeble downside. We had Robinhood pulling back last week as well off of 100. I mean, it broke through 100 twice and then faded the rest of basically since it did that. There's the $100 there a couple times. Boom, back in. We'll wait to see if this can hold $90. I think Robinhood, again, maybe catching some shrapnel here for no reason. So I would say watch out there for Robinhood, possibly add some good dip buy opportunities as well. This 92 looks pretty sweet to me. So, but yeah, you're pulling in right now. The market is heading a little lower. So I don't know. I'm not really getting the feels on, you know, whether or not this is going to be a long or short yet on the day. But yeah, we're pulling back. You know, we were just at highs 20 minutes ago, and now we're starting to come in here. So I'd say let's wait for 9 o'clock. We'll see where some of these prints go off on the dark pools, and then we'll wait to see an update because the imbalance locator is not really giving too much of one way or the other. I mean, you know, Wolf Speed. Oh, wow, now it's well over $1. Okay, yeah, I was going to say once that thing gets over $1, but we're over there now. Yeah, we held that dollar on Friday or on Thursday, so that was pretty good. Other than that, man, BBAI, we had to look at that quickly. They're right now pretty flat on the day. BAC, Oscar Health. There's some good names to trade here on the imbalance locator, but not really giving me a sense of which direction we want to go. So, yeah, I have Tesla, I have Amazon is a name that I'm looking at right now for the long as well, as that's up on the day against a red market. So if Amazon can fall in, even into this 223 is what I'm trying to write down. I think there's something there on AMZN. So
it's primed.
Yeah. And it's Prime Day tomorrow, actually. Yeah, but Prime Day has never really been, that's a good one, that's primed to go. But yeah, we've never had too much success, because I remember one time it was like the greatest Amazon Prime Day of all time, and I think the stock went down or something after that. But yeah, it's like when you know the day's coming. It's
not as big of a deal. They keep extending it, so it's like it's not even like a day anymore. But
say that. It's July 8th to the 11th. It's like a huge Amazon Prime week, I guess, as we go. But
I haven't seen anything crazy yet. Like usually you start seeing like
I haven't even looked
a few
yet.
things here or there, but I haven't seen anything. I always get something. What are you gonna do, man? Yeah, you got to get a little something on Prime Day, especially when you're getting deliveries every other day.
I know I need one of those pocket chargers, like when your battery runs out in your phone.
Oh, like the I have a brick.
A brick, yeah.
Yeah, we have that was key for.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Like it's key. Like when we go camping, I try to have the phone off at all times, but you know, just on the off chance that you need it, whatever, like power my Whoop when that dies. I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot this thing's not going to last all week.
Yeah, those are good.
So you bring a break because you're not going to have access. But I mean, at the end of the day, you can get 100% you're going to be able to get a deal.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no, the kids have Wonderland passes and all that stuff, so they want to bring their phones so they can have that brick, but I'm just trying to pay for some shorts myself. All right, I think we're getting ready. Yeah, we do have Michael ready to go, so it's 8:45. So let's go talk about some different, I mean, I have no idea, maybe crypto, maybe some energy. We're gonna go find out right now with Sharif and Adara.
All right, guys, Michael Noss ready to go, our favorite chartered market technician out from the Maritimes of Canada. Michael, I was looking at some of these slides, and I saw Bitcoin in the beginning, you know, I saw Solana, there was some ETH, but I really want to focus on, Mike, is that fourth or fifth slide where I saw Fartcoin. That's the one that really got my attention there. I'm kidding, of course. Good morning.
Good morning, and yes, I should preface that we're going to talk about meme coins, so be careful. Right? Kind of by definition, meme coins in theory should have absolutely no value. So this is one of these line goes up only because line goes up. But I was looking at a couple of them on the weekend. I was going through some crypto on the weekend, and it's looking really good. So I think, you know, got to point it out. Might be something to take a trade on. So first of all, Bitcoin got through this kind of 108 area that it's been struggling for some time. You can see this really clean looking bull flag that we broke out of on Friday. It was sitting around there all weekend. Actually, a very low volatility weekend for crypto, which is weird. Low volatility, anything for crypto is kind of weird, but nice, strong looking chart here on Bitcoin. But the next chart I want to show here is Solana. So this is where all of these meme coins are made. This is kind of, I think, third in the hierarchy of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and now we have Solana. And massive support. I've been, you know, talking about this with you guys for a bit and other places. Around 125, there's a big level of support there. And then we have this nice little channel that we broke out of around the same time. One thing that I like to do with Bitcoin and with different cryptos is you can compare them. So here we have the next chart is Solana versus Bitcoin, right? So this is instead of Solana price in US dollars and then Bitcoin price is US dollars. This is just a relative chart. So if the line is going up, that means Solana is outperforming Bitcoin. If it's going down, it means it's underperforming Bitcoin. And that is at a very key area as well, where people, at least in the past, have rotated from Bitcoin into Solana. And we're sitting around that zone with a little bit of the same kind of channel breakout that we saw there as well. So that is all just to set up the case that if Solana is going to be strong and Solana is going to move, then, you know, for people who just want to take part in Solana, that's fine. But for me, whenever I see Solana looking interesting, it makes me want to take a look at some of these other meme coins, because if Solana goes, and some of these meme coins should go with it. Now, what I did to kind of just filter out potential like junk is that these need to be traded on like a Kraken or a Coinbase or something like that. So no like Pancake Swap or Sushi Swap or anything weird like that. So these have been around for a while, but just to preface, again, these are meme coins. They have no inherent value in any way, shape, or form. So treat these like just pure speculative, right? Don't put in any money that, you know, basically any of these could go to zero at any moment. It wouldn't surprise anyone. So first of all, here we have Pepe coin. A lot of these are going to look about the same, where they have this kind of cup and handle style look. From February on, from the beginning of the year, these things sold off. They put in this nice kind of rounded bottom, and now they're putting in that handle style of the cup and handle. So a lot of these will look the same. You know, so this Pepe, again, looks great. For me, it's going to be a break. I don't even know how you say this, but a break of, let's just say 11, but with a whole bunch of zeros in front of it. And then your stop goes at like 8 or 9 with a whole bunch of zeros in front of it. So that's your percentage stop. And then if it gets to where it was before, that's 3 with a whole bunch of zeros in front of it. So it's, you know, it's like you're risking about 30-40% on this one, assuming you can get your stop when it happens. So just so you know, these are very, very volatile, very, very scary. This next one here is Pengu. I just can't believe I'm a 40-year-old man talking about this stuff, but it is what it is. It's a nice looking chart. It's a great looking breakout here. It's had support at about 1.5 cents for a while. Broke out of that last week. It's holding strong. I'm basically just trying to forget what these are and pretending these are like small internet companies and trading them just the same. So above, you know, say a cent or 10 cents, 11 cents, it looks good. And then the high there would be 8 cents. So a good little push there. Next one is dog with hat. Because sure, it's a dog with a hat. Jeez. How do I even do this, man? This is just
Look, Michael,
right.
I'm not making any judgments. Just the name. You know, it's Monday morning. I'm having a chuckle. I'm
I
sorry to
know.
interrupt you.
We got two more. All right, straight face. Let's get through this. So again, just want to point out the pattern. These are nice little cup and handles. This one's sitting around 88 cents. So above that, that looks interesting. 62 cents is about the stop loss. The high there is 210. So if we're just looking at these as straight risk reward plays, that's pretty crazy there. And last but not least is kind of the king. It's the fart coin with a big cup and handle here. It's struggling around about $1.20 or so. So if it can get through $1.20, full disclosure, I own this one already, right? I'll tell you that, whether it's a stock or whether it's something crazy like this. But through that, the high is like 250, which is already good. And then if you measure out these cup and handle measure moves, I know I talked about it on the Monday morning show or the Monday evening show last week. Some of these measured moves, these targets from these cup and handles, if they get through those prior highs, are 50% extension. Yeah. So on this one, for example, it's like $5 or something it could get to. So just, again, massive potential reward, but coupled with massive potential risk, and the fact that none of these in a world that's not really a simulation should exist. So just trade it knowing that these things could double or triple, or they could go to absolute zero. But they're looking nice right now, so I thought I'd bring them to you and try not to laugh as much as I could.
I got a question for you, Michael. So a lot of these ones, they have very similar patterns, as you mentioned, the cup and handle, and then you can obviously project the measured move to gauge where the profit taking can be. Do you group any of these ones that have similar chart patterns together? Because some of them, they didn't have that cup and handle. For example, Penguin, Pepe. Well, Pepe kind of a little bit of a cup and handle here. Not so much in Solana though. So kind of what's your look about grouping some of these together with similar chart patterns?
Purely technical is kind of how I look at them, and the cup and handle is a much stronger pattern than kind of a bull flag or something like that. Because just to boil it down for those, because I like to demystify these patterns, you're just looking for a downtrend that stopped being a downtrend, and now you're roughly back up at highs, and that's what makes the cup and handle pattern. So I like the look of the ones, just if it was a whole basket of stocks, I would like the ones that are closest to their prior cycle highs. So just like meme coins, I'm kind of sorting them by which ones are closest to that prior cycle high. Right. That means at least that when people were selling, they started to sell other coins versus some other coins. So those are the ones that are most interesting to me. So, again, like Farcoin looks the best because it's closest to highs, and then just kind of rank them like that.
All right, fantastic look. Michael, thank you for coming on. Good luck for crypto here, already green on the day. We'll see you on the Market Recap Show.
Absolutely. See you then.
Yes, sir. We'll see you after market there for sure. So apparently, Farcoin over Pudgy Penguin. Okay, that's how it's going to be. Just on name basis alone, Pudgy Penguin sounds cooler than Farcoin, but
yeah, for sure.
I don't know what either one of them utility does. You said
I don't know. I mean, Michael,
Pudgy Penguin was in.
There must be something happening. Oh, Pudgy Penguins, I think were NFTs.
They were NFTs. Okay.
I think they were NFTs. That's where I remember them from. But no, I mean, Michael must be interested in these things. I mean, he could have chosen any stock, any sector, anything, and we went with meme coin. So thanks for doing that, because I know there's some people. Yeah, there's some people in the chat that really do like everything to do with meme coins. So shout out to all of that. It's going to be hard to trade, obviously, here on the show, but we can trade, Ethereum with ETHA. Here it is right there. It's XRP. Michael was mentioning Solana maybe being the next one, but it's XRP right there, then Binance, then Solana. So right now Solana number 6, but you can kind of take away Tether out of there as well. So I've liked Solana for a while, so we'll have to watch out to see what happens there. Let me just hit a refresh just to make sure these are the right prices. So there we go. Now we have Bitcoin right there at 108 and change. Is that right? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah, so 108 for Bitcoin. There's Ripple, 228. So XRP doing pretty good right there as well. Ethereum's like at that price that I got out at. So, and then Solana 152. So USDC 9 and Tether 1. Those are always really good to see as well. And then Cardano and Dogecoin picking up the rear here on the top 10. So good little look there. Thanks, Michael. So anybody looking at some of those meme coins, I guess. Good look there from Michael. So thanks for all of that. And soon to be coming out, no time soon, TTVL meme coin, no time soon. We're not planning on dropping that. Although that would have been a good way to raise funds for Studio 8. We could have done that,
faster.
but it could have done that too. Okay, let's go over to the screen right now, the green screen. It's Adara. See the upgrades and downgrades.
Some interesting names here on both sides of the board. We're going to kick off here with Sunrun. We knew these solar names were on watch with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This one here getting an upgrade from Exane BNB Paribas of about almost 4%. Then we have Alliant Energy with a Wolf Research upgrade. T-Mobile getting upgraded by Rothschild & Co. Redburn. And U.S. Bank with a Raymond James upgrade. The downgrade side of things kicking off here with Applied Materials getting a downgrade from Rothschild. Netflix, which has been trading near all-time highs for quite some time, getting a downgrade from Seaport Research. Then we have Oppenheimer downgrading Procept, Biorobotics, and then last but not least, One OK with a TD Cowen downgrade. Interesting list here, guys.
Well, Sunrun for sure.
Yeah, Sunrun.
It's doing relative volume. Obviously been on a good run. Pretty much a double up from the lows here, 550. You got the big beautiful bill. Momentum, I suppose, helping out here. What I like about the setup on this is we pull it up. VWAP and the prior high, I guess if I say Friday, you know what I mean. The Thursday high and the volume weighted average price are aligned right now at 1075-ish. So like this into a dip buy, even if it were to get down to like 1060, I think this one looks pretty good for a different rip. Like I said, relative volume in the midst of a break. It just took out that 10 level recently. And there's room to go here on the daily chart for Sunrun. I kind of like this one. Might add it to the back of the list. We'll get into the names, some of the individual names that we're talking about when we get into the watch list, but I'm gonna add this to my list. I like the dip buy here into that volume weighted average price here on Sunrun for a little continuation. Yeah, good luck.
We did, obviously, as Neil was driving back home from his holiday, his vacation there, we were able to go out. There's Fabian, Joe, Adara, Obi, and myself. Thank you for all of that, man. 66 comments, 280 likes, and 6,500 views. So thanks, everybody, for that. We had a great time there on Friday. Just a couple of drinks. On Thursday, it's Barvolo. It's right by the office. Yeah, so what's up, Obi? Right there. So thanks for all of that. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean, as well. So that was really fun. So I want to thank everybody for that love. But Netflix right now, yeah, I mean, pulling back in, I don't know, any kind of a downgrade for Netflix. I mean, I'm just waiting. If this thing can get anywhere near this 50-period moving average, then that'll be good. So anything around this $1,200 mark would be great. I mean, we still have a little ways to go before we even get anywhere near there. So I think that's a buy. So if Netflix on the downgrade today, down 0.49, it won't be a traded stock. I mean, unless you guys know, put in the chat, is there a lesser symbol like NFLXU or something like that for Netflix? Because right now at $1,200, especially with the spread, it's not an ideal day trade. Maybe there's a derivative of it. So if you guys have that, maybe we can do something like that. But yeah, for me, Netflix, any kind of a move lower here, just following the market. But again, I think it's a better stock than the S&P 500. So if the market falls back in and Netflix gives us some buying opportunities, I'd buy Netflix. So NFLX, a good little thing for me to store away in the portfolio or add to the position that we currently have. So yeah, I think Netflix coming back in gets me excited to put some more money to work. So we'll wait to see if Netflix has a move down from here. So yeah, you know, we have crypto, we have
apparently IonQ.
Yeah, I heard something about IONQ right now. Was it an offering? No.
Pricing of a $1 billion equity offering. It's
yeah,
flying.
so it shouldn't go up on that, but there goes IONQ right now, up 10%. Well, 44 to 48 is 10%, but we're just flying around a little bit now. 8%. Going higher here, IonQ. So again, it's stock specific. I mean, there it goes, right? QBTS. Stock offering may be well received. Yeah, so nothing happening here with QBTS, although this bounced nicely off of 13 or so-ish. Yeah, there's that nice $13 level that we saw earlier last week. We had actually talked about this. I thought this was coming into 11 potentially to buy it, but it looks like it holds the 50-period moving average. But this is dancing a little bit on this. So QBTS upside a little bit and IonQ upside as well. So yeah, interesting stuff happening right now. So if you're into IONQ, good name there, good quantum name. Looks like it wants to go higher here on a $1 billion equity offering. So normally it goes the other way, but we'll figure it out. Maybe it's something that they mainly need cash for something. But there it goes, up 8%, now only up 5% coming
There's a few more details now that I look at it.
That's be something.
I don't know if you... Here, I'll just read it myself.
Yeah.
We have offering of 14.17 million shares and 3.86 million pre-funded warrants at $55.49 each, as well as 36 million 7-year warrants at $99.88, exercise price purchased by Heights Capital Management there. So some more details. But yeah, IonQ certainly flying around. See, there wasn't a heck of a lot in terms of news. You get the CoreWeave deal with cores, then you got IonQ flying around here, Sunrun going on an upgrade. There's always something moving around, guys.
All right, guys, 63.23. That's where we closed out yet on Thursday on the ES September contract, with the overnight high being 63.15. So here's the deal. We're barely above 6,300 right now. So we'll look firstly to defend that 6,300. If we do, we're looking at that that 25-point area as our initial area of resistance. If we get by that 63.23 area, we're looking at 63.50. Now, if we fail that 6,200 area, we're looking at 62.75. That consolidation area as our support. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. Adair prepares it, and we all use it. It helps you know what is moving on the day, which stories are important, and how to organize your trading strategy. So make sure to get that. It comes right into your inbox every day. All right, the first name on the rundown, TSLA, down a prohibitive 6.5% over here as Elon Musk revealed plans to start a new political party. Driven by his dismay with the big, beautiful bill and some of the spending that is in that bill. Musk said his new political party, dubbed the American Party, would target about 2 or 3 Senate seats and about 8 to 10 House districts. He claims that this would give leverage as a swing vote on controversial legislation, kind of as an interplay between the Democrats and the Republicans. And he says it will align with the true will of the people. Re-entry into politics, obviously, causing some anxiety, Adara, amongst Tesla investors who lived through this not that long ago.
And guess what? Donald Trump has already responded. That is Elon Musk's former ally, now, I guess, rival, for lack of a better term, and of course, the current president of the United States. He said that he is saddened to watch Elon Musk go, quote, completely, quote, off the rails, becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks. He doesn't like that Elon Musk wants to start a new political party. And he said that Elon Musk is just upset that about the EV mandate in the Great Big Beautiful Bill, or either way you want to call it. He basically is saying that Elon Musk is upset about this EV mandate, and then now, because of they're getting rid of this mandate, people can buy whatever type of cars they want. It's quite the post here. He also, at the end of the post, goes after Elon Musk's recommendation for the head of NASA, Jared Isaacman, who Trump initially was for and then pulled the nomination. So interesting stuff.
All right, guys, below 300 and 6.5 in the red. What is the look?
Well, I mean, regardless of what you think, politics doesn't really matter. Like, the stock price doesn't like this, and the market has pretty much shown you the way. Like, essentially every single time there's like a back off of how much he's going into politics, there's been a bit of a rally, and then if we go the other way. So I'm just looking for short today. I'm just going to try and keep it relatively simple. I don't necessarily think this is going to be, you know what, who knows? Like, maybe, I don't know, with Elon a week later or 2 weeks later, you can see this really backed off. We'll see how serious he ends up being for the long term in the upcoming days. For that, I think you have to wait around and see how serious. But there was a level at 305 to 306 last week, so that was the first place I looked for continuation. You pop back over 300, I want to short into that. If we end up breaking down the lows, then I want to join Tesla, at least until it gets. And we're talking that 280 level again, right? So if you get to that 280, I think that's where your support has been in this little bit of a malaise since it gave you that 220 into 360 and again into 360. So when short pops back into the 300, the mid 300s for sure. And if it breaks the low without giving a short into that pop, I'll probably have to look at the volume weighted average price or pre-market highs if I don't actually get a shot in that 306 range, which is looking less likely.
For me here, I wrote down, 304 for the short, but also a 294 break lower. I mean, I was just thinking right into here, you're trying to break through this pre-market bottom. I can't look long today, honestly. I mean, it's down 7%. I feel like this is a short. So the more we zoom in here, I just find this 294 level. We're bouncing off of it a little bit right now. I don't think it's going to be here at the pre-market once we get closer to the open. So that would remind me that that's the pre-market low, but whatever the pre-market low I think is off open, that's worth slamming. So if that comes into play, fine. 304 was just something that I was looking at here. It was kind of just that kind of low that we had put in, and some of these tops from Thursday, Wednesday, I guess there. Thursday's up here. Thursday, Friday, this Monday, actually, whatever the first is there. Yeah, Monday. Those levels right into there is what we were looking at for a top there on Tesla. So I'm going to go 304 short. I don't think we get up to there. So if that's the case, then you're right back into here. There's your 293.50, 294. So I think a slam down through that is a short, and I think it's worth everything. So I think you should take the shot there on a Tesla short. It's going to be my number one idea. I'm going to be getting that right back in on the Sikino in a couple seconds. So I really like Tesla, but not today and not for a while. It's not that Elon, I don't really care about this America's first party or whatever. It's not going to get off the ground anyways, but it's just a matter of like, it's not great for shareholder, confidence that now he literally does not have the government at all on his back. So you're buying the stock, back here when you think, I mean, look at the move that it has once he wins the election, once this loads up, right back into there. We went from 190 on pre-election basically all the way to 500. So you more than doubled up right there on a win, and then it just comes right back down in, and now you get that bromance, you get everything coming off, and then it comes right back up, and so on and so forth. So right now, it's just too much here, not about the stock. So I think you fall back in, and I don't know if we see 230 again anytime soon, but this is not helping the case for the bulls. So, I mean, again, I like the stock. I think I want to buy it when it's lower. But yeah, for right now, it's a short, and it's the number one idea that I have. So.
Next on the list here are the Mag 7 or the tariffs. So the new tariffs now set to go into effect on August 1st, not July 9th, as we had previously been told. Surprising investors literally over the weekend. Trump is still finalizing the rates and the scope of the tariffs, according to Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Also, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stated that tariffs will revert back to April 2nd levels on August 1st if no trade deal is signed with a specific country. Markets were bracing for tariff implementation this week, with the 90-day reprieve ending on Tuesday. So that has been now kicked down the road to August 1st. Adara, that is not the only tariff news we have, though.
It's not. So just to provide some context, on Sunday night, I guess the countries involved with BRICS, which of course is a block of a number of countries, they released a statement. They never named Donald Trump or the United States, but they basically issued a warning against, quote, unjustified unilateral protectionist measures, including the indiscriminate increase of reciprocal tariffs, and also, I guess, had some issues with what they perceived as, quote, the proliferation of trade restrictive actions. Clearly, Donald Trump interpreted this to be about the U.S., and he released a Truth Social post here, Sharif. He said, quote, any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged an additional 10% tariff. There will be no exceptions to this policy. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, he doesn't specify what policies of BRICS he's referring to, but it definitely seems like it's a response to this statement.
Does he have your attention on this matter?
He has. He certainly has the market's attention on this matter, I would say, Sharif.
All right, guys. What's the look here?
Well, from a fundamental standpoint, like there's the need or the desire to keep the USD firmly in control. So it's not surprising. I don't think there's absolutely no shift in terms of priorities or desired outcomes based on this. It's just the off chance that maybe you get a few more tariffs here or there. Who knows? At the end of the day, I just want to try to keep it relatively simple in here. Like we're going to talk about Amazon in a little bit, and the semis are next. So the stock that I want to mention with regards to this would be Apple. And Apple had a really good last week. I mean, really good. It bounced that 200, bounced the 50-period moving average. Looked like it was primed to break 215 in there, and got a little bit of a fail just underneath it. So I look at a level like that and say, hey, look, continuation, maybe this is a big deal. I tend to think it's not that big of a deal here. It'll be more important to see what happens down the line, whether deals get made this month and that August 1st, ends up being positive or negative, I think that's more important than this little brick thing because we already knew they're aligned against brick countries. Not a big deal. 215 on Apple. I think that's a fade zone based on what you saw on I keep saying Friday, Thursday's trade. So if it's a strong day, great. Apple can play into that one and go break out. But I'll be looking at the semis for some dip buying instead of Apple. But that 215 does stand out after Thursday.
Yeah, no, I really like Apple. We traded it quite well last week. We had 200 long. We had some good trades there for Apple. But for me, I like Amazon today. I put this up here. It's on the sticky note for today. 223 long for Amazon. It's coming in to play right now. I think it wants to get to 225. With the market down, I'm looking for dips into these levels. So here's a note. Tesla, Amazon, BBAI, and AMD all going to be on watch for me today. You guys go find that at Trader TV Sean. But for right now, thank you, Randy, for the updated coffee. Beautiful weekend this weekend, man. I don't know. I don't know what you wound up doing this weekend, but I was at a charity event on Saturday with PWHL, which is the women's hockey. It was outdoors. Yeah, my daughter was all over it. She was in Emma Malte's Instagram. It was really cool. Wow. So we did a whole bunch of stuff like that. That was a lot of fun. And then we dropped the kids off yesterday, just north of you, Sunridge, a little north. Yeah, downtown Sunridge. So they're there at a camp this weekend. From Sunridge back to my house, it was about 2 hours, 45 minutes to get up there. And we left around 9:30-ish. How long do you think to get back on a Sunday? Yeah, it was like 5. Yeah, the traffic was bad getting home. But then again, long weekend, Canada Day week. Everybody that's works for United States holidays and so on and so forth, cottage country, brutal. It makes I'd love to have a cottage, but it's that traffic. Like I'd have to almost take Monday off and just forget about leaving on Sunday. I think that would be the play. So if you know anyone selling a cottage, yeah, I'll tell the boss. I mean, I can't afford it, but maybe it could be one of those vacation destinations. I'm looking at you out there. But no, all right, so 223. Look, I think Amazon's a dip buy opportunity. We talked about this name coming back in, Tariff specific. Yeah, we have Prime Day coming up. I just think that there's something here at this 223 level. We bounced around it, all Thursday. We couldn't really get going. And then today we wound up. So I don't like this action right here. When we're writing the sticky note, obviously this thing's up at 224.50 and so on and so forth. But now it's dropped down straight $1. And I'm not sure too much anymore about any longs right now in the market. I was really thinking today was going to be sort of a flattish day. But right now, with the market coming to the downside, I maybe should have written down some futures shorts or something. But yeah, I'm still going to look at Amazon at 223. I don't have the bid out yet or anything. But if it does come in, which I think it will, let's wait for those imbalances. But yeah, I think I like this 223 level on Amazon heading into Prime Day. Held on for Thursday there, and yeah, I mean it's one of the stronger tech names right now. So if the market does come in and then bounce, I think Amazon will help lead the way. And then plus, what I also wrote down is you rate up to 225, it wants to break this thing. I thought it was going to break it today. It's come back up here. It's only spent a few days in its life above 225, and I think it gets back above there. When they have a good, successful Prime Day, enough reason to get there. Bezos, I know he just spent all that money on his wedding. We do know that he was selling a couple weeks ago. We already reported on that. So I think with a little bit of pressure off of Amazon, I think it's a winner today long. It's just the market has to go. So worth chilling on that until the market gives us that answer. So yeah, I'm going to go long on Amazon and look for that one of those bricks to buy tomorrow.
All right, guys, new AI chip restrictions looking to target South Asia here. So the Trump administration is drafting new rules to restrict NVIDIA's AI chip shipments to both Malaysia and Thailand, aiming to what they say to stop diversion into China. The move seeks to tighten the enforcement of the previously enforced semiconductor export bans targeting Chinese access to these advanced AI chip hardware sets. Malaysia and Thailand are seen as two sort of proxies as potential smuggling hubs in or indirect suppliers to China due to a surging trade or surging chip trade activity with those countries, Adara. Interesting look here.
Yeah, and this is also part of the Trump administration's attempt to do away with the AI diffusion rules that was regulation from the previous U.S. administration. So right now, according to this report from Bloomberg, which broke the story, it's a little bit unclear as to how they're going to replace any kind of, I guess, metrics with now what they're trying to do with Malaysia and Thailand. But I guess it's just one way of, as Sharif said here, of the U.S. trying to deal with which countries should be allowed to import American AI chips and who, I guess, poses the greatest risk, because we know their ultimate goal is to not let these chips into China. Now, NVIDIA, we know, also dealt with some revenue risks with regards to China chips. They said they were expecting about $5.5 billion in impact for revenue for Q1 fiscal 2026. Let's see how these types of updates impact Q2 26.
All right, guys, they're going to be able to continue to ship these advanced AI chips to both Malaysia and Thailand for a short period without a license, but that will close soon. No date given.
Yeah, so look, for a lot of you looking at the chips right now, I understand CoreWeave has its own story, and that's going to be a bit of a different thing. But I look at what happened over the last couple of sessions when I was away in AMD, and I mean, that was pretty clear as day, holding the 140. Look, AMD's been on a good run. Let's start top up. Great run for AMD. Gets to almost $150 and pulls back. But look at the consolidation. Consolidation under the top. 141 was support. I kind of like 140 a little bit better. It doesn't seem like with that little move in the market here that Sean was just talking about, market starting to head down, it doesn't seem as likely for a fade up at the 140 level on AMD. But that's kind of the place I'm looking. I'm looking to short into some strength there. I feel if I'm going to be more aggressive into something that doesn't give the pop, it's more likely to be Tesla than it is to be AMD. On the NVIDIA trip, though, NVIDIA is a bit of a different story, because at least it has a 155, 156 area that it could hold on to after failing 160. So it's or AMD that I'm looking for the fade, and I'd like to play that morning mean reversion on NVIDIA as long as it can hold out those prior highs from, I guess that'll be Wednesday afternoon. And like I said, CoreWeave has its own news here today with the acquisition, all stock acquisition of cores. So this one to me it's just a fade into prior highs, 160, 162 on CoreWeave. We had to pay for locates on this one, but they're pretty cheap here at Real Trading.
We were just talking about here, but send a link to me at Twitter if you're trying to recommend portable chargers there. I actually have one that's a 10,000 mAh power, so I have one. I just want to get another one. Yeah. All right. So AMD right there. I added it right at the end. 138 short or 140. Like I don't. It's below all of these levels in the market. Man, Randy put, I think, way too much almond milk in this thing. It's like almost cold already. So I'm not going to have that. Okay, so I might switch off of almond milk. Randy's putting too much in right there. Come on, Randy. But anyways, 138 right there. That was a level that, I mean, I'd written this down. It was, again, if you go back to Thursday, Friday. See, what is this?
Thursday.
What is this day? No, but I mean, why do I have, okay, this, like, what is this at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock? Oh, yeah, that's right, because we close at 1. Right, so we have these crazy wicks. Okay, I was just wondering like what was going on there in the aftermarket, but it was nothing. Okay, so right in there on Thursday, yeah, just this 138 level. That's all. I mean, if we can get back up to there, I think it's a short. You're down 1% here today. Some of this, the curbs happening in some of these chips. Although AMD has been, talked about trying to pick up a little bit of that slack from NVIDIA, being a little bit lower price, but not similar power, but they have chips that will work, obviously, but AMD making the pullback in. And I said, like, if 140, if we swing and miss on the 138, which is possible, right? I mean, it could blast through this level, and then the next stop is 140, but I'm also taking a shot there. So what I want to do is swing and miss here at 138, probably give it to this like 138.50 marker if we're able to do that, and then take another shot, get out at 138.50, lose 50 cents or so, probably be short ahead of that, so maybe lose 75 cents, and then wait to see what happens at 140, right? 140 was the top there on Thursday, and then we fell off of that. So I'm looking for 140 short if 138 fails. This is the only chip name that I'm going to look at today. I mean, NVIDIA, again, like we had a really great week last week, right? So, but NVIDIA, was that break of all-time high, and it just looks different than the rest. Like AMD's made that move, and AMD is still down 50% or more from its all-time high. Its all-time high was 220 and change, so you're down more than that. But, you know, coming back in, NVIDIA's at all-time highs. I think this is a much better dip buy, you know, if we're going to look long-term and if there is a complete disaster today in the market, which I don't foresee. But this 150 level is pretty awesome, man. 150 to 152 is past all-time high area. So, yeah, I'm looking short right now on AMD, but, you know, the long would be somewhere on NVIDIA if the market falls. So that's two kind of strategies here. If the market continues to fall, hopefully we're short AMD, and if it's a dramatic move, then let's look to pick some NVIDIA up around 152.
All right, Amazon next on the list here. Amazon Prime Day 2025 is going to be the first ever 4-day Prime Day event. That's going to start in 2 days, July 9th to 12th. It's going to be running in over 20 countries. Analysts estimate, guys, that this Prime Day could generate over $21 billion in global merchandise value. That would be that would be a bump of 60% year-over-year increase. The event is expected to be Amazon's largest ever, setting new records in both sales and numbers of items sold, but their competitors are not taking this lying down. For example, both Target and Walmart are launching competing campaigns, with Target's Circle Week running concurrently here from July 7th to 13th, while Walmart, for their part, is running their Deals event, which spans from July 8th to 11th. So very much taking advantage of this nice tailwind today.
It's crazy. They're doing it the exact same days as Amazon. Would you believe it? And guys, Amazon's coming off of a pretty massive Prime 2024. So I'll go over those numbers just for comparison. They basically said that their Prime 2024, which is only 2 days, so half of the length of this year's, was their biggest day ever, with record sales and more items sold than previous years. Also last year, they generated about $14.2 billion in sales, which was a record. So they're saying that this year is even going to top last year's. They've got quite a lot to live up to. Let's see if they can do that.
All right, guys, Amazon, the only Mag 7 name that's green and barely.
This analysis of Amazon and the rundown brought to you in part by VinFast, because big news out of Vietnam. VinFast, that's VFS on the NASDAQ, has just opened its second EV factory. Built in under 7 months, the 360,000 square meter plant will produce up to 200,000 vehicles a year. It'll focus on compact EVs like the VF3 Mini SUV and Minio Green, designed for transport services. With automation from ABB, Siemens, and others, this marks a major step as VinFast pushes to double deliveries by 2025. Stay tuned. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you to get more information. And look, Amazon, you know, like, it's got a nice little rounded bottom setup. I mean, I always like this. You have a strong stock, which is stair-stepping it up. It just did a breakout and then a hold of about 220. And then you get a higher low last week, rounded bottom in here. So I want a continuation play. That means break out the top or dip into prior support. So just like the more ridiculous competitor in, well, if you haven't seen Squid Game, then you won't get it. But 222 and the breakout are the numbers for myself. That show has also Jumped the Shark, by the way. Didn't take very long.
Yeah, well, I hope no one saw Squid Game, because then you just kind of...
No, I didn't.
You didn't see Squid Game?
No, I've seen it, but it's not really... I stopped before I said anything that would matter.
The 222 part matters. But anyways, I like...
I didn't see what happened.
Okay. I like Amazon as well. I mean, I actually didn't even see it on the list, but it's on the sticky note today. And yeah, it's a 2... I have written down there 223 right here for a long. I mean, again, going back to that, just those levels that we had seen on Thursday. So, I mean, you know, that number that Sharif mentioned, the 21 billion and so on, you know, I really think that Amazon Prime Day is going to be good. I don't want to, like, buy that. I'm not buying the stock just for that. I'm buying it because it's up today. I mean, the market's heading down and Amazon's trying to hold. So I don't want to buy it right away, but I think this is a dip buy opportunity here for Amazon. The fact that it showed its strength early means there's someone wants to buy this name. Obviously, we don't go on, you know, like, oh my God, this has to be a buy. But it was already up here at 225. I think a 225 break looks great. And if we were able to dip buy this, I mean, I was looking at 223, but again, we wrote that down when it was 224. So it is on the sticky note there. And I also did write down right here, go over to my profile right there. We had written down Amazon 225 long, and what we had talked about was just that I think it wants to get to 225. And dip buying with the market coming back in a little bit here, I think if we're going to dip buy anything, it would be Amazon, but I think we should maybe focus on the shorts to start with. But Amazon's there at 223. It's a name I'm looking at. I've, again, really liked the stock. The trend has been higher, right? I mean, It wants to break out. I think if today was an up day, like so far, if we were up 0.5% or flat on the day, Amazon probably would be through this 225. So be patient with it. I don't think you're going to go wrong going long. It's a matter of the price, the share size, and what your ability to hold is. So yeah, I'm going to let it breathe a little bit here. We have 1 minute until those imbalances. So let's go talk about crypto getting crushed right now. Actually, it just bounced off 108. So crypto is almost down $1,000 in a straight line, but looks like it's bouncing a little bit here. Let's go find the stories about crypto. All-time highs again? Doesn't look like it.
Not today.
All right, guys, crypto back in focus, which basically crypto and products last week in the market saw about $1.04 billion in net inflows, according to CoinShares, pushing the assets under management to about $188 billion. This marks the 12th straight week of positive inflows for crypto, with the cumulative capital now since April totaling about $18 billion. Weekly trading volumes, they held steady, not up or down, about 16.3 billion. That's in line with 2025 averages. About $1 billion last week saw or of the inflows, excuse me, came in from U.S.-based investors. Europe also contributing positively, but it was Canada and Brazil that posted net outflows there. So interesting look here for crypto.
I want to take a bit of a different tack here, guys, and let's talk about some of these smaller cap crypto names with Ethereum treasuries. We know last week we had BMNR. They announced there's Bitminer. They also have Tom Lee joining their board. Then we had previously SharpLink Gaming, SPET. We have a new name, and this one was a real shocker for me. This is already gapping up. We weren't really sure why. At 9 a.m., Bit Digital announces that they are shifting their entire treasury to Ethereum. This is a Bitcoin-based names. Now I guess they're one of the largest publicly traded Ethereum holders, and they've raised $172 million through a public offering, and they're converting their treasury by selling 280 Bitcoin to acquire roughly 100,603 Ethereum. So in case anyone was wondering if Ethereum treasuries are in, it certainly seems like it.
They absolutely are, Darius. So ETH inflows average about 1.6% of assets under management weekly. That's doubling Bitcoin's rate of 0.08, signaling maybe, guys, a gradual shift here, at least in the short term, towards ETH.
Look, personally, in any kind of a longer time frame, there's no way I'm buying BTBT on that news. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I was just going to look up, because my guess is Bit Digital is probably a decent-sized short float, which can likely account for a lot of this, or at least a decent portion. It's only 10% short float, so I'm a little surprised by that. Thought it'd be a little bit higher. I don't know that this is, like you said, I don't know if this is something I want to hold on to too long based on that headline, but everything's so far so good. If you're looking at the long, it's a good breakout on the daily. Watch out for $4. Obvious level where you could run into some resistance there for BTBT. Like, I have IBIT on the mind when looking at the levels here today. Just pretty simply, it already, see, when the market was looking pretty weak, I was kind of thinking you'd get back down into like this prior support at 60.50 and be able to play ball there. But it's holding the prior highs from when I left at 61.5. So I'm looking for mean reversion plays on Bitcoin. Like, I want to catch one of those down trends and then a trend break. Ideally, it would be into that 60.5. But yeah, BTBT, I mean, good for them. I'm glad the stock is going up for anybody that has it. But yeah, going Bitcoin to ETH is not something that I think would make them better. So I'd be just trying to take the profit if I could. Good trade, but I wouldn't hold it.
Yeah, I was just looking at that one. Like, someone in the chat said, Pudgy Penguin ETF incoming soon. But right now, no, there goes Tesla right here. What a trade, what a move. There's the Tesla 294 break. It's there right now, it's 291. So it's that cranked up right into the open, and it doesn't even come with a huge sell imbalance. There was 200,000 sell imbalance here somewhere. It's gone now. But yeah, that really got excited. We talked about shorting Tesla at 294. There's the 294 break, and oh boy, how good was that? Now we're gonna have to wait to see if it comes back up to 294. But there's Tesla right now getting hit in the pre-market, down 8% and going lower. So bye-bye. That sucks, because that was the trade of the day for me to start with. But we'll find another one. Just that's what we were looking at. Nothing else on here. BBAI breaking through $8. I have that marked down as well. If we can get an $8 break on Big Bear AI, ran into that. We ran into that level the other day when Neil left last week, and I was pumping Big Bear AI. This was a $3 name. We're up to $8 right now. So what a big move on this one. As I said, man, that friend of ours, This guy's now rolling free in our fantasy pool for a very, very long time. So congratulations to anybody that rolled with Big Bear AI, as that's looking to break $8. We're definitely going to get our money in on that if and when that does happen. But there goes Tesla. It's going to test 290 right now on the downside. So you're gonna, I mean, I guess that's a break. You know, when you're looking at some levels of Tesla right now, we only have 30 seconds to open right now, but Tesla's come in pretty good. 290 might not even be a level, but that's going to be the one that you're going to have to smack. So we're going to have to watch out for that, and AMD coming out pretty soon. But we do have the opening bell coming up in just a couple seconds, so Daryl, watch that. We have crypto names on the bottom. We want to thank Origenics for this opening bell. But yeah, I'm going to get some orders set up. Just that Big Bear break, I guess, for right now.
Yeah, and brought to you by Origenics, first bell of the week. So let's go there, Adara, and let's ring it off in about 10 seconds or so. But, oh, yeah. We'll get to circle at the open. That could actually break out almost right away. But ring it now, because that's a little bit late. Thank you very much there, Adara. Yeah, big time move, like 2% up there for circle. And it has a chance to break out this top very quickly. If it does get past the 194, I'll let you guys know.
All right, the market's trying to blast up here.
Yeah, the market's flying. I don't want to say flying.
Yeah, Tesla's going up. So we're going to short. I said we'd wait for AMD 138, but it was already really down there. So we took a 137. Just a quick little fill there on AMD. We're going to just let this settle down. I mean, you know, we're not going to make the mistake of rushing into anything, but there's AMD right now, short 137 and change. We'll just build into this. We'll take a 30 if available, and just watch out. Like last week, we had to build into AMD too, right? So we'll take a small 30. Right now, we're short at 137.10 off Advanced Micro Devices, waiting for 138. If that can come in, that's the short for me. And by the way, there goes Tesla's really booming right now, up to 295.
And Circle does break the 195. It just tagged 197 pretty clean there on the open move. It goes right to 96, then to 97. Circle seems to want the $200 level right quick here. So I want 200 as the out on that breakout. We talked about CoreWeave. CoreWeave had negative news. Circle looks like it doesn't seem to matter. The other thing that's happening, AMD's really flying to the upside as well. So watch out for AMD.
We have a huge winner. Yeah, there it is, man. It does, like I was saying, man, we're glad to have Neil back, but look what this is right now. There it is right now, $4 on Tesla right there. If Obi was here, Neil, he'd be saying, any idea?
Oh boy.
Oh boy is what he'd be saying right there. Nice move there on Tesla to the downside. So there we go, man. Yeah, we want to thank Obi for everything last week. But here it is right here. The quotes are getting a little bit messed up here on Tesla because I was just seeing, like you see, we have some stuck NSBs, it looks like right now. But
okay.
This is the time and sales is good, and this level 1 up here seems to be okay. But there it is, man. A couple outs. We got a great fill there at 290, and then another one there at 292. And then, as Neil had mentioned as well, man, we're just on one right now with AMD as well as we go short Advanced Micro Devices. So far, man, the cash cow. I mean, we, like I was saying, we had a great week last week. Let's just see if we can continue it here again with a big one there on Tesla. But we're already out of a third. Actually, we're out of half of this Tesla trade because I actually didn't even realize we got that 290 fill, so that was a good one. Let's just give this a second. I mean, this still could blast higher, so it's kind of like the other way around. If we're going to take $3 winners, you got to be ready to take a $3 loser as well at some point. So take another piece out right here, breaking through 292. We got another piece as we get a little bit lighter on this name. It's Tesla, man. It's a banger right there to start. $3, still $2 in the money, and we were able to get a little bit out there of AMD. Let's see what happens at 136.60 now. It just looked like it wanted to hold there. So that's what positions we've got on over on this side.
Yeah, it was 1-for-1 clean break on Circle, but I'm out of it as it comes right back in through. So in at 95 break, out at 95 break. It gives you, so if you're able to get 198, fantastic. You might be able to get a bit of a VWAP trade the next time. I want this to give me at least a couple of candles of strength, but opening breakout trades for me, I don't want to ever hold them all the way back in through. So shout out to everyone that's in here. The market is taking a bit of a left turn. This is why you get out when the getting is good. Amazon very close to that $222 level. If it gets underneath that, I don't mind playing a little bit underneath the 222 into 221.5. But the market's starting to show some signs of weakness, so I don't want to be in too early. Don't want to throw away the profits that we just made on the long when the market's looking weak.
Yeah, man, great trades there. We're almost at 2 times right now. Look at AMD, man. And again, right now we're $5 in the money on posted trades. Like, it's not even like you guys sat here, watched some of these trades. Good job on Neil going 1 for 1 there with Circle. But this is I don't know how far Circle went or anything. I'll have to look at that stock. But right now, $1 club in AMD and a $4 club right now in Tesla. So, I mean, sometimes it's easy. I sat right down here and I said to Neil, it doesn't look like there's much to trade. And we both said Tesla. So there it is right there. Let's go. Break yourself through 290 right now. It's great when these trades work out. And there it goes instantly, 50 cents, man, in the money. This is going to be hopefully a good trade. But this could just be a washout. Like, no doubt this name could bounce off of any of these levels right now. But yeah, man, it's a big day one more time here. Oh, boy. What's up to Obi? What's up to Neil? What's up, Sharif, Joe? Everybody that's here today, just big good time feels one more time on the show, right? I mean, you know, keep hitting your like, keep hitting your subscribe. Thank you to all 10,000 of you that are watching, man. I mean, this is what we're doing here live every single day. Just a couple good trades there. It's only 9:35 right now. We'd be going to the beach, but we're going to stay here and trade with you live. Adara? What's up?
Here for PRME, that's Prime Medicine. I couldn't find any news on this, but has about a 37.5% short float. So if you're looking for a smaller cap runner this morning, PRME might be a candidate. Back to you.
It's Prime everywhere. It's Prime Day coming in.
Yeah, I gotta look at Amazon.
Now you get that one Prime. Look, Amazon right now is it's continuing to come on in. There hasn't been, it's only 5 minutes into the market, so you're not sitting there with a swath of data on a 3-minute chart. So I want this to play back into the 222. The way the market's falling, I don't want to be jumping in way too early. Like, if you're getting a mean reversion, you want to catch something obvious. Look at this kind of a bottoming tail or that kind of a bottoming tail. Amazon catching a few strays over here. Do want to be cautious with it. Haven't looked at NVIDIA yet, but it's relatively strong. So some strength in NVIDIA. I think that's a good sign relative to AMD. I liked it for a dip buy, but obviously it never gave any kind of a dip. And I do see, like I said, Amazon in there for a dip. And Sunrun was the other name that we're looking at. That comes right back, bounces cleanly off of Thursday support levels. Let's see if it can do it twice, though, because this market's headed down pretty precipitously. I like Amazon a little bit better, so that's the first place I'm going to be.
Yeah, we're long Amazon right now. So hit the sirens up right now for Amazon. We're long this name, 222.60s. So let's just see. I was going to give it to the bottom if we break through that bottom, but there it is. Yes, sir. It's another 20-cent winner right now for Amazon as that's trying to go. We were able to get out of some more Tesla. Right now, we're trying to hold a small piece of Tesla just to see what winds up happening. So right now, I still have a quarter of this trade. Amazon is a big one. Amazon now, Neil, wow. I know you were waiting, but we got in almost immediately on that move. And there it is, man. It's 50-cent winner there for Amazon as we'll take some more out on the top side. So, hey, so far today, let's just review what we're trading. I mean, you know, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Both of us put out notes, but look at this right here. Tesla. There's the short, the big winner for me. There's Amazon long, and there's AMD short. The only thing we haven't gone into is Big Bear AI, and it's a 3-for-3 kind of a sticky note day so far right now. But this Amazon is really getting going right now, man. We're pretty proud of this trade. Again, found and given on the sticky note. There goes Amazon right now, 70 cents in the money. So AMD $1, Tesla's trying to do its own thing, but there goes Amazon. Huge trade now to the upside there for AMZN. Nice move down for AMD. Oh boy, 2 shorts, 1 long right now as we're going to go 3s right here on the day. So far so good. And there goes Amazon, as quick as Sharif likes. That's one of his lines right there. As quick as you like right there. We were just talking about it. Thanks, Neil, for going over it. We got into Amazon as that was happening. There it goes. It's a nice move to the upside. We don't have as many shares. I mean, I was trying to get more if we ever came in a little bit there, but a quick little trade right there. Put it back into the dollar club. And thank you so much for everybody who's watching the show, man. Like I said, Neil this week, Obi last week, we're putting up some numbers here, and it's been a great week, and we want to thank you guys for putting up the numbers on the show, right? We can't do this and have fun like this without all of you. So get into the chat immediately. That's the other thing. If you don't subscribe to the show, you're not in this chat, and we can't talk about this. So right there, Neil flat. I've got 3 on, and we go over to Adara.
Here's MULN. Nice push up for this one. No news on this, but we know this gets a lot of retail attention, this name. It has about a 330,000 share float, and I'm seeing over 200% short float. So keep an eye on your MULN. Again, no news for this runner. Back to you.
I'm paying for locates on that because anytime it goes up, I always do, but we'll look at that one a little bit later. Hims was on the list today. The breakout that happened was Circle at the open, so I wasn't going to take both, but Hims was a break down, flat bottom break at 46.40-ish. There wasn't a huge catalyst here for him, but the flat bottom break is incoming the way I see it. So I'm going to try to get anything back into the volume weighted average price. I think you could easily see 44 and 45 on this bad boy today. Not looking very healthy whatsoever. This is why you get out of Circle. Goes all the way to 190. Well, actually, technically it went to like almost 199, but right back into 190. This is now a failed breakout. So yeah, you can take the breakout trade, but closing well underneath. This is now a failed breakout. I like to reverse these into the volume weighted average price if at all possible. So I'm looking to reverse this one. Well, not at the price we got in, but somewhere around the 194 level. And as I said, Hims we're going to be shorting on pops. Looks to me like that one's 4% to the downside, stair-step it. Volume weighted average price is always the next place that I like to be able to go. I'll sit a little tighter to the 222 on Amazon. Still a chance that we could get that one. But I can't tell you, NVIDIA was strong, and I do like it for longs, but it just lost the volume weighted average price. So it does not seem like this one's going to be the long that we're anticipating. At least not yet. Not yet. Hims, I think I get into next. On the off chance Circle can even get to VWAP, we'll see if we can short that too.
All right. So just on Amazon, we only have 20% left. It's this Tesla trade, is it? Right here, man, 291. We'll have to maybe cash out of a little bit more here on this name. But yeah, man, there goes. So I just got out some there. I thought breaking through 223 might have been something there on Amazon, but oh boy, man, this day is actually getting better as this market goes. Let's see if the market wants to get back to the upside. We wanted Amazon here at 223, so we did have that a little bit lower. The gift of the day there for Amazon for sure. Big Bear AI gets to 8. Thankfully, it does not punch us in because it didn't break it. Now it's falling back in. We've seen this happen before on BBAI. I think you want to wait for VWAP to come in. That's about 758 right now. So yeah, I mean, I actually am trying to get out of some of these trades now. So let's see if there we go. We get Amazon out there at 20s. We have a great AMD short. I'm just going to try to cover some more of this. And I apologize. Like I have to cover the names that I'm in. Like I'm in 3 positions here. And like I said, putting up, you know, some shares. So I'm trying to manage out of these. So AMD right now is $1. We'll see if it wants to break. I mean, it does get all the way down there. And that's what I'm saying. Like I was looking for other things to talk about and actually missed that dip down. So we'll see if we can get a 136 there again on AMD. Missed opportunity there. Now I've cleared out almost of everything on Tesla. We only have 15% left. It seems like it wants to hold this 291, so we'll give that a shot. And then Amazon to go for the long. But yeah, man, we wrote this down. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, Weeble could be a name that we looked at earlier. That look at this. This is getting absolutely killed right now, back down to 12 bucks. All of a sudden, that 11 long doesn't look so juicy anymore, but down to 12, giving back 15% there for Weeble. And we had mentioned that maybe this 12 area. Remember, we sort of actually wasn't on a daily. It was on this right into here. So you're getting into these levels again of possible buy area for Weeble, 12 and 12 change. So that's where we are right now. But we're at day and a half goal right now with Amazon, Tesla, and AMD. So it's been a really good day so far here. Wolf Speed, we're just hearing that as well. That's continuously ripping right now as they get that $1 hold there. And I guess NASDAQ compliance back over $1. So that's going to be a good story for those guys as well. But yeah, man, so far so good here. Tesla, Amazon, AMD, getting weaker on them all. But wouldn't mind seeing AMD come to the downside, but these futures just kind of giving me some kind of ways. That's the position I have the most shares in, AMD. I have about triple in AMD what I have in Amazon and in Tesla. So right now, let's see if Amazon can get going, man. I'm really happy with the Amazon call because we were waiting for 223 and we said it could fall down. Once it gave us that bottom, we were able to identify that and get right into that one. So now that's $1 on AMD, $1 on Amazon, and $3 on Tesla. It's $5 across the board right here. So not too bad. And I don't know where we're going to go from here, but we are getting an AMD push down, which is definitely helping the net right here.
Yeah, definitely helping. You got the right one because I can tell you NVIDIA just made another tag of the high. We're going over to Hims. As I said, it was a flat bottom break at 46.5. If you look at a 15-minute or a daily chart, one to play back into the volume-weighted average price. So this one can work. I mean, look, the daily chart's got room down to like $42. As I said before, the targets are 45 and 44, at least initially on this push to the downside. But NVIDIA looks really good, relatively speaking. Oh yeah, bad wick on that chart. Let's go to the 3.
Ooh, bad wicks.
You can see, there you go. Holding on to the volume-weighted average price pretty well here is NVIDIA. As long as it can close this red candle above VWAP, I'll look for the long. I wanted to dip back into like 155, 156. Obviously, that's not going to be the case, barring some kind of abject disaster here in NVIDIA. So relatively strong, but I want to see this hold that support level before we can jump into this to the long side. I do see a lot of people talking about some small cappers, Oklo's going, MBIO has been super, super strong. This might be one of the strongest ones, 350% to the upside. It feels like it's the one today. I'm sure Sharif will be all over this. I know he will. But daily chart, $6, brick wall, that's kind of obvious on MBIO. I'd expect there will be a dip at some point on that bad boy. But for now, we're just looking at the HIMS trade that we're in. Can NVIDIA hold on to the volume-weighted average price on this 3-minute? Doesn't look like it yet. It just closed underneath, so no long there. Want to be very particular about trying to get anything to the long side. The NASDAQ also just lost underneath the volume-weighted average price. So the only new trade for me was jumping into the short on HIMS as that heads back into the low of the day. I think 45 is next for HIMS. Kind of an obvious thing, 46 to 45, opened at 47, so every dollar in it, take it out every dollar.
Yeah, nice trade there on HIMS as the market is trying to give back a little bit here, which is pretty good, man. Now it's $1.50 in the money here for AMD. And I said, like, if we ever got a chance to come back into some of these levels, we would take an opportunity to get it out. So right now, there it is. We bid that 75 or 77s there. What did I bid? Let me tell you exactly what I just got filled there. Not that it matters. Exactly 79, sorry. So there's AMD out right there near that low. So that's working out for us. And then we also are going to get a possible break lower again here on Tesla. So here comes Tesla right back in. I'm just going to start to cash out a little bit here as some of these names come into levels that we like. So if we can get that 290-20 area again, where we're just bouncing off of, we'll see if we can get a little bit of a bid now. It looks like we might have missed that exact bottom there. Oh, too bad on that one. That's okay though. For Tesla, we were able to get Amazon up there at the 50 period moving at the 200 period for that dollar. Let's look somewhere else right now. Okay, coin. What is crypto? Yeah, crypto's cranking lower right now. So 108.
Oh, that's a SoFi.
Right now. Yeah, SoFi is going to be a good one. They were trying to break out last week as well, breaking up through $18. But there it goes, man. We do miss that bottom on Tesla. AMD is absolutely bleeding. So again, in what is going to be, like I said, remember, even though Tesla financially, well, actually, they're pretty similar right now. My lowest P&L trade is going to be Amazon, which is just because we were thinking of getting lower than where we were. So we only got in like just 1 unit, basically. Everything else we got pretty good. We got about 1.5 units on Tesla and about 1.5 units or so on AMD as well, because we were able to average in up to 138, which was the level that we like. So there it goes. I guess it went down into 40s there on that one, but there's a nice move down. Yeah, no. I think Neil still wants it black. I'll just take normal milk or splash. But I was going to say, that one reload that you got, the almond milk, I don't know. It was like it's too sweet or something for me right now. I got enough sweetness, for my lovely wife, right there. And
Uxbridge Lawn Love.
Lawn love, yeah.
I just noticed that.
If you have a lawn, you might as well love it.
Well, you should.
And if you're representing, that's your buddy's business, isn't it, or something? Yep. Knew that.
Okay.
See, I do listen, Randy, see. But there comes the move down in for Tesla, breaking through 290, and it is one of those trades today for me. It's a big one. It's a big one, man. Tesla's a big trade. AMD, we're $6 in the money right now on these 3 trades, and it's not even like they're hero trades or anything at all. We had written down AMD, and we really liked that level. Tesla, even like I said, Neil and I both looked at each other this morning. It was like, what are we trading? Tesla. So this is a no-brainer trade for me as well. And then the Amazon, we both had this idea, and it just came in. So yeah, I don't know. Nothing's really moving around too much other than Tesla right now. If there is anything else in the space, people always ask about Palantir. I mean, for good news, for good reason why Palantir's always doing something. And there goes Palantir right now. Despite the market being underneath VWAP, Palantir's at break of the high of the day right now for PLTR. So this name just keeps on working. And the good thing we got it at Tesla there around 290. It looks like 290 may be a level for us on Tesla. And then AMD, let's just take another out right now on AMD because it's trying to go back up. Let's take it out right now, 99s. We'll punch a little bit out there. We're also bidding some 80s. So if that can come in, great. But we're just kind of like easing out of all of these trades, man. It's another real.
Palantir was at the high of
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Palantir is right now, yeah.
You know what,
thing, Neil, man? I know you went on vacation, but this is the wildest name.
As we look at it, and you know what, Palantir is not a name that I looked at hard enough. But just one note here. Bit of a double bottom forming on HIMS, which is the only thing I'm in right now. And this NASDAQ is threatening to hold and go back above the volume weighted average price. So that would be a couple of green candles after that pullback. Might make some sense to be covering. If we hold this double bottom on HIMS, I'm going to jump out of this one. It's kind of an early-ish trend line because you're just essentially looking at 2 points, not 3. But down here, with the market doing what it's doing, and I hit the wrong key there, so that's kind of the wrong trend line, but you get the idea. If we break this trend line up, I did hit the one that's not continuous, so I can't really draw it properly. But if we break this trend, I might reload at the volume-weighted average price for 46.4, but I don't want this bouncing off the low again with the market starting to look like it's strong. Let's go over to Adara. Still not hitting it in NVIDIA to the long side, but it is the only name. I mean, Amazon looks good too. That was on my list for any longs. With those two stocks. So let's see if we can't get this one to hold volume weighted average price. I can want it to happen. It doesn't mean it's going to. Right. Dara?
Part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Back to you.
All right. I'm going to start to load something up here. I'm going to load up Fabian's stock draft right here. So, I have the wrong list. I'm going to get that in a second. Pretty soon we're going to be able to go in there and start voting on what we're trying to do. I just need to find that link again, Fabian, as it seems like, here it is right here, stock market mention. So let's refresh this right now and get going on this. So right here, we're going to push, where is Fabian? I don't know where he is ever, but we'll just hit refresh on this one. All right, 0 submissions right now. So you got to type in. This will help Neil and I from not always having to look at the chat, but give you guys an opportunity to get involved. Get involved right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, come part of this. What's the poll at right now? Elon situation is a mess, buying the dip, diamond hands, shorted to the ground, done with the drama, or just here for the memes? I would say buy the dip on this. That is what I selected right there, but that is for this. So right now, okay, I didn't start the poll yet. So we're gonna start the poll right now. Now the submissions are coming in here. We'll get this updated here. I'm gonna refresh this as well. We'll check out the scanner. We'll figure out what is the #1 name, MBIO right now, winning on the chat. So the stock voting game right now, 71 submissions. It's calculating right into here. MBIO, Tesla, and of course, the biggest of the bears, the BBAI right now running things. But look what's running things right now. It is Amazon. Nicely done to the upside. I was complaining about this one, saying it wasn't going, but bye-bye. Ciao, bello, bello, whatever one you want to talk about here on the chat, whatever you like. Right there. There goes Amazon, up breaking through 224 again. So, oh boy, thank you for everything in the back. Studio 8 being built on right now. We are right now $7 in the money on these 3 trades. So far so good. And they're all different, right? Amazon's the long that we pegged out of. We only had one long right in here, Amazon. There it goes. We had AMD as the short idea. I mean, that was pretty sweet. And then everybody knows the drama with Elon. So we'll watch out for all that. And then I guess at 10 o'clock, we'll go through the 10 o'clock break with Adara. And when we do that, we'll come back. We're not doing it now. But when we come back, we'll review this poll. So right now it's MBIO. See, every time you mention something in there, in the chat, it gets hit right into here. So any sort of a mention on a stock, we'll adjust and address those names at 10 a.m. Cheers to Caffeine Nation.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you keep with your routine. If you got to get that morning brew, oh my goodness.
The thing is like, this is the first one that he sent me.
We take a press when we go camping, which is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, nice move.
Because, like, to me, I got to have a good cup of coffee in the morning, and if you can have it on a hammock in fresh air, that's even better. Like I said, if we double bottomed here and held that higher low, we jump out of HIMS. That's pretty much exactly what happened. Big bottoming tail candle, and then it closed 45.4, which is $1 away from the 46.4 level that it was holding before. So that's the bounce. Jump out. I might get back into this if we can get back into the volume weighted average price. Want to let it settle a little bit here. So it's just 2 breakout trades for me. Break down on one. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry, break to the upside on Circle, got to the 98 level, and then a breakdown on HIMS. Those are 2 continuations that I like. I kind of might take a shot at this NVIDIA. I'll get there in a second. But I want to see this 15-minute show me something a little bit more clearly for re-entry there on HIMS. It is NVIDIA that's going to be on the mind here. Not a red candle in sight for NVIDIA. Now it's really holding volume weighted average price. I'm sitting looking for money fills underneath that, though. It's just a line on the chart. 158.5 is where the higher low got put in. I think that's where I want to try to be able to get it in on NVDA. But HIMS, I want to get into that short trade. Oh, and I keep forgetting about CoreWeave.
Oh, I didn't get Apple.
CoreWeave making an all-stock acquisition of cores. So usually that's bad for the acquiring company. You're seeing it hold the line. Someone's buying it at the 156. I wanted short before the news at 162, but when the news hit, you got to want to see what happens and the market opens back up after that news, because I wrote the note before the news happened. This is starting to look really, really weak. And to a market which is bounced, is holding under the low, I want to play off of this opening range. 160 clean is resistance right now on CoreWeave. They're not free locates for us at Real Trading. Not everybody can short the stock, but we can. So we pop into 160. That's another name I like short.
All right, so I have 4 positions right now, so pick your poison. We just got into Apple long, so we're going to see what happens here with Apple. Hopefully this long will print out for us. We're long right now at 82. It's at 92s. So there it is, man. We'll take another one. We'll go 4 for 4 so far and wait to see what winds up happening. But bye-bye Tesla. There goes Tesla. We just got a 289 clean fill. That is $5, right? $5.50 right there on that move down in for Tesla. So that's an oh boy kind of a name right there. And I don't know, I'm hoping that, yes, Neil, let's go right now. Neil with a good trade on HIMS there, looking at Circle, but look what just happened to Apple. Oh boy, you know what? This is definitely starting to become like lottery time. Like, honestly, like what we're touching right now, I just went over to Apple. I was like, let's get some sort of an idea. And there it goes right now. We just put this name on 50 cents right there. Bang, right like that. So good move there for Apple. As we continue to go higher, we're going on a pretty nice date night tomorrow night, the wife and I. So, paying for that right now, hopefully, as we go nice upside right here for Apple. 2 times right there, our goal for the day now met. And everything that you're seeing, everything that I'm making money on is what I'm talking about right here live on the show. So you guys can see all of these trades going through. And that's what we're doing. But, I don't necessarily think that the long is right. So we got to be able to watch out for some of this. We were able to cash out of Amazon up there at 223, a very, very small piece left on that one. Tesla now continues to bleed through 289, so that's good. 4 more minutes until we get through on the stock trading game right now, the mention game right now, MBIO winning. All you have to do is... Yep. You have to put it in here right now. So DJT and BBAI racing right now. But there's BBAI, there's DJT. So I don't know why they selected those 2. But here we go, man. So far, MBIO, Tesla, BBAI, and SoFi leading the way. But so, we'll just continue to watch out. Apple pulls all the way back. Our stop on Apple is going to be 212.40. So if we break some of those levels right there, then we're going to get out of that one. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening there. Good outs near the top end there for Apple as the market tries to pull back. So far so good, but this trading day obviously just beginning. So, be careful with whatever you guys are up to right now, as this day could get even spicier. 10 o'clock, no numbers, I don't believe.
There's no economic data whatsoever.
Right.
I think there's like a couple of small treasury things,
okay,
maybe, but nothing that's going to move the needle. It's one of those mornings where you can always have news that hits, but we're not necessarily expecting anything crazy. I don't think there's anything like Trump talk or anything like that. But I'm going to go back to square one, and square one is Circle. Absolutely terrible and intended in that particular case. Circle dipped all the way to 187, after the initial break and wants to take it out again. So now it's back to holding the 195. I'm always going to get out of a trade when it reverses a big break like this, but I think this is going squeezing again here on Circle. So I'm going to try to get inventory into a 200 break on Circle. I don't want to take a 200 break. I want to be long into 200, which means first things first, buy the dip back into 195. That's going to be the next play for me, barring anything crazy happening in HIMS to get me back in. It's still heading lower. VWAP now sitting at 46, so next available pop on trend. We'll see if we can't get HIMS. But the only two stocks I traded today have been so far Circle and HIMS, and jumping back into the long is going to make sense. Yeah, Chef Joe saying Trump is in the Oval with Netanyahu. I understand. Yeah, I get it. It just, in terms of looking for things that we're going to expected headlines or any kind of a jolt, not expecting anything crazy. Of course, anything could happen, anything said at any time. Didn't mean that the president's not talking. Just that I'm not expecting anything. So I'm going stock specific here.
All right. Right now, just real quickly before we go over there, if you're looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin, top one futures right here, Andre, is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instantly funded, Challenger Pro account, and start your trading the real way with real payouts and a live account. In the last 90 days, they paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus five-star reviews from real traders. Use a discount code TTV, discount code TTV to save on any account. Give these guys a shot, scan the QR code, and head over to top1futures.com and start trading right now towards your next big payout. So thank you, Top One, for everything on that one. We're just topping out our day right now. We're going to go find out what Adair has been up to over at the desk.
I just want to clarify, as was alluded to on the trading desk side of things, there aren't any major economic catalysts. We have the 3-month and 6-month bill auction at 11:30 a.m., but that's it. Donald Trump, the first item on his calendar, doesn't even happen until 4 p.m. It's executive orders. So Donald Trump not scheduled to do anything during market hours, though we always know he can be active on Truth Social, and you can always make any number of comments. I also want to clarify the meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel isn't scheduled to happen until 6:30 p.m. So either way, guys, you can track this on X at TTV Research. I post a daily schedule pretty much every day before 10 a.m. if there is anything on the schedule. Here's S&P 500 right now down about 1/3%, and two pretty choppy 15-minute candles. Pretty self-contained so far today. NASDAQ, same deal. We're really very much trading within a range this morning. And we know one of the biggest catalysts on watch for this whole market had to do with tariffs. We know that Scott Bessent and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, both of the Trump administration, have said that these tariffs are now going to go into effect on August 1st rather than July 9th. Here's CoreWeave, CRWV. This name pretty choppy today, but it did push a little bit lower in the morning after the company announced they're going to be acquiring Core Scientific. This acquisition was pretty heavily speculated and had previously been reported, but keep an eye here on CRWV. Then we have Weeble, BULL, another recent IPO, announcing a $1 billion standby equity agreement after the close on Thursday, shortened session. And last but not least, TSLA, this name struggling here on more strife between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, president of the United States, about the big, beautiful bill, specifically its EV tax mandate, its EV mandates. Now, of course, we have Elon Musk saying he's going to create his own political party in response. Back to you.
Own political party, huh?
Yeah, we'll see how that, like you said, we'll see how that one goes. I'm not necessarily thinking it's an absolute lock that ends up being any kind of a long-term issue, but because it might not actually happen, and I think that's a decent chance I could get walked back the next month or weeks. But market heading right back into the downside. I thought we'd get more of a generous pop back into HIMS. I did draw the trend line, which is pretty much on the volume-weighted average price, but we might not get a shot that we're strong enough to get back up there. So if we can't, I'll see if we can get as close as possible to 45.70 to 45.80. Looking for an entry. If this thing breaks VWAP, it's an easy out because then it closes above the trend line. But I do like me some shorts into HIMS as well. And Circle, I said I wanted inventory into the break, not the break itself. Well, it broke 200 before there was any red candles on Circles. Now 6%, continuing to look very, very strong here. Next available dip buy, we'll see what kind of a red candle it puts in on a 3-minute, but that's where I'm going to look for my entry. It might end up being off 200. Ideally, we can catch this back off the 197 level. Just want to stick to the names that have so far worked, and this one continued to rally. After wiping everybody out, if you didn't get out early, looks like the shorts are back. Ooh, and getting crushed here.
Yeah, we just got reloaded on Apple, which is great. We just got 60s there. It's at 85s again. Let's take some more out here as it comes back up. I mean, as Neil mentioned, the futures, we're heading to the downside, so we want to make sure that we capture some kind of profit here on a little bit of a bounce. So good trade there on Apple. Got it right in there at 60s, exactly, and now getting it out for that 20+ pennies right there to the upside. Yeah, man, I mean, getting out of that Tesla looks like that's going to be a smart move. We just have almost nothing left on TSLA. Let's just get it out then so I don't have to worry about it. We have less than 5% left on Tesla, and there it is. So now we are now out of Tesla, completing the trade for the number one P&L. Actually, it will be Tesla. Even if I get out of AMD, which I maybe should get out of something right now because we're back into the long. I mean, I'm really trying to push the long here with Apple. So we'll get out some, I just put 69 bid. Did I not get that? No, I did not. So I crossed into the level and it ran away from me. So hopefully there it is. Comes right back in there. So we'll get that 69 fill. So that's another one right there as we'll ride the bull now and see what happens with Apple. And there it goes right back there to the upside. Amazon's trying to go as well. We are now out of Tesla. So that's going to be good. Come on, Apple. Wow. What a good reload down there on AAPL. Are you kidding me? Okay, so that was a good one. Nice little drop down into 212 and change right there as well. Uber, get on that ride right now. You go on a date night, you might take an Uber, and there goes Uber right there blasting through 96 all-time highs right now for UBER. And there it goes, man. The account is buzzing these days, man, with Uber in there. Big Bear AI, hit the like and subscribe. We can check out Marvell. That's probably tanking going the other way right now. But nice Uber all-time highs right there for Saint Ubers. All right, so just real quickly here. All right, I'm going to, I guess I can't really stop this poll, but we'll look at this right now. I don't know how we have 290 submissions, but this is stuck at 36 right now. So I don't know, I think this is not working right here, but that is okay. We'll go MBIO, BBAI, SoFi. I mean, we've been talking, it's working. Okay, it's working.
SoFi is going nuts.
I'm not sure it's working exactly, but right, he's telling me, this is the total stocks mentioned throughout the day, but 400 submissions right here. This is the game, yes. Right, so we can hit this. Can we vote this? I don't even know. Okay, so start voting right now, BBI or DJT. But for right now, I'm just gonna go over MBIO. We have that right here as well. So here's Mustang. Let's figure out what's creating this upside here. Adara, MBIO, nice mover there, upside right now, breaking out. And if we zoom back out here on MBIO, this is always important to find out, man. $5.50 to $6 right there. We've already zoomed back out. This is from January. All right, Adara, what's going on with MBIO? You voted for it, and here it comes.
Yeah, I actually put it in our Trader TV live chat this morning, just our work chat. But basically here with MBIO, they have about 1 million share float, and they received FDA orphan drug designation for its treatment to be used in astrocytomas and glioblastomas. So nice little biotech catalyst here for MBIO. Again, a previous runner that does have a notable short float, or sorry, not notable short float, notably small float of about 1.04 million shares. Back to you.
That'll do it, man.
Yeah,
that kind of a float will do it.
We know all about these float games, and it can be a little bit ridiculous, but hey, that's the market that we're in. You don't like the rules? You don't have to play in them, but fundamentals don't necessarily matter when the floats are tiny. So HIMS is the only thing that we're back into as that's a candle on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla just rippy.
HIMS on trend. Yada, yada. You guys kind of know as we're heading back in to the downside. I want to see if we can get a little tighter to 45. I should be sitting maybe at the 20 mark, actually. 45, 20 mark, just looking at where the support's starting to come in. But wow, Tesla.
Tesla, man, what did I miss? You know?
Like, it looks like maybe when it broke, maybe it's just breaking VWAP momentum back in. I'm still offering 305 on Tesla, which I'm just going to go ahead and cancel. That was for an opening trade. At this point, if I'm looking to short it, it's got to set up either pre-market or 300 lows, something that gives me a kind of a curl, because that's a violent move to the upside there on Tesla. My goodness, Circle. Yeah, we'll slap to fail. There still hasn't even been a pullback on circles. Well, we have the initial breakout trade, and now this one wants a 205 level. It just keeps on going and going and going. Circle is just a different beast here today. And my guess is if CoreWeave didn't have news, maybe they would be a little bit different for them. I just tried to get the 160 short on CoreWeave, can't get it. It's back under VWAP. So I'm going to snag, if I can, maybe a bit above the 159 into this 160 level, as clearly between the two, CoreWeave with their acquisition of cores is going to be a, not Molson or anything, is going to be a sell relative to Circle, which is blasting high.
All right, so we had an offer sitting there at 295. So what did I miss? Iceman says we missed that rip. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside right there. I'm going to get out if it breaks that top of 226. As soon as we got filled, we started punching out. So I am short there. I did not realize, obviously, that we had that offer out there. We would have canceled it, but what a good out that was. Check out that out. It was just minutes ago, 290, 250 at VWAP. This is the thing, man. You just got to get it. Thank you so much, Steve J, man. I appreciate the kind words in the chat. Get into that chat. But there's the out there on Tesla immediately as we fly out of that, as it starts to rip back there to the upside. So let's not look this gift horse right now in the mouth, because we did not even really want this trade. So the fact that it's coming back down, we emptied out our clip basically for flat or for small losers like 295.30s, 295.40s, things like that. So now that it's coming back in here, we ask, what did I miss? Not much right there. 295, 294.50 coming back in there. So again, man, thanks for everybody to subscribing and liking the stream. Get that going for sure. The other name that was on that list of the stock battle there was SoFi. And again, man, like, wow, $19. It is time to empty out the clip this time on SoFi. We have nothing out of SoFi, right? And so, well, no, actually, because it went to 18, we're out of something. I think it was 18.10 or so. We got something out there on SoFi because we had put that order there, but that's only 10%. There goes SoFi upside, man. I wish Weeble had the same kind of a situation as SoFi today, but Weeble, we've already ridden that one nicely to the upside up through 13.14, and Weeble today on the offering gets hit to Z downside. So not liking that name there from Friday, Thursday night there. Weeble, nice downside play in down 12%. But yeah, Tesla good. Apple, I mean, Apple's still working. AMD is a nice downside push as well. Let me get out of one more piece of Apple right here, because why not? And then AMD, man. AMD is now at the lows. You want to talk about propsing something up right now. I mean, I'm pretty proud, obviously, of all the trades, because why not, man? Like I say, I'm here for the family and like trading for all of you, but this is where I make money for. Literally, I probably had this shirt 40 years, if you can't tell, maybe 30 years. But we continue to trade the names that we want to trade. You know, like on here today, Tesla, AMD, Amazon, and Big Bear AI. You know, we found Apple. That was a good one, right? I mean, we're going to sit here and find trades. But Apple was a good trade. Now it looks like it wants to break. If this goes down through 212.40, that bottom, then we're out. So watch out for Apple coming back in. And look, I'm going to get another piece out right here, because look at what the futures are doing. We get some 54s. The futures right now are underneath VWAP. It's not like we're doing too much, but this doesn't look like a long to me. So I don't think we want to necessarily hold Apple here at all. We have a baby small trade in Amazon. So you know what? I'm just going to get out of Amazon now, so it's just not in the account because we don't need it. So there's an out there at 20. We had 5% left of that one. Tesla right now is back into, we'll hit it. It's a dollar club because we had posted 295, but we didn't necessarily love 295. There for the short, but it does come in, prints right at that 200 period moving average, and there it goes to the downside now for Amazon. So yeah, so far so good. As goes Tesla. So we have to take something out as it just went $1 down into 294 and now bouncing back up. So Apple spills all over itself there and breaks through that low of the day, which is fine by us. So there goes Apple back in. So far so good. A pretty good day right there. Now Neil's, okay, see this? 4 new positions. You were Circle, HIMS, and CoreWeave.
Well, the new one, CoreWeave, is not, it's not the original plan, because I wanted 162s on CoreWeave. Then they had that news, but I did jump in and said we take it off the 160 level, and it just curled into 159.75 local high. If it breaks 160, I want to be out. HIMS is not new at all. Circle just came back, went for a dip buy on the first available red candle on Circle, but it doesn't hold. But it just wicked it. So with first bounce off 201, wicked out underneath. I still like the long on Circle. VWAP's like $5 away here. So I need to see it maybe close a little bit better of an entry. Kind of caught it on the back end. So we had one breakout trade on Circle, and then we'll take it now through the 201 level. But CoreWeave, a different story. If you're just tuning in now, sometimes these move together. But CoreWeave buying CORZ, which is Core Scientific. Look it up again.
Yep.
Down 21%. This is an all-stock deal. So Core is probably just going to move with CoreWeave, which makes some sense. And then keep in mind, maybe when this was speculated before, some people might have anticipated that they could get like a better premium or an all-stock deal. So there's some profit taking certainly happening in Core Scientific. But first stop is always VWAP when you have a stock which is trending back into the upside. So short with the stop out at this prior bar high at the opening range, which is like 159.90. Looking for the volume weighted average price, which is about 150. Well, we just got filled there, 158.5, and then we'll see if we can get back into the low of the day. Somebody seems to like 156 on CoreWeave, so I'm going to bid out in front of that if we break the volume weighted average price. At this point, so far so good. And HIMS, just to go back over to this name, it also wicked, but we're still trending. Look at that. We're all still trending up in HIMS here. 7 candles in a row on the green. Still under VWAP, so obviously the longer-term trend on the day is still holding to the downside. But at some point, I want to see this curl and not only be on the front end of the trade after the second time through. So CoreWeave, new short, that's looking good. HIMS, my stop is this candle right in here, the 46, 45, 65. So it's a pretty tight stop on HIMS on the way potentially back to our original entry point. I only like this one to the south side, so I'm not really thinking any longs at this point on HIMS. I want to try to be in this one for the long haul. Adara?
Here's RERE. This is AT Renew Inc. And if you're thinking this looks like a little bit of a buy program potentially on this talk, you might be correct. They did announce on June 30th, so last Monday, that they've approved a new $50 million share buyback program over a 12-month period starting on June 30th. So nice look here for RERE to the upside. Back to you.
Riri?
Yeah, Rihanna right there. So, yeah, good level there for RI. ARM is at support. We'll look at that in a minute. I just want to say we did have a nice move down there for AMD. So, able to take advantage of that one as well there, AMD. Just catching out of everything right now. Tesla, we get the great fill down there at 293.70s. So, that turned out to be pretty good. We just got stopped out of something. No, we didn't. We just got the AMD bid. That's all that happened right there. So, we wound up getting the, oh, wow. I mean, this is getting to be pretty nasty right now for the chip space, now down 2+%. We were saying like we've got Marvell, that's going to be down today, most likely at $73. So that had a good move, man. We had a good run up there. We were able to cash some out of Marvell, $78, $79, $80 all last week. But again, the chip space getting hit today. It was NVIDIA was the one name that was maybe up a little bit there. Let's check out that MBIO. That's trying to go again. We already labeled that $6, possibly the good short there on MBIO. Uber won't stop. So, yeah, this is a good dip buy opportunity, I would think, on Uber. I just wonder if the market gets a little nastier right here. I don't think it's going to, but if it does, then does Uber profits come out of Uber because it's up so much? You know, that could be something that winds up happening. But I was actually looking at Disney.
Usually when Tesla bounces, Uber falls.
Yeah. I think they're a little disconnected now because of the stories.
I hope so.
Right now, I mean, Uber's at all-time highs, so nothing to complain about there. We're long mid-60s on that one. Disney trying to hold up as well, but Disney had been up here at 124 before, so we're going to watch out for that nice little top-out action there on Disney. They had that huge move. I was talking to you guys about this last week. I think that Apple movie crushed it, F1 or something, so we can look at that. But this is what I'm trying to find for Disney right there. There was Jurassic Park 2, right?
That came out this week.
Yeah, because 4th of July, right? Lots of big movies coming out. 124 right there. We've seen this before on Apple, so that hit last year, April. Right there. So this could be a nice little level. What a roller coaster, man. You don't have to go to the theme park, just watch the stock as you go down, and back up, as my 10-year-old daughter likes Leviathan. So she's really happy to go on Leviathan and now wants to go on all of the Canada's Wonderland roller coasters. But
Erin is just...
They only have one. They've only been once.
We just measured her when we came back from camping. She can get away with, I think, going on all the rides now.
Yeah, good.
I think she just hit it. We'll hopefully get to go soon. But I know we're going to go up to Adara in a quick little second here, but NVIDIA is really, really trying to hold on to the volume-weighted average price. this time. And it looks, like I said, it looks relatively strong compared to the other chip. It's a good sign that it's 0.4% down into a market that's 0.6. So it's got relative strength overall as well. I do like them with these chip names bleeding. This one does look like it's a little bit better. You close this bar hopefully tight to VWAP, and then it can almost be a bit of a breakout trade. So just a couple minutes to go on this 53-minute bar here on NVIDIA, but it's looking a heck of a lot more constructive for a long. CoreWeave, it's trying to break VWAP, but if we don't break it this time, look, if NVIDIA goes, CoreWeave can easily follow it just combination too, based on their business. So I got to make sure that this breaks out. I'm taking my profit in CoreWeave. Adara?
There's some context there on DIS in terms of April 2024. That was also the same time they had that proxy vote with Nelson Peltz, who, in case you guys missed it, backed by former massive Disney shareholder and former director there, Ike Perlmutter, basically trying to do this proxy vote here, an activist investment in Disney. Didn't go through. That was April 2024. So just some, I guess, context there. Back to you.
I would have been able to gotten that one. I remember that he got out and then the stock tanked. So good job there for Nelson Peltz and company. Really did some good work over there for shareholders at the time, of course. I want to look back at Apple just real quickly here, 212. Trying to bounce off 212. That is that pre-market low right there. So there could be something going on with AAPL in those areas. But the thing is we're under the 200. We're under. So right now, not really liking it under right now. Over, under, I will take over. So we got to get a little above some of these levels before we start to look over there. Palantir, a name that we haven't looked at too much today, other than we're talking about it running the highs. So this would be a name that, as you look here and you figure out where it's going, to me, this looks pretty productive right here if we can get a dip buy into 134. So that's coming up right now, 134 and change here for PLTR. So we'll watch out for that. Tesla, we have less than 10% left on this short. We actually cleaned out of like 70% of it or so as soon as we got it because it was a mistake. And if you ever have an order sitting there, this is the thing about trading multiple positions. Neil and I do it, and sometimes make it look easy, but it's not that we make it look easy. It's our software easily allows us to sort of see all the positions. We want to give a big shout out to Real Trading for the software and for all the support that they give us. But yeah, as soon as I just didn't see that order in there right there. So once that came through, we were quickly to exit almost all of it before putting out a 296 stop, 296.25. That didn't get run, but came close. So when it came back in, we really just emptied it out for relatively flat. So right now, we only have 10% left. And if this runs 296 again, then we're going to be out of that stock. So I just want to give everybody a brief little update on that position there for Tesla. No more bids in case it does come down. AMD, only one small piece left as well. We'll look to reload Amazon. I mean, we did get stopped out. Actually, we never got stopped out of Amazon. We pushed all these out ourselves. So this could be a good long. It's at that 223 level that we had written down that I liked. So that could be something to look forward to there on Amazon as well. Feel like we've missed some trades. Obviously, we've missed lots of trades today because it's a busy day. But needless to say, some good trades here. We're not going to be red on anything, so it's good. I did try something on, I thought Rolls-Royce is moving around, so we take a little bit of a hit there on Rolls-Royces. I tried to buy 1348 and it came back in there. So ping sheets were down on right there just looking at Rolls-Royce, but it didn't do anything. RYCEY, thought there was a chance there, but we'll be down and that's it. So
news on that?
I don't think so. Only less than 1 million shares. So I don't think there's too much going on. And I just continue to look at my alerts, XYZ right now. Could be moving around a little bit here. Block, $70. We've seen some moves up. Yeah, there it is. So nice move up there for Block, trying to take out the day's high. Disney, Boeing, Amazon. So it's a lot of the same. We'll go over all of this. Was that a call for Adara? Yes, so let's go over to Adara.
Here's the IWM down about 0.5% right now. And I guess running to a little bit of resistance here with this post-market low, maybe from support to resistance for the Russell 2000. This high here is just around 223, right now trading around 222. So we're roughly $1 from the day's highs on the Russell. It's worth noting, though, the start of the day here for the Russell with two strong tails looking to support at 221 actually looked a little bit better than what we were seeing from the NASDAQ or the S&P 500. We have quite a few small cap runners today. We've already talked about some of them. And like with these small cap runners, they tend to flow in and out of relevance. Right now, though, VIOT on watch. Viomi Technology, I could not find any news on this name here, VIOT, but relative volume of around over 77. So decent look there for VIOT in terms of eyes looking at this stock this morning. Then we have MBIO, Mustang Bio, has been discussed a couple times already today. Bit of a bull flag look, this one receiving orphan drug designation from the FDA for its treatment of astrocytomas and glioblastoma. Last but not least, another thing we've seen on this docket before, for lack of a better term, that's Parazero Technologies, PRZO. This is a drone and aviation play, successfully achieving 100% effectiveness for Defend Air against one of its technologies. Good look here for PRZO. About a 4% short float for this one. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Adara. Well, it doesn't have to make sense, but NVIDIA held the volume-weighted average price for a split second, so I said, if that happened, I'm getting out of CoreWeave. Obviously, CoreWeave doesn't have to move with NVIDIA, but it was bouncing, so we got a nice little trade, 159.5, but curled out at the 158 level. But the second it started to go up, NVIDIA lost VWAP. So I went long on this break, 158.75. It then kind of lost the prior bar as an exit point for me there, but it can still be a long. I don't mind jumping back into this one. That was a very specific entry. I wanted breaking here, holding on that initial stop. I might jump back into this, but CoreWeave suddenly not really caring what's happening, A, in the overall market, B, what's going on in NVIDIA. So the scalp out of that one I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. NVIDIA is still the only chip name that looks like it's even worth a shot at a long, but I can't ignore what just happened here. Like, it looked like it was breaking the trend line, but then immediately rejected underneath it. So yeah, technically it broke out, but it didn't close above the downtrend from the top here on NVIDIA. If it can do that, that's the only way I jump into it. Not going to be the low of the day. Just got to be able to play some patience. And I think it was right to get out of CoreWeave on that strength. This seems like it's headed maybe right back into break 160. So if it breaks 160, I don't think I short this unless it tags the 162 where it did the topping tail earlier. Quick little scalp trade. At this point, CoreWeave not really flying around as much as I would have expected on this deal news. It's kind of consolidating a bit. Take the buck half if you can get it at this point.
I just see, I look to my left here, and although obviously we're missing Neil, we're missing Brendan, but right there, and Ramin, of course, as well. Andre, well, we're missing a few people, but there it is. There's Joe right there saying peace. He's ready to go. He's ready to lock and load it. Thanks, everybody, for this. I'm going to put this in the chat. A lot of great comments, man, like 60. What's up, Chef Joe? Baller tables. Stoney's in Oakville. Yes, I have been there, Jonathan. My parents actually live in Oakville, so we really like Stoney's there, right on the water there, downtown Oakville. So what's up, gangs all here. Salute to you as well. There, myself, my guy over there, Jonathan. So shout out to you, Mike, everybody. Thank you, Ron Miller, everybody, Sleepy Lion. Thank you so much to everybody. There it is. What's up, Andy Hawkins? You guys are doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Well, thank you so much for watching and for your continued support. And we do also, yeah, there it is. That's your boy Joe there hitting the numerous bangs. So thanks, Joe. We had a great time, always a great time heading out with the gang. But right here, we do want to thank Trade the Pool. We got another behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool, of course. And this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions, kind of like what we do here live every single day on the show. And if you are looking for real-time interaction, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you get to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and of course, financially. Head to tradethepool.com and make sure you do scan said QR code available right now on your screen. All right, Trade the Pool, thank you so much for sponsoring us. All right, so I was actually about to say, do you want to dance with the devil here or not? Because, all right, well, AMD is absolutely cranking, man. That is now down 250 and going lower right now as the market goes higher. That is unique right there. Tesla could be another short there, but I was going to say dance with the devil here in the pale moonlight because Robinhood, I know it's the wrong, it should be like a Joker thing or something like that, but right now Robinhood. It still works. Yeah, Robinhood, Batman, Robinhood. All right, so Batman Robin, I guess. 94.60 right there as the high for Robinhood. So I was just saying we've seen it now 3 times. Could be a double top, triple top up there, depending on how you look at it. But when you sort of zoom out and you see what the potential here for Robinhood is, it's not surprising that we're dropping off of here. But I think 95 seems like a better spot for me to get involved short with Robinhood. So that would be a level for me to look at right there, 95 change for Robinhood. So I still like this short. I could see starting this short if it comes up to 94.70. So just a name that we really haven't looked at too much there, Robinhood. But yeah, 94.70. Just watch out for that top there. And I was thinking Uber. I know Uber is cruising, man. Uber, Sharif, is $96. What a move up for Uber there. Everyone's scared, robo-taxi, this and that, but we know about Waymo. And we don't think that necessarily robo-taxis are going to hurt Uber. It could add to their fleet, if anything. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Uber. But yeah, love and respect to you as well, James, as we see a lot of new faces in the chat today. So thank you so much, Pooja, Brian, love to trade, James, everybody that's in the chat, Michael P. DeRider. We always see that, and that's a fact. Jack, Michael P. DeRider, is in there as well. So, get involved, get into our chat. The only way to be there is through subscribing. So let's get going on that right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You've looked at a couple of recent new releases, including Circle and CoreWeave. The other one,
apparently everyone needs to be in Wolf.
Oh yeah, is that still going? Like that was $1.80 last time we looked at it.
$2.20.
Oh my.
Technically $2.19 on Wolf for everyone that's actually counting, which, yeah, if you're saying what to this, Sharif, it's actually not the biggest percentage mover that's done a couple 100 million shares or over 100 million shares. There was something else. Remember was it MBIO, I think, was a little bit stronger. Probably. MBIO, and maybe a little bit more volume as well. But still, Tesla. This one looks really good. Look at the $2 level here on Wolf. If this can hold $2, it's over. Like it's consolidating over that $2 level. You can see what that level is on the daily chart. This might be worth it. Oh, I said I was going to pay for locates in Mullen because, you know what? I actually don't remember the story that Dara mentioned with regards to Mullen. It just maybe okay, good. There wasn't one. That's better. But it gapped up, trended down, then popped into VWAP at the open, and then fell again. So I'm going to short it into VWAP because it's Mullen. But this Wolf does look pretty solid. Just gonna go over to CoreWeave again. It failed 160, but it's still looking relatively strong. I think we got the best we could out of the first short at the 160. This looks a little bit stronger. As I say that, it comes back underneath the 160 level. I want to see this making some lower highs before I jump into the short again. Since this little bottom here, higher low, breakout, if it puts in another higher low, that's kind of bullish on CoreWeave, and there's no need to jump into it when it's looking bullish for the first time here today. So might have to back off of CoreWeave in the short term, and that does give me a chance to get into Wolf. You hold $2, why not? 205, the recent low. There's a lot of upside on this stock. I mean, if it goes 100% up, it wouldn't surprise me. Next big level, about $3 on the daily chart. Adara.
Keep an eye here on crypto, of course, and we talk a lot about Bitcoin this morning. Sharif and I talked a great deal about Bitcoin consolidating near these all-time highs, tons of inflows in the crypto space. But one area that's getting a lot of inflows and a lot of attention with regards to these treasuries is Ethereum. So let's talk about ETH. This is a weekly chart. This thing has been really, really consolidated. We made this nice push off of, it's the Liberation Day low here, or just below that Liberation Day low. This came in April 7th, that week. That was just around that 1,300 level. We've pushed up quite considerably since then, right now trading around 2540, but we haven't broken above this 2750 area for quite a while. Let's see if we're able to continue to hold the support of around 21 2 that we formed in mid-June and break above that level. Right now, it looks like Ethereum is very much in a consolidative place, though unlike Bitcoin, it's not consolidating anywhere near all-time highs. BTC, for its part, is still trading around that 108 level. Ethereum, as mentioned, consolidated and around above 2,500. We have XRP about 2% today. Solana up about 0.25%. Cardano and Doge both trading pretty tightly. So all these crypto names fairly consolidated. Nothing is really breaking out or breaking down as of right now. Back to you.
Yeah, 108.1 there. Yeah, not tickling the
Nothing
old
crazy
fancy right here for that one. So we'll wait to see if anything's going to get developed with that. Tesla, I mean, we're going to take it out at 293 if it comes back in, man. Let's just take $2 on this. We could take $1 right now on this if we wanted to. We're short 295, but it just bounced off VWAP and the 50-period moving average pretty darn clean. MBIO is taking out now that extended level. So we didn't short, we didn't short this, but the look, I believe the look was short, whether or not, obviously it wasn't right. All you can really do is zoom back out to try to find out. We know there's only a 1 million share float here, so this name is gone. And I wouldn't short it. I was just saying, like, if you're long on these are profit areas, and now you're like really blasted through. So I would just say, good luck if you're short on this one. I'm not, and might be danger. The only short that I was debating taking, and we should have, was Robinhood, but there goes Robinhood right now, breaking lower through 94. Definitely something to be taken right into there. So we'll wait to figure that out. Neil's in Mullen, so a couple of runners that we're looking at. Let's just have a quick
I'm paying
look.
for locates on MBIO.
Yeah, MBIO is getting out of hand.
Oh, wait a
so
minute.
You might want to look at that.
Oh, they just jumped.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, how much is it for 100?
It just went up to like 27 cents a share.
Okay, so $27.
Well, what's interesting is if you wait.
270 for 100 then.
Yeah, what happens is $27 for 100. Well, basically, if you pay for the locates this morning, like before it goes up 400%, you're paying a fraction of that price. If you wait until it tags like $7, then all of a sudden you're paying a heck of a lot more. So for a $6 stock, paying a quarter on it, based on your style of trade, like to me, if you're trying to risk 25 cents on say a $6 trade or a $7 trade, well, all of a sudden that is now double implicitly if you use it. So I'm going to back away from that. I am in Mullen, but let me just go over to the other one, which is Wolf Speed. Bye-bye. Yeah, so Wolf, there is the dip back into 2. It's not really happening. It doesn't seem like it wants to go too far back into the downside. I might just see if we can't see something on the tape or like a big level to work off of here. So again, like the only position I'm in is Mullen. It's underneath the volume weighted average price. I'm bidding every penny till it gets to 25 cents because 25 cents is a round number on Mullen. Really, that's it. It gets 27, I'll take some out. It gets 26, I'll take some out. 25, we'll take some out.
All right, big the money storm here for Tesla. We just take it $2 and we're out. So we're now out of Tesla. It's bounced off here a couple times. So we're going to take 293. We're literally bidding 293.01. We got it. There it comes in right now. So now we just have a $3 trade here on AMD. And where to try to get out? What about just this break right here? 134.75. I mean, if we break that, then we might as well get out. So let's put that trade in right now. Our stops on all these trades are so much lower, guys. It's crazy, or so much like higher than where we are right now. 134.81. Okay, well, it's going to come up. Let's just go 135. We only have less than 5% left. 135.01. We'll break that. If we put in 80s, we might just get jiggled out right here, but it's not really affecting anything right now. So yeah, man, Wolf probably needs to be traded to the long side. I mean, I feel really silly just sitting here talking about it, and because there's the break right there, $2. That was a great one, breaking that level from April, that bottom, once we got back going to the upside right there on Wolf. So there it goes, man, up through $2 and change. Looks like it still wants to go. Eventually it's gonna fall apart, but I don't really know when that is right now. I mean, waiting for it to halt, it hasn't halted yet, which is kind of strange. I mean, that moved from 180 to 210. That maybe should have halted it, but I guess that wasn't over enough time frame. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there with that name. The only trade that we've got in and out of that we kind of wish we were still in maybe was Amazon. Look at that out there on Tesla again. Like if you guys are following, great. If not, great too. But bouncing off of some of these levels and talking about them, shorting at the 200 period and 95, what we listed, that was risky because we actually forgot that trade. And then when it came back in, let's just make sure you capture some kind of profit where profit lies. Because if you don't do that, then you're kind of sitting there like asking yourself, I don't know. Yeah, self. Like you're asking yourself, first of all, you say self, and then you get an answer. Most of the time when I talk to myself, nobody responds. Right there. Thanks for responding there, Neil. But that's that. SMR, we haven't looked too much at any of the nuclear names, so let's just figure that. So that's good. I'm really happy with SMR. Our average outs there, 38, 39. Yeah, so it was actually down to 34, so a nice move down. Oh, we had that Ion Q offering that happened earlier on in the day as well. That was a disaster written all over it because that was $48. And
be honest,
we sat here like, huh?
The reason I'm going to slap a fail for that on INQ is we both looked at each other and we're like, that makes absolutely no sense. And I don't think it made sense to anybody. And clearly it didn't to the market either. Look, I mean, ultimately most things have worked out this morning. But at the open, this essentially gave you, well, if you missed shorting it the first time, why don't you short it the second? It just gave you an obvious short back through 47. Like it fails 48. Look at the topping tail. It's continuing lower. Maybe even I'd say look at VWAP, but that could be gone there. As I said, the only thing I'm in is the worst stock in the history of the stock market. Second or third, maybe. IEX was pretty bad as well. Mullen took the first pop that we could. Like it broke this 28 level, bit of a fail breakdown, came back in to test 30, failed underneath, so shorted that into the low. Ideally, you get a VWAP setup, but if it's just gonna hold trend, it's just gonna hold trend. Speaking of the trend, I'm now looking at only small caps. Well, I shouldn't say only small caps, but the ones that are setting up right now. So you're getting a pullback in Wolf. If it gets to VWAP, great, but I just think holding $2 is so key here that any bounce between 2 and 215, I'm going to look for the long here on Wolf on the way back in. There's probably a bunch of sectors that we've ignored today because you got to trade what moves. Let's find out what they might be with Adara.
Honestly, a lot of these sectors are just really weak. Consumer services down here pretty much across the board with CMG notably down about 3%. That would be Chipotle, Mexican Grill. Energy Minerals, red. Health Services, pretty red. UNH down almost 2%. Communications, red. Process Industries, red. Of course, Tesla leading the consumer durable sector to the downside after Elon Musk, CEO, once again ignited his feud with former ally U.S. President Donald Trump. Transportation mostly red here, but DoorDash is green and Uber is up about 3%. Only catalyst I could find on this is apparently Pony AI has some news with regards to deploying for a trial in Dubai. Now, Pony AI and Uber previously announced a strategic partnership, and there were also some reports going back a couple of weeks ago that former Uber CEO Travis Kalanick is trying to buy Pony AI, potentially with the help of Uber. So potentially it's a Pony AI related move. Then we have finance pretty red here, and both of our tech sectors really weak. Technology services, Oracle down about 2% this morning. We had some reports that the company was going to give the government special discounts for access to its cloud and AI services. Netflix red, getting a downgrade this morning. Google red. Meta actually holding up relatively well. And electronic technology, all of the main names here are red. GE up almost 1%, but Apple, Nvidia, Broadcom, Micron, and AMD, anything that's in this semiconductor space to the downside. Back to you.
All right, so we want to thank everybody for your patience. Obviously, you might start to hear right now as work being done like all the time around here right now as we get Studio 8 ready to go in behind you right now. So we want to thank Russell and Peter and the group back there for working as hard as they do every day for us here. So thank you guys for that and your continued support. Obviously,
we call it a Black Swan event. I don't know.
What is that? Appreciate your patience. Oh, there it is. Oh, I see.
It's not a black. Look, obviously it's weird.
Studio 8?
Studio is not a black swan.
No.
We know it's coming. This is no. It's just on the scroll thing.
There
I called it a black swan. As everything melts and explodes and blows.
I mean, I guess
blowing things up.
There is an aspect of like not expecting to hear this kind of crazy noise, but I guess that might be enough of the Swan.
That was intense.
That was a little bit intense, but shout out to the construction team again for us here. All right, so AMD, we got out as that broke through 135, my bad. That was the stop that we had. We had less than 5% on that one, obviously, as it gets stopped out. What about Robinhood right now? Looking to go through 95. I think this is a long push here through 95. The problem is like, where do we stop out if we're wrong? 94.60s, because you could have this, like, it's infamous fake and break type thing that I've sort of coined there, break and fake, actually. It's break first, fake you out, and then come right back and rip through the top side again. So I think we'll try a 95 here on Robinhood. These are, actually, it's not all-time highs, of course. We got through 100. We talked about that earlier, 95. So, yeah, there is some memory up here. Maybe it's not as great. It would have been better if this was more of a key level here on 95. But like as we zoom in and around, like 95 is, I guess there's something about it. I mean, that's 95.50. I don't know, just because it's a key break, I think. SoFi has been really good as well, trying to find some of that. So yeah, that's right here. Neil's already seen this, but this is the greatest thing of all time. There it is. We put this up. Oh, 243 likes also on Instagram. Shout out to that as well. But I don't know, Andre and or Fabian, I alert to you because I can't show the sound. But this is the greatest thing in Trader TV Live history. So this little baby Neil, baby me, baby O'Leary is just the best. So and if you don't think so, you ain't a friend of mine. Although, you know, wait a second, this has more likes and comments than this.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
How does that? Go back.
What?
How does that compare to what you looked like, baby? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, it looks horrible. I mean, I'm much darker as a baby, olive complexion. But yeah, I don't know. It looks okay.
It looks like I have a cousin that looks like.
We're gonna play it. So go over, find this out on at Trader TV Sean or at Trader TV Live. But I want to play that in a minute. It's just too funny when I'm telling you, like, man, he said going to hell. Like, that's a little harsh. And I thought
it was a bit much.
Oh, there goes Robin Hood. Yeah, it was a bit much there. He crushed us right there. Okay, I'm gonna try this right now. I just punched long. I missed that because, again, content. But here we go, man. We're on long at 95.04. Good enough. I mean, we probably could have been long at 95.01s. But there's, again, so half a unit right now on this break. We've been having way too good of a morning for some kind of an idea like this to ruin us. So we're not going to go hard on this. But again, that's to each their own. We only have 15 minutes left. I'm going off to the gym after this. So there we go. We'll get some out at 17. Here we go, man. Wow, the face slapper's in the building again here as Robinhood continues to go higher. Let's get something out in the 20. Okay, there it goes. 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Sold to whoever wants to hit the buy button. I'm here selling. So there it goes. Nice move up there for Robinhood. Let's just play this out a little bit as we get higher and higher right there. We talked about it before we take it. We talk about it now. There goes Robinhood. And again, this is the difference between what we're doing here on Trader TV Live and what absolutely everybody else is doing. I talk about trades before they're happening, and then we take them when they do happen, and then we work out of them. It's not reviewing what coulda, shoulda, might happen. There are going to be some names where Neil and I don't get involved in. We look at them and, like that Wolf or MBIO or whatever. But when I like a trade, I'm going to sit there and try to take it. Whether or not it works out or not, we'll find out. But right there, we're already out of 30% in the 20s. Now let's wait to see what winds up happening as this one name pulls back. I was thinking about 94. It's going to have to be 94.50. That's 90, maybe 94.40. Let's see if we can reload this in the mid 70s if we do get that opportunity to come back in. So for me on Robinhood, that's going to be like sort of a load zone there. And if we can get it, great. Let me take out one more piece here. There it is. We take out a 25. Now let's just climb higher here, Robinhood, and see what's next. And that's that. So there it goes, my nice little 30-cent move right there for Robinhood, and we got it. Just kind of elevating right now. We're just stacking. We actually have something for that right here today. We've hit our goals. Right now, we're not at the highest spot because we wound up, Apple, that's what it was. Apple wound up coming back in and taking us out of that trade, or we would be. This is the only trade here where we had actually a loss on right there, our last trade. So far, oh wow, Neil, there you're not in this, but there goes Robinhood.
I just went to
50 cents.
Amazon bounced off. I put it in the chat. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hit anything. So I know you were talking about Robinhood, which is an unbelievable stock. It's another one I didn't take a long enough look at.
Yeah, same.
Coming back in for sure. So I'm glad you got into that because it's a great looking daily chart. But Amazon just bounced off the volume weighted average price 3 times on a 3-minute chart. So I kind of figured, why would you not, if you like the long, why would I not go over to Amazon? So 223.5-ish is the volume weighted average price. If it loses that, I'll jump out. I got 58s as a long. I want to play it into the high. Just remember on Amazon, you go 15-minute chart here. It's a double top, not exactly at 225, but more like 224 and a half. So you've got significant resistance into that 225 level. So if it gives the buck, I'll take that. It's still a breakout over that top to me on Amazon. If it happens today, great. If it happens tomorrow, great. We'll take it whenever we get it. And, you know, like Mullen, there might be something up here with the lows on Mullen, because when I look at what happened, I kind of zoomed it out and was like, oh, well, look where it bounced early in the morning. It bounced pretty much exactly where it broke down right at the end of the day on Thursday. So that level looking is going to buy again at that 25. So I took a little bit more out at 26. Ideally, I can jump out of this trade and let it get to VWAP, which is a much better trade on Mullen. That's where I would much rather be in and load it up on Mullen. But if it doesn't get there, it doesn't get there. So we're into Amazon off volume weighted average price, praying Mullen, now that I've taken out over half of it, can get back up to VWAP and get me into a potential trade there. Wolf it's still, as you can see, since it got to 250, it's still putting in red bars on the 3-minute. There hasn't been a turn. As long as it can hold on to $2 in the volume weighted average price, I'm down with trying to catch a bid, but it hasn't really shown me any kind of a bottom yet on this little bit of a pullback. So it's still upward trending. I don't have any issues with the way the stock is moving, but if I slap a trend line on it, I wouldn't be buying into it until it got to closer to like 205, 210, or potentially the volume weighted average price. I'm trying to be patient with Wolf and not trying to get the tops in here. 185 million in volume. It's the kind of stock that you should be able to trade multiple times. Here at Real Trading, we can get in and out as many times as we want. So I don't feel the need to have one perfect price and then hold it all day long. I just don't like buying tops, especially at this kind of day. Micah Smith, thank you for the super chat. Is it Micah? Micah, maybe.
How do you spell it? Micah.
Micah. What time is Trump talking today? I do believe the meeting with Netanyahu's aftermarket.
All of his events are actually closed press. The first one's at 4 p.m. Eastern. It's just him signing executive orders. Then we'll get at 6:30 p.m. He'll be talking to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. So again, nothing is supposed to be happening during market hours because it's Donald Trump. That can always change. But he is not scheduled to speak any time around these open market hours, though. Again, he might be doing these executive orders at 4 p.m., but they're not going to be on camera anyway, as far as we can tell.
That works. And what is on camera right now, or at least you can hear it, you can't see it, is the studio construction that's going on there. So thank you for that answer there. Hopefully, look, you don't have to send us, we appreciate the super chat. You don't have to send them to us to get our attention. Just make sure you hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat. You can always just sort of tag us like this. There you go. And Daniel T's asking me about Intel. I'll get there in a second, but we got to go to Adara for Money Talks.
Also, it's worth noting, I just checked Trump's schedule again. It looks like they added an event, but it's not Donald Trump. At 1 p.m., apparently we're going to get a press briefing from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Again, this was not previously on the calendar as of less than an hour ago, so interesting stuff. But either way, 1 p.m., we will get a press briefing from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I will cover that for you guys. Here is the U.S. dollar, which is trying to make a little bit of a base. It looks like here around that 96.3 level. Right now, we're poised to take out these highs from Thursday around 97.5, trading here around 97.3. But if you zoom out, it's very clear we're still in a downtrend for that U.S. dollar. Now let's take a look here at the Fed funds tool. 95.3% of participants are still expecting we're not going to be getting any rate change at the July meeting, which will happen July 30th. Crazy to believe that's less than a month away. The September meeting, however, we're still expecting a cut. 62.6% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut at the September meeting. 3% actually expecting a 50 basis point cut. But again, that is the vast minority. Then another 35% of participants are expecting we'll keep rates the same. Either way, it seems like if we do get a rate cut this year, the first cut is likely, more likely than not, to be in September. Generally, we have futures and I guess just overall opinion pricing in 2 rate cuts this year, September, and then another cut either October or December. Back to you.
Able to get out. So I only have a third left of Robinhood. I mean, when it moved up there, we wanted to make sure we got that out. I mean, our hesitancy with Robinhood in the beginning of this whole trade was the fact that the market is pushing lower. So we just take advantage of that, get a whole bunch of outs here, man. We got some 60s, some 50s, and here it comes back in. I actually, yeah, it still remains the same. Did I even put that order out there for 94.50? I did not. So 94.48 or so coming in right there for Robinhood. So yeah, good trading obviously here so far today as we look for many different names. MBIO, we talked about the back end of the trade there for Wolf and that was eventually going to come in, and it did pretty quickly as well for MBIO, 7 down to 5. So as some of these names now getting a little bit less excited for this move, there goes the move down for the NASDAQ as well. So be very, very careful with what you wish for. Robinhood back up. So we take another move out there on Robinhood. Just bounced off 95, take another out there at 95.30s. So good for that. Happy to get that. I see a lot of talk there, obviously, in the chat about Weeble. Long at $11 in the long-term account. I want to get more. I actually forgot about buying this. I didn't forget. I put it in the RRSP. I could have put in the swing account. Now that we've cashed out of some of Marvell and some of the names in the swing account there, we do have a little bit more cash now to work with. So I think that if Weeble does pull back, I do like that. Remember, SPAC name now public, so watch out for that. We've seen some of these names get a little topsy-turvy sometimes on SPAC release, right? And so we'll wait to see what winds up happening right here with Weeble, but I like it around $11 mark. Robinhood still the same out, but we have less now. We only have a third, sorry. We have a quarter now left, as we did have a third. It's just bouncing around 94.70. I'm bidding for some more down there, and if we get that, then good. But for right now, hopefully we get back up to the upside. Looking for an out around 96, or we get out at 94.50 if it breaks. That's what I'm looking at right now. Basically, just Robinhood. We can always have a quick look back there at Tesla. What's up, CSP Ideas? Good. 4,000 shares long at 11.50 on Weeble. I mean, I like the stock. It's just you did get that move down there the other day, so watch out for Weeble. You know, not doing the best right now.
Well, offerings will do that, but
yeah.
I actually like. Look, to me, I've said this before. I have a strong dislike when you day trade, focusing too much on the percent down thing, because it doesn't tell you the story. Yeah, you're gap down and you're continuing off the open on the sorry, I'm just eating a watermelon. On that offering, but since 9:40, after the first 10 minutes, it's been trending up with higher lows in play as well. So kind of the market telling you there's some buyers in there. As long as you can hold that $12 level, I think you're pretty good. Now, speaking of as long as you can hold on, Amazon might not be the good reload off VWAP, which I just did take in front of the volume weighted average price. I don't put my stop exactly, I'm fighting a sneeze, exactly underneath the volume weighted average price. I think a line on a chart is a line on a chart. I think you want to give it at least a little bit of room, but not too much. So it's going to probably stop out any second now on Amazon as, you know what? I'm going to punch out. I think I had it at 25, but there was some guy just sitting there that sold it back down underneath the 30 level and followed it for like 200, like 1,000 shares or so. So I'm just going to get out. It's losing the volume weighted average price. Ultimately, it's a strong stock, but the market just took the low of the day. And this is also breaking trend, right? So if this is something, if I was flat on the stock, ask yourself what you do when it breaks a trend line, and oftentimes it's go short. So if I'm long, at a bare minimum, I don't have to short it, but I should be getting out of it, right? So Amazon will be a loss for me. I could have not reloaded this one in front of VWAP, but I'm going to take that trade at this time of day, 10 times out of 10 on a relatively strong stock. Jag D Mag saying BTBT taking off. I'm as surprised as anybody this is holding up. I just, that story to me, going from Bitcoin over to ETH, doesn't seem like it would be something that would be that great. But congratulations if you're in it. We'd mentioned in the open that $4 is kind of an obvious area for resistance. I might pay for some locates if it gets to $4. It makes some sense to me to short this. 80 million shares volume, 10% short float means you have to be careful. But if it gets up there and breaks trend during lunchtime, I'm probably going to take a shot shorting this. Very different from, say, like Mullen, which is a bad stock trending down. That one you got to be careful because it's squeezing to the upside. So you want to be sure that you get a topping tail candle, a trend break, something a little bit more definitive to jump into the short. Actually, before I do anything, I should actually make sure we don't have free locates.
All right, here we go. We were going to do what's for lunch, but we got this going. Here we go.
Crush you like the cockroaches you are. That's
What?
Oh, come on now. No, whoa, hold on a second. Nice to the sport.
Cockroaches. I'm wearing the hat
an
today.
Apple Watch on your wrist when you're being a fashionista. That's forbidden. Do you really want to go to hell because you happen to have your Apple Watch?
hell?
Do not do that. Only when you're working out it's permitted.
The going to hell might be a little harsh on that one.
You lose
There we
your soul
go.
and you go to hell.
I'd like to say thank you to Kevin O'Leary, but
No.
yeah, you might. Yeah, the cockroach thing is pretty bad there. But then Adair reminded us that.
Where are these cockroaches?
Yeah, so yeah, it would have been better. I should have came back with that, right? Should have came back with some Scarface on him.
Well, it was too. Like, the thing about it is like you just it wasn't scripted.
Took us
You
by surprise there.
didn't expect Kevin to say that. Come on,
Well,
son.
kind of, yeah.
Well, I mean, I knew he'd say something about the watch because of his,
Yeah, we know that.
his preference, but like I wasn't expecting crushing like cockroaches.
Yeah, that was a bit hard. But
Of course.
what we're hoping is something more positive and something that we can all get behind on the new segment that is called "What's for Lunch."
Tacos.
No, it's not tacos.
We had
today.
tacos yesterday.
Yeah, it's definitely not tacos today. Okay, so today should be good. Should be good. Grilled Greek chicken. That's pretty good. I mean, I like maybe souvlaki, maybe some souvlaki style happening right here with rice, seasoned veg, and if we have Greek chicken, there's probably a certain salad that's coming along with it. So we got Greek salad as well. That's what's for lunch. All right. We will be taking some medicine, though, for lunch here on Robinhood because now we're long at 80s, and it's fine. It's going to come out here as it breaks back down below. It comes right back into the 50-period moving average. We did average into it, which is giving me the average price of 83s right now, but we were getting some out. We talked about only having 20% left right there, a quarter left. Now we average back in, so we have that same position back on that we had right here, and it looks like it is going to drip down. So we'll take 60 cents out here. It'll be roughly a flat trade. It sucks because it doesn't suck that much. There it goes out. It's fine. We took the shot there on Robinhood, but with only a couple minutes left, it just does not work out there on Robinhood on that sort of a reload there. So comes right back in. I think this is another long spot if you wanted to try it. I stopped out it's 11 o'clock. I'm out of here. We'll be back at 2 for that, but I just wanted to cover out of that trade as Robinhood there turns flat. So we're flat on Apple on the day, flat on Robinhood, up on Tesla, up, and all the things. So when I'm talking about being flat, like I'm down 10, 15, my worst stock is down 15% of my best stock, right? And I think we talk about that. I think that's important, that you don't get carried away and married to certain trades because then they turn out to be losers. That 135 out right there sucked because it's straight down, but this is, to me, the best look for me today because we put it on our sticky note. It's there. Tesla was also a really good trade, but out of that one right there on VWAP, as that broke short there, short again. That last short, we didn't mean to have it, but the fact that it was at the 200 period let us hold it a little bit, which was pretty good. Tesla, there's Amazon. And then the Amazon trade was the long. I know Neil had that, but it's coming right back into another level where you could probably go long again, but I'm out of here right now. So
I might fade. I know we're going to go.
Yeah.
Look, I'm still in the Mullen trade. Obviously, Amazon did reverse on me at VWAP there. But Cores, remember, CoreWeave is buying Core Scientific, Blue Ocean. It's an all-stock deal. And now, of course, I've gone Blue Ocean again. So what's happening right now is CoreWeave is still in the exact same range when I traded before, 160 to 157.5, underneath the volume weighted average price, as Cores is kind of squeezing a little bit here, Core Scientific. So I'm going to pull these up side by side, and as we get back into this prior high, like 15 to 15.5, if I don't see some kind of bounce in CoreWeave, I'm going to look to fade Cores because it's an all-stock offer here. They should be following each other. And there might be a little bit of an inefficiency to play. You can just look and see it's like 0.12 something shares. I'll do the quick math, figuring out time. I mean, time value of money doesn't matter, but it does in a sense because that's how long you'd have to hold on to this to get the shares. So I want to see what that math looks like. But this feels like a fade to me on Cores just based onto the inefficiency between it and CoreWeave. Let's go to the midday, boys. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. It's the Bash Brothers. Go get them.
Go Robinhood.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And yes, I'm Long Wolf. So we'll see what happens over here. It's selling a little bit here, Joseph, so we'll talk about that in a second.
All right, then.
Before we do, let's say hi to everybody after this fine long weekend. We got Adara, we got Darwin, we got Black Hawk, KJP, Gorev, Nightbot, we got Casual. Shout out to everybody there. Pelosi, Stong Trader, shout out to GB and Anon Perse. Micah, Frank Trades, Anish, we got Gotham, we got Alan, Marvy Earth, shout out to CompuCare, boom, right back at you, baby. We got Yannick, All Things Trump, and Daily One Trade. Curly Fries Flattener, I like that. Bax, Jake Roberts, Snake, Bora, Kapow, Travman, shout out to Matt Fitzpatrick and Rogelio Concepcion. We got Shaubo, Mike P. DeRider, Julie B, the realist. We got Vern. How about Moon Rocket Products? And etc. Dude 5, we got Fabian Smith, not our Fabian, Just Living, Bobby Oxalis, excuse me, I completely screwed that up, and Mark Haley. Guys, I am in a full state of fatigue, so hopefully I won't be too bad of a trader today, but we're doing it freaking live.
Oh,
we're here,
days.
Joseph. We showed up to work. I'm extremely tired, and you're not supposed to trade when you're really tired, so hopefully we won't screw this up too much. Good morning, my man.
Good morning. I mean, Sharif and I are in the exact same boat today, and hopefully we're going to try to keep it afloat, my friend, and it doesn't sink. But we're going to get I'm sure within a couple of minutes, we're going to get energized, and we'll waken up after we put on a couple of bangers. But yeah, it was just a full-fledged abundance of sun absorbed from your boy this week. We were outside all day, every day, at the outdoor workout gym, 8:30, and then just riding bikes, running the path, just being absolutely insane. But what we want to talk about, guys, is the trading that we got going on. Enough of what we were doing on the weekend. Now, why did Joe short NVDA? Well, I can tell you one thing, because we talk about it all the time, and I was looking for some size at that 160 strike 1 second in there at that 160 strike to be lifted, and it wasn't. So I'm just essentially looking to fade any pops on this name right now. We did take our first attempt. We get stopped out at the back of the range, at the top end of the range, sorry. But what does that do? That sets us up for a better opportunity as well. So you start once the thesis really is working out. That's when you add aggressively, and we take some. And we did eventually get stopped out break even. And I want to talk about taking more entries on, especially when the setup is telling you to do so. But even though I did not, but we're going to go to Adara, and then we'll talk about that right after.
Benign MSFT, I'm seeing reports that apparently the company is announcing its Azure Accelerate program to boost cloud services. So more cloud services here for MSFT, announcing its Azure Accelerate program. Back to you.
Yes, okay. Before we send it back, sports and stocks, a little red, man. That's what happens when you're just chilling and posting up in the sun all day, every day during the weekend. But anyways, guys, you can see these lower highs starting to be formed here. So you can put it as that wedge, and then now you have that level of support. So it's like every time it runs into this trend, so you should fade it, and especially when you're going off a big thesis like this. So here I have my NVDA options chain up, and we've been looking at this for the past couple of weeks. And then now, I believe if we're going to continue this appreciation in price, this is what we need to happen. This needs to be lifted, those need to expire, or they need to move to a completely different strike price, all right? So they either need to cool off, but other than that, every move into and or around 160, maybe slightly above, slightly below, I'm going to be looking for the fades on this specific name until that size is removed from 160. But now this is just putting our money where our mouth is, essentially just trying to run the system, utilizing call and put walls for trade opportunities, and that's exactly what I'm trying to present to you. Lost Trader, that's very interesting that you have the ability to put that in the chat like there. I've never seen anything like that. But anyways, thank you, Lost Trader, for the like and subscribe. I don't know if we're allowed to continuously do that, and people please don't follow suit.
I'm really rich.
Big smile, Burdette. Shout out to my man in the chat, $4.99. Can I read that one?
Let me read it first.
Yeah. The liability.
You can read
I can
that.
read it?
Yeah, you can read that one.
Adara vetted it. Okay. So did Joe. Two bros with no kids talking about being tired is hilarious. Yeah, we're not allowed to be tired, Joseph. What did you two eat? Some potato salad and just destroyed your mood ring readings? What is happening here? Where are all these assumptions coming from? Adara, get him, Adara. You can't just let him drop.
I will say, I wasn't going to say anything, but then we have this super chat from Big Smile. Shout out to you, Mr. Burdett. And I was kind of thinking as well, you know, you guys are talking about how it's hard to trade while tired. As someone who's tired basically every second of the day, I got to say, you know, sometimes you just gotta get them trades in. You have to be aware, of course, of your levels of exhaustion. But I just wanted to chime in on that, and Big Spell gave me a bit of an opportunity.
If there's a person around these parts that can show some sympathy for fatigue, it is Adara LePage.
It's Adara,
so, you know, we're gonna.
But hey, man, what do you mean?
Definitely not Big Spell.
And Kyle, stop it. I have a fur baby. I think that is equally as responsible as me. I don't. Actually, I can't even speak for it, so I'm not gonna go down that road. But anyways, long story short, I was up at 3 a.m. letting the guy out who doesn't even want to go to the washroom but decides to nip at my face, indicating that he does. So, yeah, I'm tired.
What's going on, Ricardo Libre? See you,
what's up,
sir.
brother?
Look, guys, you guys know now, you know, the drinking, it's been, for me anyway, it's been done for almost a year, so nobody was drinking on the weekend. But the sun, Joseph, just saps all the energy out of you, especially if you're in it for a prolonged period of time. I happen to be, that's on me, but hey, how many long weekends do we get?
Exactly.
So, that are running counter to Canadian holidays. So that's a lot. All right, guys, let's get right down to work, man. Enough about us being tired. That's our problem, not yours. We're looking live here on VOR. We just got into this position, Joseph, a moment ago. Long 52s looking for this one to continue to hold pattern. So we haven't taken any prints on there, but where we've taken a plethora of prints, WOLF, alas. This one is continuing to put in lower highs and lower lows. It does look like it is bull flagging. I have a good entry price at 15s. However, I don't like the sustained downtrend right now with lower lows and lower highs, but it does seem like it is putting in a bull flag. So where the bottom ends up being, whether it's at VWAP or $2, which are not that far away from each other right now in the current price chart. So we'll keep tabs on that. SY looking real good over here. This one looking to take out the tops, higher lows and higher highs here on SY. It's up to the up about 35% on the day. There's a lot of small cap gappers that I'm keeping my eye on. A lot of them are not giving up the ghost in the sense that they are continuing to run trend. There was this one breaking out while the big boys were finishing up their show. VIOT. Oh, baby. We got up into that 278 area quick as you like. 3 topping tail candles in a row. Alas, that's the ugly side. The good side is, believe it or not, 3 topping tails or not in a row, we're still above the 10 EMA on the 5 and VWAP. So we'll have to see if this one can change its tune and start trending to the high side. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're in VOR, we're in SY, we're in WOLF. WOLF likely will not be, I won't be in it for much longer if it continues to trade in this way. I don't have to dollar cost average into an oblivion on this name. I can get out and then get back in once it sets up again. How many more shares do I have left? I still have some, so I'd like to extract all of them out. You know, whether or not if it's for a small amount, I want to set up again on Wolf. It's just not showing me what I need. What it will show me, or what I do need for it to show me, if I can say that ineloquently over here, is a print above the prior buyer high, which takes it above 222. So if it can show me a 223 print on a closing basis, that'll be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So we're involved in VOR, we're involved in WOLF, and we're looking to the high side right now. About to take a next print here on SY if it'll cross above 38. There's a seller of size here at 38 on SY, not to be, it's just not surprising to me because that is the high of the day, 438, and there he goes. He just got destroyed at that level. Watch out for your shorts, whoever you're sitting there at the high of the day on SY, because you're about to get run over, my man. 439 high day, Joseph up 35%.
Yeah, okay, so guys, I'm short IBIT, but it's not looking too good. I have no worries about flipping this. So now we're on the backside of this trend, and if the market wants to sell, maybe Bitcoin will start to roll over. But yeah, I have my stop at 65s. If it reaches there, then that's fine. I have no issues of waiting for a pullback and then to join the long, because I am still slightly bullish on a Bitcoin that is here, guys. So I have a couple options questions in the chat. One's going to go from Wick Bets. Does more open interest mean there's a lot of volume short? Trying to understand your correlation. Absolutely. But then we also have a super chat here. Hey, Joe, want to learn to use call and put walls. Appreciate your help. Perfect. I love the two answers, and we're going to touch on that right now. I'm just focusing on this. I'm going to get stopped out because I believe that Bitcoin is a long now, guys, and that's totally fine. Small loss. Not worried about this one whatsoever. All right, so now let's break this down here relatively quick. And there's a good question, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. As I always am, all right? So, NVDA 160 strike price, we're seeing 93,000 current open contracts. I don't know who's long or short, but you got to think about it. For every buyer, there's a seller, vice versa, all right? So half of those contracts are someone is short those contracts, and then the other half, the other people are long. There's always an opposite party to that trade. So what happens when you have a bunch of contracts at 160 and you're seeing the price continuously reject that? Well, why are they continuously rejecting that? Because when you are short those options, the objective is for them to expire out the money so you can collect the full premium. If they are now expiring in the money, that essentially means that now you're going to be signed X amount of shares of NVDA at 160. All right, so you don't want to be short NVDA at 160. So essentially what I'm getting at here is that every time you start to run into these large call walls through the open interest, right? That's what we're looking for, is that you're going to start to see some downward pressure, and the opposite on the put side. You run into a put wall, then you can see buyers and hedges, as Neil likes to say, start to hedge against the position and buying the stock, making it climb higher on the put side. But then on the call side, what happens is now those hedges are putting downward pressure because they want those contracts to expire out the money. So it's just continuously flushing and rejecting of that specific level. So when you see high levels of open interest on either the call or the put wall, is what you're looking to participate on what the hedge funds are doing and move with that downward pressure. And then when you exceed that is usually when you see a massive volume spike as well too. So if NVDA were to blow through 160 today, you're going to see a massive amount of volume step in. Why? Because now they're starting to cover, and now that's when you get that cover rally and slight gamma squeezes. So essentially I'll try to summarize this all. When I see a call wall, I am looking to short in and around those levels to participate with the hedge funds because they want their short contracts to expire out of the money. Sharif.
All right, guys.
And thank you for the super chats.
Absolutely. Always goes without saying that we are very thankful about that. All right, Tampada, what's your opinion of the big old buy candle on Circle on the 5? Yeah, I see that breach of VWAP, my man. Let's bring in the old side chart over here, and we'll have a look at the 5 as dictated by Tampanda. Shout out to Wainers. So have a look over here. CRCL. What do we get? We got a bottoming tail candle that ended up closing as a hammer candle. It did breach VWAP. So if you had your stop, for whatever reason, below the volume weighted average price, before watching the candle close, you got stopped out. Now, that's the annoying part of it, because you say to yourself, hey, you know, if I just gave it a little bit of room, or if you weren't involved in the trade, you say to yourself, oh, I should have just had a resting order at VWAP. Okay. Don't feel too bad about it, because what I still see here, Tampanda, is still lower highs. So even though we do have that beautiful bounce with that hammer candle that closed above the volume weighted average price and now has worked its way back above 200, we're still getting lower highs. It's still a downward channel, but it does feel like it might be bull flagging. Whether or not we end up holding this level really will have to do whether buyers step in at the volume weighted average price. At least that's how I see it. Look for a decided break of the downtrend, though, as another thing to keep your eye out on. So if you get a very clear higher high as opposed to all the lower highs we're putting in right now, that could be another entry for you. So let me know how that all goes. All right, VOR, quite happy with how we traded this, but have exhausted our shares. This thing is up almost 40% in scalp, scalp, scalp all the way up, and then we're done quick as you like. On Wolf, positive on this one as well, but I got out. And the reason, again, I got out is because that downtrend is still in effect. Since we put in that 249 high, that candle, on the 5-minute that we closed out at 10:35, we have been putting in lower lows and lower highs. That fly has a death wish, bro. If I had a towel, a heavier towel that I can whip with, that fly would be dead.
The
and I'd leave it out
Yeah.
to send a message to all the other flies.
friends.
Yeah,
His friends.
they got to see the dead one sitting
There's
right
an
there.
episode of Breaking Bad where Walter White is going crazy because there's a fly in his laboratory, and this fly has been reminding me of that. So.
Yeah, well, Walter White, he's got some chemicals and
he's
stuff
got
that
some
he has to
chemicals.
worry about.
Yeah, but I got to punch keys here, man. And the fly,
straight up,
you know
straight
what I
up.
mean?
Now you got to send a message though.
Gotta send a
Joseph. You know what I
message.
mean, like the mob does, right? We got to do.
Well, we hang them right here in the middle, right in there. Leave them right there.
They ain't gonna be nobody. Yeah. So, can you tell we're tired? All right, I'll play it.
Yeah.
So Wolf, I'm out. Right. So look, if this one wants to touch the volume weighted average price or $2 or wherever it's going to find support, I see price action support in the low 190s owing to this area top over here. Then obviously you have VWAP. You also have the whole dollar at 2. So there's multiple areas of possible support for WOLF. Where and what level it ends up choosing or the market ends up choosing, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not going to try and guess. I'm going to look to see where it put in a definitive bottom, and then the subsequent price action shows me a trend change. What do I mean? For example, a touch into that $2 area, maybe the candle closes in and around 2. The subsequent candle, though, I'd like to see a higher high. Maybe not a higher low. Maybe it ends up making another low, and then it ends up being a bullish engulfing. Whatever the case may be, I need to see a trend change. I'll get back into WOLF, but not what it looks like this. So happy with my trade on VOR. We're still looking to do some damage here, though, on SY. Still holding some shareage. We've got layers. We've got our orders layered. The best print I had here was 1 penny off the high of the day, and that was at 438. The high of the day is 439. I didn't add onto this one, and then now, having looked at it a little bit more thoroughly, it seems to me here, at least on, on a very perfunctory analysis, that the money fills seem to be, like we've talked about many times, in between here, the 10 and the 20 exponential moving averages on the 5. Case in point, you get a 4-candle retracement starting from around 10.05 to 10.20, and then look what it does. It breaches the 10 on a wick basis, ends up closing above it. You did it again over here. This candle over here, 11.10, breaches the 10 exponential, goes down about 420, 421, and then ends up closing above it. So SY maybe showing its hand a little bit here. Maybe not its hand, maybe the algo that's trading its hand, where it's looking for the money fills in between the 10 and the 20 exponential. Doesn't happen on all of them, but when they do happen, they tend to happen repetitively, more than once. Yeah. So we'll see if that ends up being the case or not, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you guys keep putting that stuff in the chat there?
Bobo.
On that. Yeah.
What's going on over there, Bobo?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Anyways, but what a stupendous confectionery. But yeah, anyways, IBIT. Let's see if we can get long here, guys, get the retest of this downtrend, or we break through. So this is exactly what I'm looking at. Why did I get out of this short? Well, because we cracked it. We opened up on the 5-minute time frame right above that, and now we're coming back into retest. Let's get a little bit more precise here, guys, with our trend lines, because I think that's going to be really important. And it's the exact same thing with the likes of NVDA that we got going on. And surprisingly so, I was really surprised to see that Bitcoin was trading within that 108 range throughout the whole weekend. The longer we consolidate up here, the more fear that gives me, because if there was enough participants, enough demand to go higher, I think we would have done so already, and I'm already long some contracts. So yeah, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but there it is. Bitcoin starting to come back in. I'm not going to chase it just yet, Sharif. I will be patient on this one to see what's going on this potential retest, or that we're going to just break down. This was a liquidity grab. It got me. So now the objective would be okay, what do I do? If we start to approach this level, and then you can see the volume and the momentum start to pick up and more healthy candles, then at that point, I'm convinced I can go long. But if we reject and fail to get to as high as that previous pivot, then maybe we can look for the continuation to the short side. But if you ask me what the market's been doing throughout the session isn't the easiest of trading. I didn't like anything particularly that much, and I waited for the open to kind of build my thesis on NVDA, because I wanted to see where that open interest was going to lay, or if it moved. And then that's why I decided to take a short. There is only about 22,000 contracts at 64 on IBIT, which isn't substantial whatsoever. So that's not enough for me to take a short, and you got to think that's also a couple points away, so we can appreciate and we can climb to those prices. And I think around 64 is going to put Bitcoin at an all-time high. I'm just not sure if we're ready to get there yet, but I am going to take a long position on this because we now have failed to establish a new low. We're bouncing off of this, and you can see this nice strong trend line right here, and then there we go. I'll risk about 10 cents on this one, so that'll put me right around here. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine. You start with whatever you want, 100, couple hundred share, whatever you would like, but then you have that 10 cents risk. You break through that support level, then the thesis is invalid. And if that's the case, then you just move on and you look for the next trade. So that's what I got going on there. I would like for another continuation in NVDA, but I believe that ship has sailed, Sharif, and that playbook has kind of left. Even though we were talking about that 160 level, that downtrend line, there is some indecision at those extreme lows with the volume supporting it. So I'm not going to be shorting that. And I believe the long has already left as well too. So just keep that in mind. You could slowly curl over, but right now my hyper focus is on Bitcoin.
All right, guys, VOR is taking out highs. 69 or 68, whatever the previous high was, is gone. It's now 70. The sellers have kind of reorganized there. We'll see if we can take out the seller at 70. It's up 41%. I don't want to say this is not doing good volume. I mean, it's a $2 and change name, almost $3, but it's done 21.75 million shares, and the spread is 1 penny. So I like everything about it so far. Now we're exhausted our shares on it, so I've got to wait for another trade. But as I've mentioned, I kind of feel that this, well, it's not this one that actually has the money fills between the 10 and the 20. This one only has one where that breached the 10 and the 10 and was above the 20. It was this candle over here at 1035. For the most part, though, this one has held the 10 exponential. So if I do enter, it'll initially be off a retracement into the 10, and then if we'll have a planned dollar cost average for that level. Adara, is there anything on Baidu when you weasel up there? Because it's up 4.5%, and I don't know what the hell is going on with this name. I appreciate that, Adara. Thank you. So we're going to find out what's going on with Baidu over there. Li Auto as well. That piece of garbage is up 3.7%. It's a mixed bag today in Chinese ADR world. You've got like Bilibili up 7.75. Well, what's happening there? DIY is up 2.5%. And then you got DQ, JKS, some of the solar names down 9.75% and 4% respectively. XBEV, after having a fantastic week, is down 4 1/5. But then you got NEO down 2. Li Auto is up 3.7. So I'm not sure how to square that circle. We'll find out if there's anything in Chinese ADR world. We're going to Adara when we get the call. Sassino? Oh, I'm not plugged in. She's muted. Okay, she's muted. We'll wait until she's muted. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good.
I don't have any news on these guys. Just wanted to let you know I did check quite a few of these names. The one thing that we did have, and timing-wise, I'm not sure if it's this spike. I think it happened a little bit later. But we did have Scott Bessent saying that China and the U.S. could work things out, but only if it's not necessarily just trade. There's other things I guess they want to do it. If they're going to do it, they want it to involve some other issues. And by do it, they mean, I guess, make a deal, though, again, interesting wording to be sure. We're going to have to find out what that means, but that came out in China this morning. Again, a little bit later than this spike. We got around 8. It came out around 8:30, and nothing to explain this pop at the open. Still looking into it, guys. Back to you.
Get that, Adara. Thank you very much.
You have anything I would touch on?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
Go
cool.
ahead.
Sounds good. All right, guys. So this is what I'm thinking. NVDA short thesis. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, but yeah, we will see. That's exactly what time always does. It tells you whether you're going to be right or wrong. Bless you. So yeah, I think on this one, I said I'm going to give it 10 cents. I'm not going to be as lenient with this here, guys. I'm going to give it just a little bit south of the volume weighted average price because I don't want to get caught up in chop. But one thing to note, I did add slightly aggressive on this trade here now, guys. So there's not much more positioning I can get in. If we do crack, and the reason why I did add right here is because I'm looking for the break of this pivot. So the longer we take, I think the less chance that this thesis has to work out. But we are sitting on the backside of this trend, so that is something positive that we have that can work out for us. And if the market decides that it wants to slowly climb back towards the volume weighted average price, hopefully you can see the buying and the participants start to step in. But there we go. Let's go. Volume step in. The volume profile profile is absolutely brutal. I'm not even going to hide from that whatsoever. We needed to drastically pick up there, guys. And there it goes.
Get it, Joe.
There we go. We're starting to punch through. We're starting to break through. And if it does start to increase, there we go. This is exactly what we like to see here, guys. Bang. I had no issues with flipping this one long. I was short initially, and I'm like, okay, nope, you know what, I'm wrong. Flip that thesis, but going back and forth isn't always the best. Make sure you have a bit of conviction behind your trading plan, and then that will help you do so, all right? But other than that, I'm not tilted. You don't want to have that tilt where you're back and forth. That's where you get chopped up. And that's what I was referring to earlier. I'm not going to be as lenient with this, and I have no issues with moving on if it breaks VWAP and doesn't want to continue, because I don't want to get caught in the chop. I want to find nice trending stocks. But one thing that is trending nice today, Sharif,
yes, sir,
that is BTBT, as I see multiple people in the chat referencing this one here. So it's looking pretty good, a nice trend. See, this is the hard thing for me. The first 15 minutes, choppy. Look at those indecision prints on the 5. For me, I would struggle with that, and you've seen that on the like of NVDA. But as long as you're patient, you have your stops in place, you watch for those continuously higher lows, and then sure enough, you'll be able to get in. But just don't panic, because the first 5-10 minutes can be extremely volatile and chop you up, that's for sure, Sharif.
Go ahead, Adara.
We're going to Adara. Sorry, guys.
Just keep an eye on Robinhood here. We had CNBC publishing, apparently there's some more scrutiny around Robinhood's stock tokens deal that they announced on, I guess it was last month, it was about a week ago now, so in case you guys missed it, they announced, I guess, the ability to trade tokenized stocks of OpenAI and SpaceX in Europe. Well, we had OpenAI expressing some discontent with this deal, for lack of a better term, that came through on Wednesday. Now the Bank of Lithuania saying they've contacted Robinhood and they're awaiting clarifications regarding the structure of this deal. So again, now we have both OpenAI and the Bank of Lithuania a little bit concerned here about Robinhood's stock tokens for private companies in the EU. Stock not reacting too much, pretty choppy, but just be aware, Robinhood on watch here, getting more scrutiny on those private company stock tokens. Back to you.
Yeah, so this was from Joe. Joe's getting really amped up right now.
Yeah, but I know about the tokenization, but I honestly must have missed that part where they said now you can trade all these private companies.
Well, yeah, that's so they're going to bring you very coveted private companies like SpaceX, OpenAI through tokenization on the blockchain. However, Altman and company, when they announced that, when your boy Vlad dropped that headline last week, came out and was like, yo, this is not equity in the company. This is whatever they're advertising it is. You don't hold direct equity. So he kind of put a, put the
stop on that.
Yeah. Well, whether or not it ends up being, I love the idea.
Yeah.
I can see regulators infuriated about this because it kind of circumvents the qualified accredited investor designation that they're so, because we need to be babysat, Joseph.
Yeah. What is the SEC?
We don't know what we're doing with our money. You can't spend your money the way you want because you don't know what you do. You come over here and then I tell you how to spend it, right? Because, we're the regulator. We know exactly how.
So I wonder what the SEC is going to have to say about
exactly,
that, right?
bro. I mean, that's the whole thing. They're starting it out in Europe, obviously, because we're the regulation. And then they're
there you go. Yeah. So they're very, very interesting. All right, guys. Yeah. So this is starting to work out. We're starting to. It is starting to work out. We're taking an additional breath right here, right around 61.70. But as long as we slowly, continuously grind higher, then I think there's going to be another opportunity to add. But even maybe that volume and you get that buy program start to step in. But right now, more of a slow grind. Be prepared to take small profits, smaller moves, especially in this market. Considering the SPY the Qs in the SPY have been moving down, but it's choppy and a lot of overlapping price action. Look at this hot piece of garbage Apple there, Sharif. You get a big move down and then essentially it's literally eastward. This is a breakout trader's nightmare. Unless you're selling or buying the bottoms and selling the tops and you're looking for that breakout, you're just getting absolutely chewed up and you don't want to be trading that. So for me, I just have my eyes on it because I do have a swing position. But other than that, I would not even be paying any form of mind for a trade plan on AAPL, Sharif.
All right, Wolf Speed is starting to put in higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. So you guys know what I've been doing lately. We've been looking to execute for the micro pullbacks on the 5 to kind of just be able to see where the sellers and buyers are sitting on the level 2. They're certainly sitting at 20s. There have been times when the price action is bumped up to 21. So there has been a lot of size on Wolf Speed at that 20 and 21 penny area. That's the bad news. The good news is ever since we put in that bottoming tail candle, I want to say, you know, around whatever time that is. Anyway, I don't know why it's showing me this at 6:15, but this bottoming tail candle right here, we have been putting in higher lows. So that's good news. The bad news is we're not really putting in a higher high. So I'm watching intently here as Wolf Speed sets up. We'll have to see how that cookie crumbles. Second of all, I'm back into VOR. We've got a 58s on at the moment. We're 3 pennies out of the money. 4 pennies out of the money as it's down into 54. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I don't mind dollar cost averaging on VOR. I like the uptrend. I just don't think I'm going to be able to catch the bottom every single time. So VOR, we're back into this. Bad boy over here. We'll see if this one can take out that 270 top that it got on the day. And then we're also in SY. This one looking at the best of the bunch right now. Looking at print at 41. Alas, that seller at 39 has been there for a hot minute, and we haven't been able to shake them. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Let's bring in the trusty side charts here. I don't think we've shown it too many times. VIOT just dropped below the volume weighted average price. It tried to get right back above it, but when you look at it more intently over here, you're still seeing the lower highs. And all these topping tail candles just makes you feel that the shorts are getting crazy here on VIOT. Why does everybody keep shorting or selling into strength? Well, that means, you know, for the moment, it feels like the shorts are in control. No doubt about that, at least for the moment. So we'll keep tabs on that. I just want to add again into VOR as it comes back down into that $0.50. Where's my VOR chart at? There we go. So we'll add into that over here. There it is at the 20. So we're going to keep an eye into the volume weighted average price, which is currently showing me 39s. Sorry, let me bring this back. There's another one here that I've said very little about, and that's because it's done a little bit less volume than the other, is ELPW. So this one has only breached the volume-weighted average price very momentarily there, and then it ended up closing above it. So got into that 145, then really quickly reclaimed that 155, and then actually made a candle to make a new high. We just printed the high of the day on ELPW. It's up 50%. As we speak, 180 is the high of the day. So that one in focus as well. Shout out to my man Bovin bringing me this one as well. KNW. This one is a trade de novo, just breaking out at around 11:05. The volume really starting to spike here, but we're getting a bit of a pullback as the volume dries up. Down into 306 we go. The volume weighted average price on KNW in the 2 low 90s, currently showing me 291. So we'll have to wait and see, Bovin, whether this one gives up 3. If it does it find support at that 2 low 90 area where the volume weighted average price is hanging out? I'm going to be keeping an eye on KNW. It's earned its way on to the side chart, but we're going to have to keep an eye on VOR because that's the one we got shares in now, Joseph.
Nice. Good look there, guys. All right, so a poll is up. The market is all over the place. What is your play? LFG, buy every dip. This is a trap. Short the rips. Just here for the memes. I'm in my it's what it is era. I'm going with the last one there because that's what it is. It is what it is. We can't do anything about that. We just got to follow the price action. So there it is, guys. All right, so what are we talking about here, Joe? Why do you have the options chain up on Bitcoin? Well, what we want to do is try to identify some high levels of open interest. And you can see that relative to some of the other sides, we got 61 with 22,000. That's slightly alarming, actually. I missed this one here, guys. So hopefully we don't become underwater, and this is somewhat of a liquidity grab here. But then as you head higher a couple strikes, you can see that at 62 we have 15,000, which I was kind of aiming for, right? That's what I was looking for, anywhere just below 62 to start taking some profit off, and that would have been 61.80, 61.85, etc. And then as you climb higher, you can see there's a nice congestion between that 64.5 and 65 strike price right there, with a total of about 44,000 contracts. So that's what I'm looking at. Now that I have identified those 61s, maybe that is going to be somewhat of some downward pressure because you don't want those to close in the money, obviously. But I also believe that this could be a good buying opportunity as long as the volume continues to remain relatively low on the lower time frames. Then I think it's a good dip buy. And then if you get those aggressive asks start to step in and those aggressive sellers, then maybe you can take that additional leg higher. But again, we're just going to zoom in here. I know it's really tough to see, but just look how low this volume is. So it's not going to take much right now for a larger participant to step in and send the underlying in whatever direction it would like to do so. So again, just being patient. possible add opportunity around 61.66, but then you're also looking for a profit target of around 61.80 and 61.85. All right, so going to keep that in mind. If it does decide to break down, then I'll have to accept it. But we were nicely in the money. I had a specific target that I was looking for. Why? Because now I have to hold this trade for longer. And I understand, yeah, you have to take what the market gives you at times, but also if the trade is working out, you have to have the ability to let it work out for as long as it possibly can. We were short earlier and wrong. So now I want to kind of just subsidize for that loss here. But again, I'm not going to hold this too much against me. This is my larger add on this position. This was starter. Once it started to work out is when I added aggressively. And then it doesn't take much for Bitcoin to really sell. And now that I see this 5-minute candle, this is not a good sign here. Oops, what did I do? This is not a good sign. We have an inverted hammer candle right at the high of the day, and then now you're heading back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So I just got to sit here and think about what am I going to do? Am I going to hop out, break even, or am I going to have a prayer and just wish that, hey, maybe you get that buy program to step in and it works in your favor. But other than that, what I'm getting at here is we have our trade plan. We're going to execute it regardless if it works in our favor or if it does not, Sharif.
All right, guys. Keeping an eye on a new small cap gapper that I believe is halted, PTHS. All right, just double checking on this. What is this? Is this a bio? Okay, so this is doing no volume, so I'm not even going to, yeah, we're not even going to look at it. It's not doing any volume, so likely is a buyout candidate. I'm just looking on my blotter because last time I said it was a buyout candidate and it was not. I'm not seeing anything buyout related on this one, so no. It doesn't look like it is, but it is halted to the upside. All right, guys, here we go. Keep your eye on Wolf. It is now putting in very clearly higher highs and higher lows. This one could be on the way back to the high side right now at the $0.25. It's kind of doing a rounded shape where, yeah, we're going to give this one a try. So we'll get involved over here. It feels like it's thickly traded, though, at these levels. So even though we're putting in higher highs and higher lows, be careful with the sell-offs coming in for false breakout. So what I'm going to look to do is put in my stop at prior bar low. So that's exactly what we'll do right there on WOLF. We'll keep tabs on that one. Yeah, it does feel like it's very thickly traded, even though it does have that higher low, higher high rounding pattern. It just, there is sellers at almost every level. And that's, you can see that on the level. Excuse me. You can see that on the level 2. You can also see it on the 5-second chart. So that's what that one is doing. VOR is coming in a little bit over here. So we've added to this one at the $0.50. I've layered my orders to add into this one as well. It's got a 4-candle red setup at the moment. So not sure how this cookie crumbles over here on VOR. So I'm going to keep tabs on that. What else we got? Okay. Took a bunch of prints there on MBIO to the high side, then ended up getting stopped out. So what the hell just happened there? This thing popped up all the way into the 70s, and then it dropped down to trigger me out. So MBIO is also doing a rounded pattern as well, where it's got higher lows and higher highs, but it's also got volatility. So keeping my stop tight there was not the right move. I still like this one for a possible breach of 6. Let's get back involved in this bad boy over here. I'm not going to put my out at prior bar low anymore. What do we got on MBIO over here? We got 65s on. Okay, so we'll keep tabs on that, and we'll look to take some prints here to the high side if it does weasel up. So just layer my orders on this one. Yeah, so this one is a little volatile, so give it a little bit of room here. I mean, you don't need to be taking profits at every penny or so, because it looks like it's moving 10, sometimes 15 pennies at a time. The idea here is going to be to get a good price after this add-in. So that good price to me is going to have to be a breach of the 50 in between the 10 and the 20. So I'm going to set up an order in the high 30s. So we'll just go 538 or so for a possible buy order there. And we'll look to get that DCA. What else are we doing over here? SY still hanging out near the highs. WOLF looks like it's still rounding, but you know, the sellers are obviously still a little bit stronger than the buyers. And then last but not least over here, VOR, we're still holding this one at the 20, guys. So we'll keep tabs on that. For now, we're going to Adair.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Sharif, I looked into the Chinese ADR news. The only piece of news that I'm actually seeing that's kind of note here, this came out hours ago. It was published in the wee hours of the night here by Bloomberg UK, reporting that a German pension fund has apparently tapped a Chinese firm's Hong Kong arm to help them invest in local stocks. When I say local, I mean Chinese equities listed in Hong Kong, the mainland, and the U.S. So again, this is just a report, but apparently KZVK, which is a firm out of Germany, managing roughly $40 billion in assets, gave $50 million to Full Goal Asset Management in Hong Kong in Q2 2025 to help them invest in Chinese stocks. Again, unclear if that's the reason for this move because it came out hours before this push. But either way, interesting story. For what it's worth, they looked into the performance of the Hang Seng and the CSI. So there's to be two of the, I guess, the more closely watched indices in China. Neither of them made any significant upside moves. In fact, they both closed lower. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. All right. So yeah, a couple people in the chat mentioned something interesting, guys. Yeah, the double top there I am seeing on Bitcoin, and that's not a good sign right here, right? Because you can see you have that inverted hammer right there, and I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no. So with that being said, my stop is now at VWAP. I'm only gonna give this thing about 9 cents or so, and I'm just gonna hop out, especially if it heads right into the volume weighted average price. So that is that game plan. But before we talk a little bit more stocks, let's see what we got going on for the top performing sectors of the day. I need one of those what's for lunch things there, Sharif. Wow. Can you guess which sector is green today, Sharif?
Sorry?
Which sector is green?
I have no idea, brother. I'm sorry. I'm just
my bad. None of them. For you. It's like so
out of my bag, dog.
It's all good, brother. Do your thing. Yeah, because sometimes we're busy, right? We got to focus on what we got going on, and it's just like, yeah, we like to banter and stuff. But anyways, we don't have a single green sector on the day here, guys. So there you go, a weak market. Utilities is holding on, but just by a thread here. So we're down about less than a 1/10%. Industrials down about a third there, guys. Consumer staples sitting in that show spot, down about 0.3 or closer to 0.4%. Now the bottom three, the materials down about 0.8 there, guys, and then we have the energy sector down about 1.110. You can tell I'm tired. Down 1%, and then the consumer discretionary down about 1 1/5 there, guys. So not a single green sector here on the day, and I'm over here looking to get Bitcoin to start climbing for me. Levi, I don't know if this trade's gonna work, my friend. But as I mentioned, I have no issues with getting stopped out. We've taken 2 attempts on this. Could I have taken some up there? But yeah, no, I was looking for more in this trade. 61.80 was my primary target, but now I'm gonna move my stop to 61.56. It comes into the volume weighted average price. See you later, and we won't be trading Bitcoin anymore because we've seen the price action and what was going on with it over the weekend. Well, it had a high of 109, but other than that, it was just trading within that within a $1,000 range roughly for a couple of days, which is, man, that price compression on Bitcoin is extraordinary in my opinion. And if you ask me, the more institutional adoption, the more control that they're going to have over these. And you can see it displayed. Some days it moves throughout the intraday session, and then it moves after that, right? So for me personally, it's optionable. You got BlackRock, Grayscale, Kathy's involved into this, and all these ETFs. Now, in my opinion, Wall Street has a dominant position in Bitcoin, and it's harder for it to move for all the decentralized, I guess, traders who are looking for it to move that way. I don't think that's the case anymore, Sharif.
All right. MBIO might break down over here. It's got a buyer at 5 that's been supporting it for some time, but you feel like that buyer at 5 may get overwhelmed now. That is the general area low. It does kind of put in this higher high, higher low situation, which kind of baited me in. And now we are in some trouble here because there's a seller at 20, and it looks like the seller there is more aggressive. Well, the sellers are more aggressive than the buyers because, well, we can't catch a bid right now above that 20 penny area. So MBIO in some trouble over here. What do we have on? We got 38s on MBIO. It did pop up to 20 multiple times, but it is being met with some selling. So we'll have to see how that cookie crumbles. Already put in my stop. Back into WOLF, looking for this one to continue trending upwards. We'll have to see if that ends up doing it. VOR, finally getting a nice little bid here on VOR, showing me 54, so we're break even on this one. We got shares on VOR, so let's go ahead and wait over here, and we'll wait as well at the 57 penny area. So we'll layer the orders there on VOR. Haven't said much about SY lately because it's been kind of A little bit dead. That seller at 39 is overwhelming buyers, so we can't really shake them at the moment. So we'll keep tabs on that. But there's really MBIO that I'm waiting for either to break that $5 area or at least try to work its way back above the $5.50 area. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to shake that seller at 20, and now we're kind of doing the ask creep, as Adair calls it, where we kind of move down incrementally by a penny or two on every descending or every move down. So we did momentarily just breach that 20 penny area, but as you can see, right back down below it as the sellers are obviously in control of the price action on MBIO right now. So yeah, we'll have to see how this ends up doing, but there is 5 again, and it keeps getting defended, to be fair, but I just don't think it's going to keep getting defended in this way forever and ever more, and I'm going to end up getting stopped out at a point there. So it's got a bit of a head and shoulders pattern now that I look at it a bit more thoroughly, a level left shoulder head, right shoulder, with the neckline being around $5. So it does feel like, you know, this one is destined for that $5 break. Yeah, and that won't be good for me, obviously. WOLF, still keeping my eye on that one, looking for the higher high and higher lows. And VOR wasn't able to take that print at 55s, but packing my patience on this one. I do like how this one is putting in some support at the 20, but for how long is that going to be the case? For keeping my eye here on MBIO as it dips back right into that $5 area again, Joseph. So 4 positions on at the moment, a couple of winners, a couple of losers, a bit of a mixed day here. We'll have to see how this ends up going.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So yeah, you can see the strength within these candles here to the downside. Here it is from a daily. We traded within a $2,000 range. You don't see that too often for numerous amounts. I thought that considering we were sitting on the backside of this downtrend, we've cracked it, we opened up above it. I thought we were going to take that leg higher, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And the longer it takes for us to get that move, the less conviction I'm going to have within that setup there, guys. So yeah, we're in some contracts, and I was just kind of doing some game planning over the weekend, and I'm like, I'm prepared to just I grab like 10 contracts, 12 contracts for this next move because the account can afford that. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. And the way that I'm not seeing kind of that momentum step in, I don't really want any part of that. But Gora pointed out a great stock. This thing is, once again, now it seems to be awakened now, Sharif, now going from a low of 132 all the way up to 137. Palantir putting in a nice session. But this chop factor here, it's really tough, right, guys? And I mention it time and time again, when you're seeing these things, you want to start putting your orders at the lows for the buy and then your sells at the top, right? Just in case you're range bound, you're going to have that liquidity grab or two. But a nice big time move in Palantir, blew past the high of the day, blew past a Thursday's high session as well too, and then you can see a nice liquidity grab in the pre-market this morning, and then it's been holding up VWAP relatively nice, and that momentum is definitely picking up. Adair, is there any news on Palantir, Adair, by any chance? It's looking pretty good. She'll get that if there is anything, but this is what we got going on. What's happening here now, guys, is that the volume is relatively steady here as you're starting to pull back. So now, eventually, within a couple of minute candles or another 5-minute candle, you want to see that AB. Perfect, thank you. You want to see that ABCD pattern, or you're just going to kind of capitulate and head right back into the volume-weighted average price. And if we do that, I'm going to get out of this trade, and that's going to be my final attempt here on IBIT, because you can see as we open up here on the session, guys, massive engulfing, and then now we've had a hard time throughout the session to break and hold VWAP, and I would be suspecting double top, you head back into the volume-weighted average price. Boom, I would take it as, hey, we might go and test the low of the day. But again, if it chops around, I want no parts of this. And this is going to be my final attempt on this one, because I did flip the thesis already, and you don't want to get caught up in that chop game.
All right, Joseph. So we take an L on MBIO. It loses my level, loses that $5 level. It's losing VWAP. So, hey, we win some, we lose some. We're not doing well on that one. We're doing a lot better on WOLF, though. This one, we're taking prints to the high side. Full disclosure, though, got less shares on WOLF than I did on MBIO. So we'll still be negatory, at least for the moment on the day. But WOLF just took out a level over here. It's right back into local highs. It's got a seller at 40. And I'll submit to you that the real seller is not at 49, where we have the topping till candle at around 1035. It's really at 40, because none of the candles at around 1045, 1035, excuse me, closed above even 235. So momentarily, they just got into that 239. So this is the highest closing candle, pardon me, we've had all day on WOLF. Whether it can take out the highs or not, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. So that's what I'm looking at right now on WOLF. I've still got a nice position here on VOR. This one is not selling, it's not taking out that 54 penny level. That's been the level for the last, I want to say, 10, 15 minutes or so. So there's certainly a seller of note hanging out here at 54s, and it's an iceberg order most likely because there's barely any size posted on any of the gateways, whether you're looking at ARCA, JEX, BATS, NASDAQ. I mean, they're all showing either maximum 16 lots there or some single-digit lots. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I don't want a dollar cost average into an oblivion, but I do already have planned DCAs into that 40 penny level because that's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Wolf continues to take out highs. 241 is showing my next profit taker on this one, 245. Last but not least, before we go to Adara, SY holding this one, got nice shares on this one as well. Looking for that 39 penny break. 39 pennies has been the high of the day at Adara.
Just keep an eye here on uranium. Here's URA. You could also look at UUUU. Basically, this came out a little while ago, I think about 5 to 10 minutes ago, but we do have comments coming from Al Jazeera. They're reporting that Russia's foreign minister said that Russia's ready to supply Iran with enriched uranium at a level sufficient for a peaceful nuclear program, quote unquote. So keep an eye here on URA. Nice push here from lows that we're trading below Thursday's highs. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adara. I'm just putting in a stop order here on Bitcoin, just in case it does decide to break through VWAP. This pullback is getting significantly deeper than what I've anticipated, and the market's just not doing too much either anyways, all right? So let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks here on the day. Do stock screener, and not too much on my list actually popped up, but Tesla's put in 75 million shares on the session, guys, and then we got SOXL with 47 million. But the top of the class is obviously TSLA, the 2x leverage, with 172 million shares. And then NVDA has about 67.5 million shares traded on the day. And what's Core's? There, Core Scientific. Oh, very interesting. This name's not doing too much, but it's put in some volume there, guys. 69.5 million shares. Very interesting inverted hammer right there. Ooh. That's a beauty short signal right there, if you ask me, Sharif. So that's a potentially really good look. But that move may be done. But you want to go off of those hammer candles, no questions asked. And then IREN. Very interesting, 35.8 million shares, and I was looking at this name this morning as well too. But we're just focused on Bitcoin right now. We're going to get stopped out momentarily, and then we're just going to look for that next trade. Not too much going on. These Mag 7s aren't doing too much today, Sharif, considering the gap down in some of the names. Tesla, you mentioned, down 6% right off the jump, so that's not looking too good. But IBIT's not looking good either, and I pulled up the chart earlier, traded within a $2,000 range throughout the whole weekend, and then now we're coming back and just continuously moving sideways. So I might have to cut my contract once again, and I don't want to get continuously doing things. And then it's like death by paper cuts essentially. It's like, okay, you take a little $20, $50 loss here, $50, but eventually you just got to throw that thesis out the window and just be like, all right, it's not ready to break out. I'm not getting the positioning that I want, so I have to be more patient and actually start to participate once that breakout occurs. You're not going to get the best price or the best risk to reward, but it's better than just like continuously hopping in and out of contracts and or shares and just like taking those small losses when the trade isn't working out how you want to.
All right, Joseph, we're back at the high of the day here at Wolf, and there's a substantial seller at the $0.50. He's getting taken out. He just got taken out. 51s now on the ask. Prior to that, it was 50 on the ask. So that is a new high of day on WOLF 251. We got 24s on at the moment. I want to see if this is an appropriate one to add. It's very thickly traded, as you can see here at the $0.50. So it's not just 50. There we go. Now we're breaking out, and we're breaking out quite aggressively right now on WOLF, relatively speaking, of course. This is a $2 name. This is a triple-digit winner now, guys. We're up 114%. We're still having trouble with that $0.50. So let's keep an eye out out on this one. Let's see if it's appropriate area to add or whether this is just going to be, you know, a possible double top manifesting at around this area. So on the lookout right now for WOLF for a possible add. Again, the high of the day, 55, but you're literally encountering aggressive selling at almost every level. And there it is, 55s. Wow, that was a lot of size there posted at 55s. So let's go ahead on this one. We're going to look to add here, Joseph, like a psycho, like you do, in a good way, of course, because, you know, I always compliment you on that. So we're adding at the highs. Let's see if we can get some continuity here on WOLF. What's the high of the day? 58s right now. So we've got a decent position. It's nothing to write home about. It's a 3-candle green setup. You're encountering big selling, 58s, 57. There is a seller of note at almost every penny. So be on the lookout here for a good squeeze, but be on the lookout for the money fills too, those micro pullbacks that pull back and give you an opportunity to get more shares in for the breakout. So it doesn't go in a straight line. They're not linear. You guys know how these work. They zig and they zag before they make new highs most of the time. So that's what we'll keep an eye out on now. So a nice move up here for WOLF, but it is a 59 high, excuse me. And we're unable to print 56s at the moment. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Let's see if it defends that $0.50 or does it breach it and then kind of grab a lot of people that were looking long. So we're playing with the house money right now. So I was able to add in at the high for a possible breakout, but right now it does not look like the right move. So we'll look to break even on the last remaining amount here if it does lose the $0.50. Just keeping an eye to see what kind of shares are coming in here on the ask that could prevent this from ascending, okay? So that's what I'm looking at. Simultaneously keeping an eye on VOR. We got 49s on, so let's go ahead and take some off here at the $0.50 as this one did dip down into the volume weighted average price, but it's still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I'm keeping my eye here on Wolf. There we go, 58s. 59s again, 60 on Wolf. Seller at 60, can't shake the seller. So that lottage there, it was almost about, I want to say, a few thousand lots, more than a few thousand lots. That just got taken out. There we go, 60 again on WOLF. Can't shake the seller at 60. 60's back there. Let's wet the beak over here. Let's just take a quick print just to wet the beak. So now we're going to keep an eye there at 59s again, Joseph. So can't shake that 10-penny seller at the 60-penny level. We'll keep an eye out on this one. We'll look to take out more if it is warranted, but keeping an eye also on VOR.
Good look there, guys. All right, let's take a look at Tesla. The new American Party right here. Yeah, very interesting
What
stuff.
a guy, bro.
What a guy, the new American Party. Yeah, I told you, I'm glad that I'm out of this stock, right? This guy.
Which is what confused me about that whole competition, because you chose Tesla in the competition, and then you're not even holding Tesla IRL. So it's like, what are you so pumped up about? That's why I was just tripping about the whole thing. You're talking about the monthly thing that it does. Yeah, because like, you're not even holding it.
That was a big mistake. Yeah, it was a big mistake by me.
I'm not trying to make you feel bad about that. That's what I'm trying to say is you're not even holding it.
Yeah, but I was at the time when we met Jimmy. When we had the Jimmy Carter fix. I had Tesla, and I'm like, okay. Well, I thought this was going to be honestly the best beautiful thing there could have been. He was working with Elon. He's in Doge. He was going to get all the regulations that he needs. Right. It's literally been the polar opposite.
Get it, Elon.
These guys, we're going butting heads there. It's lunchtime now. Butting heads. The stock has been selling down 40% off of those highs. Like, it's been the polar opposite of what I thought was going to happen with Tesla. I thought we were going to continuously appreciate. No, that's not been the case. And just look at this name. I'm so happy I'm out of it, because these multiple gap down scenarios and just continuously bad news, because these guys are having a pissing contest essentially on what's going on and who has more money and who can be more powerful. It's just like, okay, yeah, let's get out of this name, because you don't know what's going to happen with this guy. We're forward looking. He's not even selling Optimus yet. He just released a small fleet in Austin, right? We're still, you have to be forward looking in this thing, but right now, the short-term bad news is not a good look for Elon and company. But Adara, what do you got for us with happening now? And then Neil's lesson of the day.
Well, first, we're going to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ SPY or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path: instant funded, challenge, or pro account. and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account, because in the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million. And they've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So use the discount code TTV. That's TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. That's top1futures.com, and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the NASDAQ. Nice bounce here off lows. Higher highs, higher lows for the most part here in this 15-minute chart. S&P 500 pretty similar, although I would say S&P 500 a little bit of a sharper bounce here off that 621 low. So let's talk a little bit about the stories that we had coming into the day. The biggest by far had to do with some of these tariffs and trade. We know we're waiting on these deals. Initially, August 1st was supposed to be the day these tariffs were implemented. It was going to be July 9th for the tariff implementation. Now they're pushing it back to August 1st as we await potentially more deals. TSLA trying to break out here and potentially push back higher, though it still has quite a long way to go. Of course, as mentioned earlier by Joe and Sharif, we did have TSLA on watch after Elon Musk basically reignited his feud with former ally, U.S. President Donald Trump. Now they're still getting upset here about the big, beautiful bill, but Elon Musk actually upped the ante and threatened the new America Party as going to be a third political party. Donald Trump called him a train wreck in response. And it's worth noting, Joe, I know you picked this one for the Jimmy Carter picks. It has to get to $391 for you to be break even on it. So TSLA maybe not going to do that. We'll have to wait and see. Amazon, though, nice little push to the upside. AMZN on watch here. Prime Day starting tomorrow. It's going to be their largest event yet, or at least it's projected to be. Let's see how that works out. So we send you over to Neil and his long-awaited return of his lessons of the day. Take it away, Neil, and maybe Obi.
Thank you, everybody. Lesson of the day here, brought to you by Obi. No, actually, not necessarily, but I was just catching up with Obi there. And look, a lot of times it's so easy to go back. Like I could talk about Circle or I don't know, Hams or Core Weave, like something we traded that worked. But I always want the lesson of the day to be something the market taught you. And it was a conversation I was having with Wayne before Obi came by, and we were discussing Wolf and just how we're also talking about Tesla overnight in the BL market, in the overnight market, and how sometimes you get these opportunities for big moves with tight risk, and those are like the best kinds of setups. Well, Wolfspeed did one. I know Sharif's in it right now. Not to say that you can't trade it a million different ways, but there was one specific setup in Wolf, and then I'm going to go to SoFi in a second. When you're looking at a parabolic mover like this, okay, it's all well and good. You grab it off $1 on Thursday, or you catch an early breakout. Like, look at this early breakout or the double top breakout. Those are all fantastic opportunities. But once it's already gone 140 to 150, and you're trying to get into this, look at what happens as it sort of trends back down. Right? Does this little bottoming tail candle? It's what happens after that's interesting to me, where this is the long that I think you want to be able to get. Like you can see after this big candle, rejection underneath 215, 210, holds $2. I'm going to zoom it in so you can see a little better now. Look at the consolidation, tries to run the high. This is now where you're at it on watch, puts in another higher low on that red candle, and then there's your breakout trade at $2.25 with a risk of basically 10 cents plus maybe a penny or two of slippage on a stock which has moved $1. And then your room to the high, like it's a quarter to the high, which is 2.5 to 1 risk to reward. So even if you were to scalp out in front of the high and hold 10%, let's just say, that's still better than 1 to 1 risk to reward easily. It's a fantastic, but it takes a lot of patience to take that kind of a setup. The other way that you can play these is, and SoFi I did actually trade. The other way that you can play these is to see the setup happening, but get into it before the break. So on SoFi, similar looking setup. It's more of a, like you can see this, I don't know, flag pattern, pennant is I guess what I'm supposed to call it. Not a chartered market technician, but that's what works. It's got these lower highs and higher lows. Well, while you're waiting for it to break the pennant, if you're bullish on it, just go into the long. So I went into the consolidation long when it did this wick. Then I watched it bounce off this, like, oh, we're taking more right in here at 19 even because it's holding 19 even. And at that point, I can either tighten my stop up from here to the evens or leave it at 18.95. And then you have volume or inventory going into the break of this wedge. and I'm taking some out if it holds, and then I'm waiting for it to break, make the next move up, I'm offering it the high of the day. The point being is there's so many times that you are going to find yourself, if you're a small cap trader or any kind of trader, it doesn't really matter what stock you trade, where you miss this crazy parabolic move or you miss this big pullback, those huge setups, but you want to join the trend. It requires a lot of patience. Let something set up. Like I wait till it makes the wedge, confirm this other high or low here, then we start entering the trade. Or in the case of a wolf speed, just allow it to, excuse me, allow it to show you the consolidation breakout. Like you can try to get on the way back in, or give the extreme candle, confirm your support level, and take the break. In the open, these types of stocks, you hit it once early, you hold on to it for the rest of the day. Great. But for a lot of traders, maybe you don't even notice it till it's already popping up on your volume scanner half an hour later, an hour later. Once it's gone 100%, 70%, that huge move, you got to be extremely patient. Wait for that sniper style entry. SoFi, I would argue, was a little bit different because of that flag pattern or pennant pattern. But with Wolf, simple breakout trade. Simple consolidation breakout trade. You don't have to get the first move on a stock that's probably going to do 500 million shares and up over 100%. You can make money without catching that. So when you're looking at these small cappers or anything else, you miss that first parabolic move, don't get FOMO. Allow something to set up, because if it's going to trend and go crazy all day long, you should be able to find your way into it without breaking rules or taking some crazy FOMO trade where you're taking a breakout and then holding it all the way back into VWAP. Yeah, sure, it makes the high of the day, and that looks good because you'd make money technically if you took a break at 240 or some nonsense, or took a break here, let's just say, at 220, take that break, it's coming back in, hold it against you, averaging, yeah, it would have worked out. Or patience. Patience for the consolidation break, tight risk, big reward. That's what's available to you in the later portion and during lunchtime. But it requires a lot of patience and a lot of discipline. So follow your setups, make sure you're trading the stock that's in place so it can do that kind of a move, and then just wait for the market to come to you and show you that setup. If you don't make the trade, you don't make the trade. But you want something that's as clean as this, going with the trend without having to chase too crazily. There's your lesson of the day. Big assist to Wayne, because we were talking about this with Wolf 10 minutes before I came on, and I was like, we have to talk about these kind of setups because they're golden for day traders. Absolute gold. We get good risk to reward in the right stocks. Good luck, everybody.
The Cybertruck, not the Cybertruck, Ram.
Do it.
Anything but the Cybertruck. Don't make fun of this. So you know, my cousin's been away for a little bit of time, right? And now he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
So he didn't know about my ambitions.
Oh yeah.
To pick up the Cybe.
Oh, what do you say?
First thing he was like, "What is that ugly?" All that stuff. And I had to show him. I had to show him. It seems to be a universal thing, Joseph, when they see the Cybertruck in its natural state, being all what's it called, stainless steel.
Yeah.
They hate it.
They don't like
Then you show them the gloss black, all of a sudden everything changes.
Oh, everything's sick.
You know what I mean? What's going on?
We like
yeah, I don't mind too much.
Yeah,
not like I really care, but I kind of do.
Yeah, thank you, Nairobi, for the lesson of the day.
Nairobi.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, Joseph, say that again.
Oh. See, you got it now. Yeah, thank you, Nairobi.
He got that. He got that immediately.
He got it on.
Get it, Neil. Neil, you didn't say anything about your vacation, brother. How's everything? How was it? You want to chime in for a little second?
Yeah,
because we know Neil. He goes on a yearly camping trip with the fam. We know how this whole thing works.
Appreciate you asking. So I have a meeting in 5 minutes, so I'll try to make this very brief and quick. I was just talking to Wayne about this. When I was growing up, well, I mean, I think it's probably true for everybody. Speaking for myself, the things I remember the most, I played a lot of sports. I remember all that fun stuff every now and then. But all my best memories were going cub camping. My dad was involved with Cubs. And then family trips, like my dad, he'd always take us to science centers, museums, that kind of thing. Sometimes just going out for a picnic, hiking, kicking the ball around. That's the stuff that's seared in my memory. So we're always determined, and my wife's with this too, to just build quality memories, because that's really what you have. So we do yearly camping trips, and we got supremely lucky because there was rain I think 3 of the days, but there was all overnight rain, and we have an awesome tent. We made sure to set up the tarps and everything on the first night. A couple of years ago, we didn't do that. We're like, yeah, it's not going to rain the first night. And then when you had to do it and you're rushing to get it done the night the rain's coming, you make mistakes. But as long as you're prepared for it, it's a ton of fun. I 100%. Sleep better than I ever do. Hey. My daughter loves it. We did like rock painting. We're at the beach. She loves collecting rocks. They had a lighthouse up at Presqu'île, which is just a couple of hours away from where we are right now. So it's great. I mean, there's nothing like getting out into nature and unplugging for a few days, because that's a big thing. I mean, you only have so much mental bandwidth, and I love the markets and all that good stuff, but there is nothing better than spending quality time with your family. Nothing. I'm not one of those, like, I love my job, and I've been trading for over 20 years, and it's all I've ever done, and I love it. But I am one of those people, ever since my daughter was born, the best day of my week is the day that I spend the most time with her, period.
Bang.
End of story. Bang. You know, trading can be fun and trading can make money, but I could care less relative to these types of memories. But if you've never done camping, I'm just telling you, it's the greatest thing for the soul. So that's just my 2 cents. The only thing I haven't done is that whole portage, jump in the canoe and then go into the middle of nowhere nonsense. So that's what I stay away from, because I haven't taken that next leap yet. Only a matter of time.
That's a workout, Neil.
It's a lot, dude.
As the Americans say, because I don't think the Americans are going to know the portage aspect, because it's very, it's portage. You know how I know, Neil? Because I watch the survival shows. Oh, it's portage. And they're always calling it portage. But
because you're crazy like that.
So,
anyways, good luck, boys.
That. Thanks, Neil. Yeah, that sounds like a hell of a time.
Yeah, I love getting out there. You guys know some of my backstories. I used to go on a lot of canoe trips, do a lot of portaging, I guess is the sat on a black hornet's nest one time. I told you that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like an expression.
Dude, it's literally like a 2-kilometer portage from the one river to the other. I'm like, all right, I need a break. Sit on this dead log.
And?
Leg just littered with the black hornet. Yeah. And
you didn't feel the pain coming in right away? Or?
Oh, dude! As soon as I felt that first one, they just swarm you and attack. So it's like my whole leg. So then all my partners had to carry my dry sacks and the canoes for me.
Oh
my I couldn't walk. Yeah, my leg.
Yeah, I can imagine, bro. That's debilitating. Thank God you didn't get an anaphylactic shock or anything.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Exactly. But here we got going on, guys. We're just holding on by a thread here on IBIT. We had that stop at 61.53. It's starting to bounce now, and you can see that we pushed up to about 61, 67 or 65 there, and still holding on. So hopefully that this pullback was deep enough. We bounce off of VWAP, and then now we head back towards that high of the day and breach it. Wait for that 61.80. Excuse me. And then that's when we're going to start to look to take some off there, guys. So being patient. I zoomed out. I don't want to magnify everything on the 1 minute, because then you just start overthinking and analyzing everything. So I'm like, all right, let me zoom out here on the 3 minute, just so I'm not just hyper focused on these things. But what I refer to as a trade is, for me, just being a momentum and a breakout trader. The quicker the trade works, the more conviction I have within it and the ability to add. And for me, the longer it takes, not necessarily the best at it, but you like it when those trade theses work out relatively quick, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're doing it live right now on VOR. This is really heading up here. So keeping an eye here on VOR. What do we got? We got 45. I think we just got to 6. I think I took a print at 68. So that's the best on the day. The high of the day is still 70, and we still haven't breached that 70 penny level. I'm talking about VOR. It's up 38%. I did dollar cost average aggressively into this one several times. They were all planned, and the idea here was to defend into the volume weighted average price, and that's exactly where it found support. I'm talking about this area over here, touching VWAP, then rocketing back to the high side. So we had shares on this one. Full disclosure, still negative on the day because of MBIO, but we'll continue to work and hopefully work out of that negative spot that we're in at the moment. So VOR showing me 65s. We'll keep an eye out on that. VIOT, it is back. I'm going to get to ASST because ASST is running as well to the tune of 40%, but VIOT has been a bamboozler. It did have all these topping tail candles over here, which gave me the impression that the sellers were certainly in control, and that was kind of verified when this one lost VWAP by a substantial amount. But there it goes back into the high side. It is printing the new high of day, 286. This is a squeeze on at the moment. It's got 4 green candles in a row, and it hasn't breached the 10 EMA since around 11:30, so we're going on 45 minutes of respect for that green solid line on your chart. It's up over 70% now, VIOT. It's a little spreadier than your regular run-of-the-mill small cap gapper, but it's still very, very tradable. Dara, just 1 second. I've got one more to cover. ELPW, kind of a very similar look. This is going into the high of the day as well, 189 on ELPW. A lot less shares traded on ELPW than there is on VIOT. Trade both of them carefully, but they're both looking fantastic over here at Dara LePage.
Yeah, hi, Sharif Gabriel. Just keep an eye here on AMZN. We know this one's on watch here with Prime. CNBC saying apparently 75% of the U.S. is estimated to have access to an Amazon Prime account. We know Prime days are coming up, so that's significant. I'm also seeing this story come out here. Apparently, Amazon warehouse robots have grown 5-fold since 2020, and now they're nearly equaling human staff. Apparently, these robots processed roughly 3,870 packages per worker last year versus 175 10 years ago, so 2015. Again, just some stats I'm seeing here coming out. Be aware here, AMZN holding up relatively well. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, VOR Joseph is about to take out 69er, and that's where we're waiting.
Where?
We're Joseph.
Come on, man.
Come on now, man. All right, so we'll have to wait until that crosses. But my man Rustam, drop in cash in the chat. Thank you very much, Rustam, for that $2 super chat. That's the end of my speaking well of that, because Rustam, your stock's leaving a lot to be desired here, my friend. OSRH, at least you're not looking intraday. I hope not, because this thing's done 34,500 shares on the day, and doesn't look at the chart. How do you read that? So I'm assuming, Rustam, you want me to look at the daily. And I think that's where it's going to end as well, Rustam, because this is coming from, what was this, a SPAC? Yeah, this looks like a SPAC, Joseph, because it was hugging 10 for a period of months, basically from November 23 onwards. It looks like a de-SPACed, if I'm just guessing here by the price action, in February 10th of this year, and then it was basically lower lows and lower highs. Zooming in a little bit here on the price action, it looks like we found some support, Rustam, at around $1, but that, a lot of reasons are that can be for that. Is because a lot of the companies, they want their stock price to be above $1. Otherwise, they get that dreaded letter from the NASDAQ if it remains below $1 for a while, basically saying that it's going to get delisted unless the price action gets above there. So a lot of times, they buy back their own stock, or they have an agreement with somebody else to buy them, or whatever the hell they're doing. But it seems to be above that dollar. So unless it can clear some of these moving averages like the 50, or start putting in higher highs and higher lows consistently rather than just on a couple of few days, I'd say stay away from it. I don't even know anything about the stock, Joseph. Looks like it's a global healthcare company with about a $25 million market cap. But you got something there.
Yeah, I got something, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with the Beta Pro 3X Daily Leverage ETF featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs built for active day traders are ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing there, guys. All right. So there it is, Beta Pro. Go check it out for all the Canadian ETF traders and etc. So yeah, there it is. The QR code. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, guys, VOR is really going here. It's taking out the high, so we'll wet the beak a little bit there at just a little bit below the $0.25 at 73s. It's now up 43%. It's taking out highs. It does not have
something happened in the market here. Sorry, Sharif.
Go ahead, Joe. So that's more important. What's going on?
Yeah, something's really, really going on here.
Good or bad?
No, not good here. So yeah, some news stepping in, guys.
Looking.
You can see I just got stopped out of my IBIT position. It looked like it wanted to climb higher, but that wasn't the case, and you get this massive engulfing candle here in the overall market, and I just seen it across the board. That's why I had to interrupt you there, Sharif.
Of course,
my apologies, but the volume's starting to pick up pick up here, and something must be going on. And Bitcoin most definitely didn't like that one there, guys. So, yeah, we're all out of that Bitcoin trade.
All right. Yeah, Adara is looking, guys. She's at the big desk. As soon as she finds something, if she finds something, okay, she's found it. We're going to Adara LePage.
Right now, we already have some of these names kind of recovering from this little blip. It actually has nothing to do with China, Sharif. It has to do with Japan. Apparently, Donald Trump saying that he is for a 25% tariff on Japan and a 25% tariff on South Korea. And excuse me, I just realized what's happening here. We might get more shocks, and that's because Donald Trump has basically gone on Truth Social and just shared all of his letters to the leaders of different countries. All of them seem to end with "thank you." Here's my favorite part, Sharif. So far, the two letters I've seen so far, again to Japan and to South Korea, end with the words "thank you for your attention to this matter!" exclamation point. Now, if this sign-off seems significant, it's how he also signs off his Truth Socials. So yeah, he's basically saying to, again, the leaders of Japan and to South Korea that they will be basically announcing 25% tariffs, but if they decide to raise their tariffs for any reason, then, quote, whatever the number you choose to raise them by will be added on to the 25% that we charge. And apparently, these tariffs are necessary. They're also saying, I'm going to continue reading through these letters because there are a lot and he used very small font, but just be aware Donald Trump is continuing to announce these tariffs basically by posting them on Truth Social, the letters that he's sending anyway. Back to you.
Crazy,
oh, baby.
Yeah,
I've got this letter right here.
Took a little scalp here on the TQs.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's all right. Yeah, talk to us about the old Truth Social.
Dear Mr. President, this is the one for the President of South Korea, or the Republic of Korea, excuse me. It is a great honor for me to send you this letter in that it demonstrates the strength and commitment of our trading relationship. For whatever reason, trading relationship, the two words are capitalized. I don't know why. I need answers. And the fact that the United States of America has agreed to continue working with Korea despite having a significant trade deficit with your great country. Nevertheless, we have decided to move forward with you, but only with more balanced and fair capital everything trade. Therefore, we invite you to participate in the extraordinary economy of the United States, the #1 market in the world by far. We have had years to discuss our trading relationship with Korea and have concluded that we must move away from these long-term and very persistent trade deficits engendered by Korea's tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers. Our relationship has been, unfortunately, far from reciprocal. Starting on April 1st, 2025, we will charge Korea a tariff of only, I love how he writes only here, Adara, 25% on any and all Korean products sent into the United States, separate from all sectoral tariffs. Goods transshipped to evade a higher tariff will be subject to that higher tariff. Please understand that the 25% number is far less than what is needed to eliminate the trade deficit disparity that we have with your country. As you are aware, there will be no tariff if Korea or companies within your country decide to build or manufacture products within the United States. And in fact, we will do everything possible to get approvals quickly, professionally, and routinely. In other words, in a matter of weeks. It goes on to say, if there any reason you decide to raise your tariffs, then whatever number you choose to raise them by will be added to the 25% that we charge. Get them, Donald. Please understand that these tariffs are necessary to correct the many years, Joseph, of Korea's tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers, causing these unsustainable trade deficits against the United States. This deficit is a major threat to our economy and indeed our national security. There's another page, but we do have to pause momentarily, Joseph.
That's funny. We've got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or own hub, and inside one, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you get to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen there, guys. Yeah, I've seen everyone in the chat love it. They love it and they hate it.
Man.
But it's back. There you go. So as we're starting to roll into some deadlines here, now him and the Koreans are starting to beef. But there it is. That's all it took. A choppy market, one true social post, and then sure enough, the market heads to the south side. But I'm sure we got more information regarding this matter with Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, no information right away, but about a half an hour, so that would be roughly 1 p.m. Eastern. We're expecting U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to deliver a press conference. It's worth noting, as I mentioned earlier, this conference was not initially on Trump's schedule, so it was added maybe last minute. That's going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we'll get some clarity on these tariffs. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, I'm really happy with this trade here on VOR, guys. I've been patient with this one. We're long at 45s, just wet the beak there at 79. The high of the day is 80. I expected to get a little top heavy here. The question for me is whether this one is a candidate that I can add to. So we've added many times into this one. Initially got in at around a little higher than 250, scalped up to 265. It lost the bid. It started putting in lower lows and lower highs, but most notably, it was still above the volume weighted average price. So that gave me the opportunity to get a better cost base on it. So we've got that cost base on now. My question is, it's getting extended away from the 10, which is showing me 265. In addition to that, we do have price action resistance initially at 265, with both these candles rejecting on a closing basis at least at 2/3 of a dollar. So my thinking is, if we continue to move up, maybe we get to mid-80s, whatever, and we retrace, do I add to get more here on the 265, 270 dip? So that's the question I'm asking myself here, because we're almost exhausted as shares. We got one more out on this bad boy left, and, well, we want more. I want more. So we'll wait to see what the situation is with VOR. It's been very, I don't want to say the best trade. It certainly hasn't been the best trade, but it's been the most predictable. It feels, since it touched that volume weighted average price at 1155, it hasn't put in a red candle. So, yeah, so we'll keep tabs on that. Anyway, I'm done saying that about it. So I'm likely going to add 265 in and around that area. We'll have to wait and see. SY is the only other trade that I've got on, and I've been basically holding this thing since the start of the show. I did have this dollar cost average to defend that area low over here, but I don't think that that's right. Now, what I've been debating is getting out of SY. Because we've been basically, since I got that best out there at the high of the day at 39s, all subsequent area highs have been lower. Now we're moving back up into 34, which gives you the kind of the hope that you end up breaking above 38, because that's the previous area high. But I don't know. I just don't want to be guessing whether this one wants to start putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'd like to get it off a predictable area. So I'm flattening out this trade over here. We're just going to take it out here, and then we'll look to set something else up. So Urban Trader asking about ASST. You're not the only one. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to take off MBIO. Let's put in AST. ASST. This thing is rocketing up and has been for some time. I just was focused on the other trades. And guys, I'm definitely not all there mentally today. Quite tired. So I'm not going to be as sharp as, I'd like to be with these small cap gappers, and as you need to be with these small cap gappers. So sometimes when you guys show me things on the side, I'll have a quick look and I'll completely negate to follow up. And that's on me, but hopefully we'll get some good rest tonight and we'll be back good to go again tomorrow. So $6 right now, Joseph, is the level that I'm looking at over here. Couple of reasons. One, you rejected that level early on at around 4:15, 4 a.m. So there was interested sellers in that area. So that's number one. Number two, you also have that whole dollar, and it also, definitely found support at that $6 area. Once it cleared it, dropped back down, held 6. In addition to all that, you have the 10 EMA. Also at that $6 area. So what I'd be looking for, number one, does it drop below 6 1/4, 6 1/3? Why am I saying that level? Well, because you have this 2-candle hold up right there. So that could be the bull flag. All bull flags, they're not created equal. Some have longer areas of consolidation. Some have shorter. I'll submit to you, this one had a 10-minute one. So 2 candles on the 5, gets up into that 6 1/3, drops back down to about 6, and then you end up clearing it at around 20 after. What the hell is this showing me? Yo, yeah, look at that. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm losing. I'm losing it, Joseph.
Yeah,
I'm losing. I thought it was showing me the wrong time. Anyway, I'm getting back to focus over here. So if it does dip in to that 630, 6.25, I'm likely a buyer there with the idea of dollar cost averaging into 6. So that's my plan. Whether or not that plan comes to fruition or not, who the hell knows? Because this thing is a lot closer to the highs than it is to my entry area at 6.25. So 696 high, Joseph, on ASST. Very strong, almost 60% in the green right now.
Good look there, guys. All right, so yeah, we took a small scalp. I mean, it wasn't much, wasn't too many shares either, but I'm just going to be looking for the continuation of this downward momentum. And VWAP would be my ideal target here to get involved in this. But I also don't want to get in a squeeze, so it just vastly skews my risk to reward. So any closer that we get to VWAP, I think it's going to be much better to look for that slow curl over and then maybe the continuation to the downside. Or that could just be a large enough liquidity grab in order to get this market out of this chop, and then sure enough, you start to climb higher. It could be a complete nothing burger, no toppings whatsoever, right? And then sure enough, you can just continue to climb higher, because if that was enough liquidity absorbed, boom, we break through some key resistance zones, and then next thing you know, you're squeezing, everybody's getting covering their shorts, and then you get that nice momentum to the top side. I don't know if that's going to be the case today, but we just got to be patient and wait and see. I got wicked out of my IBIT trade, so we went 0 for 2 on that one, so I'm not even really looking at that underlying right now. It was heading towards the high, but then as soon as that catalyst came out, that news event, boom, just wicked me right out, and then sure enough, heading right back in towards the volume weighted average price. We reject VWAP on the Qs, then that's when we get involved. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Touch on something else here with regards to these tariff letters. So in case you guys missed it, the market had a little bit of a drop there, as you can see here, into, I guess, lows below 551 for the NASDAQ after Donald Trump started posting on Truth Social, I guess, his letters on tariffs for Japan and South Korea. Well, why this is significant is because I went back on Truth Social because I remember he had mentioned earlier these letters. It turns out apparently they're starting to send these letters at 12 p.m. Eastern. So that was roughly just a little bit after that is when we got the first 2 letters. So that means, guys, we could see more letters. Just be aware, again, letters here from Donald Trump starting to send here at 12 p.m. Eastern. That does theoretically mean we could get some more. And do not forget, in about half an hour, Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, is going to be delivering a briefing at the White House, so things could get a lot more spicy. Back to you.
That's really good, Ram. Good video there. I like it. Everybody check out the new YouTube short. Is it on YouTube only, Ram? It's everywhere. Ram dropped, funny video between our very good friend Elon and our other good friend Donald.
He's dead to me.
The orange one.
You see, he's dead.
They're beefing. They're beefing again. I like how Elon is in the Cybertruck, though.
You like that?
Very appropriate. Of course, he's got to,
Next.
Whatever. Everything's fine.
He's dead to me.
He's dead to me. All right, guys. AST is absolutely flying. It took out $7 like it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. 739 high of the day. It's zagging right now. It's up 70.25%. Again, this is getting really extended. I'm keeping my eye on the 5. It doesn't have any pullbacks on the 5. I mean, this thing is just all gas, no brakes. So if you're looking for micro pullbacks, you're going to have to look for something like this, at least for now. So I'm going to keep my eye on AST. I don't mind trading it if it sets up in the right way, but we're not all there mental capacity-wise today, super tired, so it probably wouldn't be the best choice to want to trade something that requires a lot of mental dedication, and I'll submit to you that ASST likely does. If it comes off a key level, like if it comes into the 10 or a whole dollar level where there's been prior support, we'll take a smaller position on it. But this one is all gas, no brakes, 739 high on ASST. And look at this, Joseph. I love when they start coming in midday and look at that volume profile. That's your life right there, my man. Up into the right volume profile. There it is again, Joseph, 747, 750. This thing is squeezing right now. It's up 70%. There's a seller at the $0.50 that's likely going to get absolutely run over. Cover your shorts and run for your life, Mr. 750 seller. They're coming for you, my man. If it's not now, it's going to be on a second attempt. You know how this works. Well, you know, there's going to be a seller who doesn't get run over at some point because this thing's not going to infinity, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so the $0.50 looks like it might get run over right now, Joseph. But the trade I'm keeping my eye on, my best one on the day, baby, VOR into the another high of the day. I didn't get a chance to add on to this. I didn't have this screen up while it dipped in between the 10 and the 20. That was an add opportunity. It dipped into 765, and now it's back into 283 in the same candle. So be on the lookout for that. Keeping my eye here. Shout out to Nimit. Please tell Ram that was a funny video. Hope this goes viral. Thanks for sharing. You got some love there, Ram.
Yeah. Ram. It was
Nimit. And I didn't tell him to say that or anything like that. Sir. Only will be viral, though, if you guys comment, like, and share. You do the channel a great service. You guys already know that. Sir Poopy Hands. All right, Fabian. Fabian says dang right, Fabian? Dang right. Sir Poopy Hands. Voice like a dang angel. That's not what my mom says. So, yeah. Big smile. Sharif. Okay. Just had to read it. A big smile, because, you know, you're a liability, but we love you. Sharif, you remember that last Monday when you sold Tesla bears? When you told Tesla bears to cover their shorts and quit posting videos of robotaxi film? You know why this is not, you know it's not selling off for the robotaxi. Come on, Big Spile, you know that's not the case. You know that. The dude wants to start his own third party. Of course he's going to raise the ire of Donald Trump, who's going to obviously respond in the way that he does. Come on, Big Spile, you know that's not the case. But yes, you are absolutely right. I told them to cover their shorts, and they'd be printing money. But Big Spile, in the grand scheme of things here, who do you think is up more on Tesla? Would you say it was the short sellers who have made more money in the long run, or in the long game, or the longs who have made more money? I personally know the longs who have made more money, like just in my group of people. But others could have different experiences. I mean, they could have people who would take it your route through the puts, whatever, right? And that could have made absolute cake in 22. Remember where this thing went? 165. I mean, 165, I think we were in Adara, early 24, right? Early 24, we were in 165, because I remember... Yeah, thank you, Adara. I picked it up around there. So I know for a fact that it was around there. So you're absolutely wrong, absolutely right, Big Spile. You were promoting fake news. Yeah?
Who said that one now? Who said
Big
that?
Spile.
Oh.
Okay, Big Spile. I got you, my man.
Fake news. Fake news. You are fake news.
There he is. We love him. Absolutely right, but I think for different reasons. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Yeah. I'm short this market right at the volume weighted average price here, guys. Yeah, so there it is. Boom. Let's see if we can get this rejection. If we break it, then I'll just hop out of this trade, sit on my hands for a little bit and wait for a prime time setup. But yeah, that's essentially what we're looking for. There is buying pressure within this candle, has me slightly alarmed, and it could be a liquidity grab too as well, because some of these big names are starting to climb. And I'll say it again, I'll say it multiple times.
Say it, Joe.
If you're shorting the Qs or trading the Qs, you got to keep an eye on the Mag 7. What are they doing? NVDA now heading into some key resistance zones. Apple looks like it's put in a potential bottom. AMD is starting to climb higher as well too. Tesla hovering
Joseph,
around
I got to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
VOR is squeezing here, guys. It's going to break 3, 296. We're flattening out the trade here. Big move up. Watch out for the sellers at 3. VOR, absolute squeeze here, but it's nothing. Sorry, Joseph, to interrupt you.
No.
But ASST is really going here, and this is absolutely wild here on AST. It's now 90% in Greensville. It took out 8 with an 830 high. Be on the lookout here for ASST. Okay, so I got to give you the information on this one because I do remember this one having a larger short float, and I'm right. So the float itself, 14.16 million shares with a short float of 22.25%. So of that 14 and change million share float, about 22.25% is borrowed for short. And so you can kind of make your educated guess as to where the longs are, sorry, not the longs, the shorts have been hanging out. And look at the daily, look at the 4 hour, see where the area highs are, where basically the buyers couldn't shake the sellers. And that is where, a lot of people could have initiated their shorts. 830 high. We're putting a topping tail candle right now, though, on ASST, with that now dipping down into 7 and 2/3, 7 1/4 coming into view here. The current candle low has a low of 7, I believe 723. 723. So if you base your entry anywhere here, I personally would be basing it on prior bar low, because this thing can absolutely, give you a Christmas tree retracement quick as you like into that 830 area and then all the way back down. What I'm going to keep my eye on here are the micro pullbacks. And so we did get a micro pullback, as I mentioned, into about 760. We made an area high there of 816 on this little micro pullback, and now we're back down into 8. If we clear 816, 820, it could be an invitation to take out 830, because now we have that 830 high day, and then the second attempt there was high, I want to say 816, 817, and down below 8 we go. So now on the 5-second chart, we have two lower highs and one lower low. We make another lower low below that 760 area. So if we can get above, I think 820, 8 mid-teens, we could see a break of 830, and I think I'm going to punch in here. Here is the break of the 830 on the day. It didn't let me in. I don't know why. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not sure why that didn't let me in. In any event, 830 high again, Joseph, and dipping back down into 8. So this one looks like it might be encountering some resistance at the third of $1.
All right, good look.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all, man. That thing's moving really, really well here on the day. All right, so yeah, we're still short the overall market. This is what we got going on. You get this nice leg down. We rejected the volume weighted average price. That's exactly what I was looking for, with the stop just being slightly above this range right here. And I'm also looking for an add opportunity, right? For that test of the low of the day, this might be a good chance. I'm going to put on some size here as well, too. But the thing is, I'm just looking across the board, and there's so much chop and churn, Sharif. It's just like, man, it's so frustrating. Pick a direction, won't you? So there we go. We added a little bit here, not as much as I was thinking, but again, we just added more size to the position, trying to make it as large as we were comfortable with, slightly uncomfortable with. We have to break 83 for it to head towards that low of the day, but we also need some of these names to start to tank as well. Apple is now heading towards the low of the day as well, putting in some really bearish PA here, guys. So hopefully this can drag the market down with us. And then also NVDA rejecting through that resistance zone. Sorry, I'm trying to display it to you here, guys. So there you go. You can see multiple touches right at this level that we had marked out before. And now we're currently rejecting it. So if NVDA wants to participate, we're going to be laughing. Apple is going to be turning out really, heading towards that low of the day, possibly going to be putting in one momentarily here as well, Sharif. So 210.49 is AAPL. Let's see what we got going on. We got to crack that low. 210.37, we'll call it. If it drags the market down, we're going to be having a good time. With that being said, I know a couple people in the chat were asking me about Palantir's options chain. I don't see anything that stands out. Sharif, you were talking about some institutions being short this name. At 145, we have 24,000 open contracts. What was the high of the day here on PLTR?
What was it?
Let's see. I don't think it was anywhere close to that, but a nice inverted hammer. Oh, wow. Gorev Los Pollos. Look at that one there. Wow, what a missed opportunity. Look at this. Look at that volume print right there on that too, Sharif. But we didn't even quite get to 145. It was 139.27. And then what do I see at 131?
What do you see?
Crazy. Nothing crazy, right? Nothing substantial. So that call wall not coming into play, but I do believe that's going to be max pain on the week for the Bears is 145, because there's 24,000 open contracts right there. So that is the Palantir options chain. What else do we got going on here, guys? I had something else that I wanted to bring up. Oh yeah, that's the Apple options chain, to see what we have going on from that front as well. Why are we rejecting 213, and why can't we climb higher? Well, guess what? We have congestion of open interest through 215 to 220. Right at that 215 strike price, we got 24,900 contracts. 217.5, we have 14,000, and then 220, we have 21,000. Just so you guys can see it here, we have a nice little zone. So that's going to act as some downward pressure. You can see we're now heading towards this 210 strike, right, which has 20,700 contracts open there. And if you head south of that, then watch out, because that next level is going to be 27.05. But what's starting to work out for us?
What?
That is the Q short right now. Good look there on Palantir. Yeah, that is so beautiful on Palantir. I wish I was looking, keeping my eyes on that. Boom, you get that big parabolic move to the top side, you get that pullback, and then you establish that new high of the day, Sharif, and then you get that.
You want me to give you a nice trick on our platform?
Yeah.
You can filter your scanner to show you stocks that are putting in inverse hammer candles.
No way.
So, for example, I know you don't care about them on other stocks. You want to keep your eye on the 7 and the other bigger players like the hoods and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or like the mid-cap names.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
exactly.
it's your
For sure.
jam, right?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
you can kind of narrow the market cap so that, and the volume and everything, so that you can have the topping till candle, if it detects it, it will show up on your scanner. So the scanner will literally be blank. Yeah, I'll set it up for you.
Yes, let's do that, right?
Yeah.
So we can do volume print, like the volume, so the volume has to exceed, we'll say 1.5.
Market cap. So you can narrow the market cap you want. And then you can choose chart patterns or candlestick patterns in isolation or together.
No way.
Yeah, dude,
and that's just straight on the scanner itself?
It literally will show up. So this will be black. Like this will all be black. And then it'll come up as they manifest. And then in the column, it'll show you whatever it's an inverse hammer, bearish engulfing, bullish engulfing, whatever
really?
it is. Yeah,
Wow, man, that's wicked. Yeah. Okay.
Figured that you might want that.
Yeah. Most definitely could have told me easy.
Sorry. It just came to me now.
No, it's all good. I'm only messing with you anyways. No, that would be fantastic. We're gonna set that up, and we're gonna most definitely relay it to you guys as well too. So that's gonna be with some wicked stuff. Yeah, I didn't know we could do that. I was talking to Jose too. I'm like, hey, you should write an imbalance algo where it's just like when you have a notional value that's something like substantial, like $1 billion or something, just boom, just hit it as soon as, because it's so hard to grab that initial spike on the imbalances. But if you have that algo that's ready for you, boom, you have that notional value, boom, right away.
Absolutely.
Right away. Jail, right away.
All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye here on EP. Okay, so before I get to that daily day trade, can we see what you guys are talking about? So essentially, it's like a stock scanner. So let's bring in, what's it called, e-signal. It would be something like this, right? It would just like show up over here, but they would be blank. And then the stock would only show up if your parameters hit. So if you gave it specific instructions, only show me stocks above a 50 billion market cap. Only show me stock. Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. I just hit the siren.
Only show me stocks that have done more than 10 million shares of volume on the day. And then here's the chart pattern or the candlestick pattern that I want to see. If one of these stocks that fits within this market cap and with this volume profile does one of these chart patterns or candlestick patterns, bring it up on the scanner. And that's exactly what it does. It's not foolproof, let me be honest with you, because sometimes it doesn't read the chart pattern or the candlestick pattern as well as maybe, a human would have, but it's just improving. It's not gonna go down and to the right. It's just gonna improve. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about there. A stock scanner basically shows you what stocks are moving within your given parameters that you've already set. That's kind of what I mean by that. I hope everybody got my drift there. All right, ELPW, guys, I said very little about this one, but it remained on my side chart, and look at this one go. Got in a pullback off the 10 exponential, and the reason is I got off the 10 exponential is because of this. Look at the umpteen amount of respect. Since 9:30 today, there has been all but one time on the 5-minute chart that the 10 EMA got breached. It was right here at 10:55. Otherwise, it hasn't been breached. So I said to myself, like, is this a good time as any? So I got in, where did I get in? I got in at 84s, 86s over here at the 10 exponential, and now this has a high of the day of 210, and we took some decent size with this one. Here it goes again into that 210 high. I don't know where to take it out. 215, maybe 210 over here is as good a price as any. That's exactly actually where I'm not gonna take it out there because it looks like 210 might get taken. But we're gonna pack our patience here. ELPW up a nice, man, 78% on the day. This one's a quiet one. Let me tell you, it's not doing too much in the way of volume. Only got about 8 million shares of volume on the day, so it's not your ASST. And there it is at 13s, and we will take it out there. Very happy with this trade. I didn't even sit in it for that long. We've been in it for less than 10 minutes, and then it pops up quite aggressively. Be on the lookout now for a retracement, possibly again, surprise, surprise, into that 10 exponential, of which has been ridiculously respectful of on the day. So again, if this pulls in to that 10 EMA, I'm going to get in. with my L being prior bar low, as always. So ELPW on the rampage to the high side here. Joseph, what do you got?
Good look there, guys. All right, yeah, so this is what I'm talking about, just following the volume. Apple is now putting a new low a day there, guys. So 209.98 is AAPL. I have some swing shares, I think, at 107, just 108. So I only have $2 in the money now. So I have no issues closing that break even. I'm not going to hold on to Apple for too long. But why was I trading that one? Never mind that. We're going to focus on what we got going on with the TQs here, guys. We were waiting for that. We're looking for the continuation in the volume. I don't have any complex thesis whatsoever. It's like, okay, we get that volume spike to the downside. The momentum was there. The volume was backing it. Wait for that pullback towards VWAP and then look to add into that. And then that's exactly what we did here. So we got that. We got the nice strong move to the downside. You can see the health within these bearish prints. And then as we slowly start to recover and retrace back towards VWAP, you can see how indecisive a lot of these price action prints were, and then that's why I'm like, okay, let's go. As soon as we start to turn around, we're going to start to enter this position. It really started to work out. It gives me another engulfing bearish print, and then that's when I add more to that position. This was only a 66% add compared to what we had right there, Sharif. We're going to take a little bit more off right there, my friend, as we get a big time spike to the downside on the TQs, guys. Yeah, so a big time move that we're experiencing on that one. So just looking to follow the momentum. The whole session has been a choppy mess. It was only a matter of time until one side of the party, one group, the Bears or the Bulls, were to take decisive action. You get that catalyst, and then sure enough, now we're seeing the Bears, start to dominate the session here. Apple, just weak, continuous bites taken out of that one. Bitcoin now going back south of that 108K level, 61.35 on IBIT. Palantir selling, but we got.
There's big news, Joseph, very big news out of Vietnam. VinFast, under ticker VFS on the NASDAQ, has just opened its second EV factory in Ha Tinh. Built under 7 months, guys. The 360,000 square meter plant is going to produce about 200,000 vehicles per year. It'll focus on compact EVs like the VF3 mini SUV and the Minio Green, designed for transport services. With automation from ABB, Siemens, and others, this marks a major step in VinFast's push to double deliveries by 2025. So stay tuned, baby. VinFast. Still happen to like their VF9. That's my favorite car that they have there in the lineup. The VF8, though, is the big seller. It's the one that I see on the roads most, and I'm seeing a lot more of them. And they're not Teslas. They're not, Polestar in Toronto anyway. I know that Polestar maybe not that big of a brand in the States. It's huge here. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot more VinFast, so some anecdotal evidence. And as I mentioned to you guys, they do have a showroom in the best mall in the city, obviously for some exposure there. Get it, Adara. So yeah, go Yorkdale. Yeah, Adara knows exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, good look for VinFast there, Joseph. Did you have anything to cover, or because I've got some stuff?
I was going to show you something. Yeah,
I want to see it. No,
yeah, here, I'll show you. We can't show that. We can't show it here. We can't show the chat here.
Yeah.
I mean,
18A?
Yeah, it's 18A.
Oh.
You know who that is?
Yes, I do. I'm not a fan, though.
No?
No.
Why?
I don't like her attitude.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Eh?
I dislike her genuinely.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a little lackluster. All right.
But I can appreciate that.
You can appreciate that. All right, then that's all that matters. No, guys, before we send it back to Sharif, unfortunately, you guys can't see that one, but that's the beauty of it. We're still short the TQs here. We enter the position 66% add instead of doubling it up there. So now we take a little bit off as we head into this base. We've rejected that now, but if the market wants to continue to sell, we have some shares and we have the bulk of our position still remaining, 66% of the total position remaining for something south of 82.58 or 82.60s, we'll call it. We'll take 33% off at 82.50 if we get there, Sharif.
Joseph, this feels good, eh?
Oh,
those are the best feelings. I don't want this to make another high. If it makes another high, it's gonna kill the vibe.
Yeah. No, it's done. Look at it. Look at that big engulfing. there.
We'll see. Still above
That's a nice trade there.
Yeah,
That's a nice trade,
that just
brother.
feels the best when it's at the top, bro. It's one thing that you never get as a trader, the bottom or the top or enough share size. You're always gonna hate. You're always gonna hate.
You provided the liquidity there, eh?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Market maker Sharik.
There it is.
I like other Zeke. He doesn't even know what we're talking about, but he's down. I'll tell you later, other Zeke. Shout out to you, my man. It's someone that everybody really probably does know.
We could say her name, Sophia Vergara.
Vergara. I'm pretty sure that's what.
This is the guy who's practicing Spanish.
Yeah, well, it's the last name. I'm sure they don't have that in duo, by the way. I'm going to do the news, Joseph. You got anything you want to cover before I jump into the news?
No, let's hop right into that, brother.
All right, man, let's do this. So some interesting stuff today. A lot of tariff-related news, as I'm sure you guys can imagine, with the BRICS headline coming in on the weekend. We'll get to that one in a second. But let's talk a little bit here about our friends at Tesla. Elon Musk revealed his plans to start a new political party. He's dubbing it, Adara, the America Party. And oh boy, she says. And that what they're looking with this new America Party, says Elon, to target about 2 or 3 Senate seats, I'm assuming, in the upcoming midterms, and about 8 to 10 House seats. Shout out to Fabian on the 1s and 2s. He claims this would give his party, or the America Party, excuse me, leverage as a swing vote between the Dems and the Republicans on controversial pieces of legislation, which would, according to him, push for policies aligned with the true will of the people. But that has obviously annoyed a lot of investors. Musk's re-entry into politics reignites investor anxiety, myself included here, with critics citing distraction from Tesla's core business. Wedbush Danny Ives, not pleased with the move, warned that the move is the opposite direction, Joseph, of what shareholders want amid a critical period for Tesla's growth story. You know, they just kind of got their wings under their sails, and they had the robo-taxi going. By the way, Guy Ast is taking out highs again. Wow. It is on the rampage. We're going to show it quickly over here. 960 high. Trade this carefully for the love of you know what, guys. Please, because, you know, as quickly as it moves up, we know what this one will do. So don't be the one holding the bag. Make sure you are using sound risk management skills. That includes a stop. Moving on here with the Trump and Musk beef. Donald Trump obviously not very happy with this America Party story. He slammed the move, calling it ridiculous and claiming that Musk has gone off the rails. The two have feuded over policy, obviously, including Musk's opposition of parts of Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. It's not the story, but nothing that I'm really shocked about either, Joseph, because he had made he's shown his displeasure about parts of the bill.
Yeah, I'm going to take a page out of Danny Ives' book here and just say I think this is a shot across the bow for Tesla investors. He just hopped out of Doge. You can see how the market reacted to that. And then now he decides that he wants to start his own political party, just essentially just diving right back, getting his feet dirty, and what investors were excited that he is now no longer involved in and had the ability to focus on Tesla, release of the robo-taxi in Austin in late June there, guys. And then now he's decided to go back into that kind of mode. I don't think this is a good look for investors. And me personally, I'm glad that I don't own that stock. But I think he should avoid this and just focus on what he's got going on with Tesla, get those optimistic spots out, continue to expand this fleet, and then I think investors would be very much more satisfied opposed to him trying to start a party.
I would have to agree with that, and obviously as a Tesla investor, not too happy, but to be expected.
Yeah.
Adara.
Yeah, the other thing I want to remind you guys of as well, we do have Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, who's going to be hosting a press conference at the White House at 1 p.m. Eastern. The stream right now is already live, though there's no video feed yet on the White House YouTube. I find the White House YouTube page to be the most timely. I mean, maybe you could expect that it is the most timely of these streams of these White House press conferences, so just be aware. She is speaking, but don't worry, I will be covering it live for you all. I also want to mention, I saw this note, oddly enough, just now coming through an Apple from Goldman Sachs. They did give it a buy, or they maintained a buy at a $253 price target, but the commentary is a little bit mixed, as we've seen quite a lot on these Apple upgrades as of late, or Apple positive notes. They said that they recognize market demand is probably going to be challenged because overall mobile phone market trends are worsening, but they did Yeah, they talk here about 10% year-over-year decline in China, which is apparently outperforming the broader Chinese market, though. Apparently, the first month of outperformance relative to the broader Chinese smartphone market since May 2024. So basically, even though Apple sales did decline, they're doing better than overall China sales. So apparently a good sign here for Goldman Sachs on AAPL. Really quickly before I go back to you guys as well, on the Trump-Musk news, there's a lot of really interesting parts of that Truth Social post from Trump about Elon Musk. For one, he says that he started going off the rails 5 weeks ago, which is, of course, when he left Doge. So interesting correlation there. And then the other thing that's pretty interesting is he talks a lot about the EV tax credit. He says the mandate is the main reason why Elon Musk actually, I guess, wants to oppose the big, beautiful bill. And then Trump says, well, he should have known better because I've always been campaigning on getting rid of this mandate. And now Americans can buy any kinds of cars they want. That's the other thing that was pretty interesting about that post. Back to you.
That's crazy, Ram.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The one race. Okay, I'll show it after.
Yeah.
Anything you want to cover, Joseph, before we move on to tariffs?
No, we just finished on.
All right, let's get. So ASST is halted, guys. $10.21. This thing is a rocket ship. It's continuing to go. We're going to be covering it as soon as we're done the news, quite frankly. But, you know, with all the volatility that this one has put in, and it's put in plenty, let me tell you, the trend is still very much intact with the higher lows. Very much what I am noticing on this chart here with bottoming tail candles all being higher lows. So ASST halted, $10.21. Just going to look quickly over here. Where is my ASST trade? So the last print that we got, guys, on ASST, so that was like a dark pool. So it looks like it was, I don't know if that's right or wrong, guys. It looks like it came in there 1 p.m. and 8 seconds. I'm seeing the other prints, all of them, at 12:59:21. So take one of those numbers and then add 5 onto it, and that should be when the opening print is. And as you can see there, the theoretical auction price slated to open lower, showing me $10. And this is a NASDAQ stock, so we will have the tap now showing me $9.90 on that. So that is the look there. Let's go back over here, though, and talk a little bit about the tariff timeline, because it's changed. So U.S. tariffs now set to go into effect on August 1st, not July 9th, as had been previously expected by investors. Trump apparently still finalizing the rate and the scope of the tariffs, according to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stated tariffs will revert back to their April 2nd levels. That's Liberation Day on August 1st if no trade deal is signed. Markets were bracing for tariff implementation this week as the 90-day suspension, the reprieve that is, was going to end on Tuesday. That is not the case. That has been kicked down the road. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, for their parts, closed at all-time highs on Friday, on the shortened day on Friday. Obviously, traded partly on the belief that most of the aggressive tariffs wouldn't happen. It's unclear now what trade policy, whether the trade policy now risks, undermining the market optimism, especially if the aggressive tariffs do proceed. And there's a lot of, but there is the other side of the coin here. The other side of the coin is earnings, which are around the corner, come in far better than expected. Some analysts remain bullish despite this tariff mix-up, betting that companies can beat the lowered earnings expectations if they navigated the tariffs well during these period of months. For his part, Tom Lee of Fundstrat sees tariff-related disruption as a possible upside earnings surprise, calling the rally the most hated V-shaped recovery. Yeah, I can kind of get behind that sentence because I would have rather it not happen. But the fact is it happened, Joseph, and you've got to deal with it. And so I'm not going to say I hate it, but I'm also going to say I'd rather it didn't happen.
The V-shape?
The V-shaped retracement,
you don't.
I obviously I don't hate it because markets are back at all-time highs. What kind of idiot would I be? But I would have rather it didn't dip. Obviously, that was going to happen.
You would rather not see
tariffs.
the 20%. The 20%.
The market had to price it in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what the market's doing right now, guys, is pricing in the best case scenario. So when you see these headlines come out, just be cautious again, right? Because you can go back into a headline-sensitive market, and then boom, you can start taking. But it's good that the deadline is now prolonged to that August date. But for me personally, it's a really tough look. That V-shaped reversal, obviously a lot of cash on the sidelines, but where I stand from a technical perspective is that it was too quick and too fast. So if you have those consecutive negative headlines and you have an abundance of them continuously coming out, watch for a 5 to 10% pullback in the overall market, in my opinion. Could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. Do I hope I'm wrong? Absolutely. But just because I feel that the market and a lot of analysts have claimed that the best case scenario is priced in, just watch out for some more potential downside.
All right. That's not the only tariff-related news, guys. We got even more news coming out of Donald Trump, this time threatening the BRICS countries. So Trump threatened an additional 10% tariff on any country, not just the BRICS countries, on any country aligning with what he called the anti-American policies of BRICS. This kind of vague statement came as BRICS leaders met in Rio de Janeiro, indirectly criticizing the U.S. tariff actions, not calling out the U.S. by name, but, you know, obviously there can be no other person or other country. Trump posted the warning on his social media platform, Truth Social, stating that there would be no exceptions to this 10% tariff policy. ASST is open, 1045 high. It's below 10 right now. It's a topping tail into 1045. Prior bar low is around 835. We could halt before that to the downside, though. It is looking like an ugly candle right now, but we've seen this story. It is still a higher low and a higher high on this current candle here on ASST. Trade this carefully, guys. It's really moving here, the number one gapper in the market. BRICS, for their part, they pushed back, they said basically here, the leaders of BRICS issued a joint statement condemning unilateral trade measures without directly naming the United States, as I mentioned. The bloc warned that increasing reciprocal tariff risks distorting trade, violating the World Trade Organization rules, and worsening global inequality. That's their opinion. The trade experts speculate that Trump refers to BRICS' efforts to reduce dependence on the U.S. financial system and the dollar, but there was no direct response issued from BRICS in Brazil in response to Donald Trump's 10% tariffs. Go ahead, Adara. I think we got breaking news.
It's pretty wild here, Sharif. We actually have news about the BRICS story as you're delivering it. Isn't that pretty crazy? Reuters reporting here, citing an unnamed source, that apparently the U.S. is not going to impose the new 10% tariff against BRICS members immediately if they take action against these, quote, anti-American policies. So if these BRICS countries decide to, I guess, not go for these anti-American policies as identified by Donald Trump, then the U.S. will not immediately pose this new 10% tariff. It's a little bit unclear how all this is going to unfold or be implemented. But either way, this report coming in from Reuters, and I think very timely as you guys are discussing it right now. Back to you.
Perfect timing, Adair. Straight up.
Good, there you go.
On one last little tidbit here, Joseph. The bloc BRICS, that is, has now, it includes 11 countries now, including Iran, the UAE, Egypt, Indonesia. There's obviously China, Brazil, Russia. And the thing about BRICS is that it's a mixed bag. Some are more antagonistic with the United States. We can, like, you know, just Russia, China.
Russia,
and then there's some that are not. UAE, Egypt, Brazil. These are not antagonistic to the United States. In fact, they're the U.S. has a military base in Egypt and in the UAE. So it's kind of interesting here what's happening. It's, you know, some of these countries are going to be really careful walking that fine line between the two, you know, east and west, so to speak, if we can kind of say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll have to see how that all goes. Anything you want to chime in about that?
No, you can continue to move, guys. I'm posted up here on the TQs to see if we can get that fill around 82.50. So that's where we're going to place that order at, but the market does seem like it wants to bounce. NVDA heading right into these resistance zones once again. So if we get that rejection, then maybe we can get that move that we're looking forward to, that specific target. Other than that, Google is really, really weak on the day as well, too, guys. What is my 67 is my average price here on this name. I've already pieced out 66% of that, so I got in around here, 68 maybe, and then now we're starting to pull back. We couldn't break through that 82 level, and you can see that there's some key resistance in that zone there, guys. Multiple touches right around that where we rejected previously, so maybe we need to absorb some more liquidity before you make that move. But this channel, you can see, is still fully intact until otherwise. Just hold on. You have a good average. If it comes back to your break even, you've already taken off the majority of the position. That's fine. Leave the rest for a runner. And if you get that break of that 182, then you'll be sitting pretty on some pretty pennies right there, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joseph. Can you just give for 1 second?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, totally. So guys, I'm still in this trade here. You can see that we took a nice little scalp. I was just like, oh, okay, that was a little bit of an impulsive move here. You can see a massive engulfing candle that was on that on the Korean headline there, and then I'm like, all right, let me punch this. I was slightly late on it, so I'm like, okay, just get out of it. And then sure enough, if you're patient enough and you have all those signals that are confirming the trade, you have the momentum to the downside and you have the volume profile backing that thesis. Now you just wait for that retracement, for that pullback. You head into the volume weighted average price. You see the indecision with all those bullish prints. The engulfing bearish ones are more genuine, more genuity within that. And then sure enough, that's when we get into the position, we add into it to try to make it as large as we possibly can while staying within our risk measures. And then sure enough, we take the move to the downside.
All right, guys, let's talk about these new plans by the U.S. to possibly curb sales of advanced AI chips to both Malaysia and Thailand because they feel it could be a conduit for China. So the Trump administration is drafting rules to restrict NVIDIA AI chip shipments, as I mentioned, to Malaysia and Thailand, aiming to stop diversion to China. The move seeks to tighten enforcement of the previous administration's semiconductor export bans, targeting Chinese access to advanced several U.S. AI hardware blocks. Malaysia and Thailand are kind of seen as potential smuggling hubs or indirect suppliers to China due to the surging chip trade activity. Where did we hear this story before, Joseph? I'm getting shades of Singapore.
Not Singapore.
So it was Singapore, dog. Yeah, Singapore. Now they've just chosen Thailand and Malaysia. They keep going to Southeast Asia, and you're going to keep tracking where all the chips are going. So it's going to be a game of cat and mouse. You kind of feel. You know, with China looking.
That's exactly what it's going to be.
Right. So we'll have to see what country they choose next. Southeast Asia is in the spotlight here. Trade flows and investments in Malaysian data centers, for example, Oracle, have surged, raising U.S. concerns about unmonitored AI chip movement. A Singapore court case kind of shed a lot of light on this. So this is interesting here, Idara. A Singapore court case revealed alleged smuggling of AI servers to Malaysia, further stoking fears of chip diversion. NVIDIA was not implicated in the actual court case itself, but obviously, bless you, Ram. Try to keep it down, please. Thailand and Malaysia have both responded cautiously. Malaysia stressed the need for clear and consistent policies. The U.S. officials are weighing how to balance, obviously, the AI chip security with the strategic desire, the concurrent strategic desire for the American chips to be the ones that dominate the global AI race. You don't want to curb exports of a very important commodity, or in this case, technology, when there's a potential for competing power to fill that vacuum. We've all heard about Huawei and the gains that they're making, especially with the 5 and the 4 nanometer technology. I know that's not the cutting edge. It's the 2 and the 3 nanometer that are really leading the way. But it feels to me like, you know, necessity is the mother of all invention, and if you're going to force the Chinese hand, they probably will get it right. They've gotten it right on many other technologies, so that's kind of how I feel about that. That's just an opinion. The U.S. and ally headquartered companies will be allowed to ship AI chips to Malaysia and Thailand without license for a limited time. After this enactment, we don't know exactly when the time will elapse, and the supply chain critical operations such as chip packaging will have targeted license exemptions to prevent manufacturing bottlenecks. Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with everything you have to say there, Sharif. You don't want to kind of cut off the Chinese completely. You still want them to use the American technology, so they can't necessarily surpass you in this chip race and in this AI race. So we all know what was going on with the H20. That's not a good look. But then also it helped NVIDIA kind of expand its horizons. Donald Trump did a great job in the Gulf Coast, in the Gulf countries. But in my opinion, yeah, you still want these Chinese to use these American chips, whether they're the dumbed down version or whatever they may be. You don't want to completely cut them off, as Sharif said earlier.
All right, guys, let's get to Weeble. They raised a little bit of money today to the tune of about $1 billion via this Yorkville deal. So Bull has entered into what they call a standby equity purchase agreement with YA. I don't know, the second PN. It's a fund managed by Yorkville Advisors. First I'm hearing of them. The deal gives Weeble flexible access to capital, allowing it to raise funds as needed over time. It's good for, you know, a newer company to have some access to capital. The agreement permits Weeble to issue about $1 billion in Class A ordinary shares to Yorkville over a period of 3 years. So this Billy here is going to be backed by, looks like, Weeble shares. Weeble can elect when and how much capital to draw, depending on market conditions and the needs, the internal needs of the company. But it does come at a discounted price. So Yorkville will purchase shares at about a 2.5% discount to the market price based on each one-day pricing window chosen by Weeble. I've never seen it structured like that, but that's interesting. This structure enables Weeble to capitalize on favorable market conditions while minimizing share dilution. Weeble does plan to use this agreement to strategically raise capital only when needed. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Let's pull up Weeble from a technical standpoint, Sharif, so we can just get a good idea of what we're looking at here. I mean, this name.
Boy.
Yeah, oh boy is right. I like how you chuckled as well. So guess how much, you probably already seen that. From our IPO, our first couple weeks of the IPO.
And they all haven't been this way, though, to be fair.
No.
This one is a bit of an outlier, is it
Outlier,
not? Like,
big
look
time.
at CoreWeave Circle.
CoreWeave was a good one, but 83.9%, 84% of a haircut. So if you were punching up in the 50s, 60s, it's just like, for me, just get out of the, I'm not saying right now you've been bang holding, so you may as well just wait a little bit more. Maybe you could DCA if you can allocate some more. But if you go through any form of a drawdown like that, you should have been out of that name at like a 20%, 20 to 30% drawdown. And it's just like, all right, I'm going to accept my losses. And then sure enough, if you just decide to bag hold, you're now sitting down 90%. It's going to take a long time for this name to get back to these levels. Let me use this as an example here, Sharif.
Sir.
And that's going to be Robinhood, right? So from Robinhood's IPO, you rip all the way up to 85.24, and that's August of 2021, right? And then now it's literally 4 years later until it even heads up back into that
And
level.
sometimes they don't come back.
And sometimes they don't come back.
Show the weekly on that. That's the mother of all rounded bottoms, isn't it? I
Big
just
time.
know it. Look at this.
Oh, well, I knew they was going to do that
So
to me.
embarrassing.
Yeah,
Even Trading View, for real?
Yeah, well, that's
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Shout out to Mega since 1492. I love this guy's name. Mega since 1492. Dropping $5 in the chat. Who else made 20% buying puts today? Shout out to you, my man. That's money. Cha-ching on your end. Hope you're doing it. Hope you're doing it live and you're doing fantastic. Thank you, Mega.
There you go.
Says $14.92 for the $5 super chat.
There you go.
All right, Joseph, we're going to weasel on over to Apple. Talk a little
let's
Apple
talk
here.
it.
So the legal challenge by Apple over the EU fine, AKA the I'm broke, so I need to charge you fines to shore up the balance sheet. Apple has formally appealed a 500 million euro fine, which is about 587 million US dollars, imposed by the European Commission for violating their most coveted Digital Markets Act, known as a DMA. The fine stemmed from Apple's App Store rules, which allegedly restricted developers from redirecting users to cheaper deals outside of Apple's ecosystem. We've made a lot about this both in Europe and North America. Apple filed the lawsuit on Monday, which was the last day to appeal, stating that the Commission's decision goes far beyond what the law requires, referring to the DMA, I'm assuming. The company claims the EU is overstepping by trying to dictate what their business terms are and that they're confusing for developers and bad for users. That's the Apple allegation. In response to the April decision, Apple overhauled its App Store rules last month to comply with the DMA and avoid daily fines, Joseph, of 50 million euros a day, bro. I don't have to make my opinion known on that anymore. I just think, anyway, whatever. The updates removed both technical and commercial limitations on developers, but were framed by Apple's compliance as compliance under duress. The European Commission is now gathering feedback, so they're not even happy with all that. You know, they're not even happy with all that Apple's done. Now they're asking for other people's opinions on whether Apple's complying with the law. What? The European Commission is now gathering feedback from app developers to determine whether Apple's new policies meet regulatory expectations. You're the regulator, bro. Why are you asking everybody else? Depending on the feedback, the EU may either accept or change or push for stricter adjustments, keeping pressure on Apple. Adara.
What a joke.
Just so you guys know here, Caroline Levitt has not begun this White House press conference, but the other thing I really wanted to mention here is Uber, UBER, just falling sharply, but already pushing back some of this TechCrunch, reporting that Waymo was starting its robotaxi testing in Philadelphia and New York City. UBER, again, pushing lower on this, but it's already recovered a lot of that drop. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vaughn Clark, for the $2 super chat,
Exactly.
by the way.
Thank you, VC there, brother. Much appreciated. But just before we touch on this, who would want to even do business now in the EU?
Bro,
even though they're going to, it's just like, why? We had this going on with our capital gains tax, but now you're going to have this digital tax on all these guys. Why would they? It's like, obviously you're going to have business, but it's not intriguing people to have startups or anything along those lines.
And it feels like they're just taxing American companies.
Right, that's all it is. That's essentially what it is, right? So, because they know how much cash they have. They got a lot of cash on hand, so it's like, oh, well, we need to get our hands involved in that. But here it is, guys. Mira Pharmaceuticals, VC, Vaughn Clark, thank you for that $2 super chat. I mean, I wouldn't be trading this name, and you can see there's obviously liquidity issues. That's what happens with some of these biotechs, right? You get these big-time pops. You can see there when did it open up? The 23rd of August, 2023, sorry, the 3rd of August, 2023, and then it's essentially lost all of its value from that point there. So me personally, I'm not going to be trading this. Your best bet is to wait for something positive, a catalyst to come out, and you need that volume to kick in from the daily standpoint. But other than that, if things are going to be trading within this range, suspect that it's going to continue to do the same thing until otherwise you're going to need something positive in order for it to break out, because it's been in that consolidation zone for quite some time there, Sharif.
All right. Thank you for that, Joseph. Amazon Prime Day returns bigger and badder than ever, according to them. So Amazon Prime Day 2025 is going to be Amazon's first ever 4-day Prime event. It's going to run from the 9th to the 12th across 20 countries. Analysts, though, are super bullish on this, Joseph. They estimate could generate about $21 billion in global merchandise value. That would be a 60% bump year over year. That's not small potatoes. The event is expected to be Amazon's largest ever, setting new records in both sales and the number of items sold. But their competitors are not just taking this lying down. Specifically, I'm talking about Target and Walmart. So they're also launching competing sales to capture on the Prime Day momentum, so to speak. Target, for their part, they've got something called Circle Week, which runs basically the same time from the 7th to the 13th, obviously, of this month. So that starts today. Walmart's going to do their deals event. That's going to run from tomorrow to the 11th, both offering steep discounts across multiple categories to compete with Amazon. Back to school sales and early holiday prep. Early holiday prep, bro. We just got into July. Calm the hell down. Are key forces for many retailers during this window. I didn't know that. Amazon is rolling out today's big deals, sort of look. That's going to be themed daily offers along with generative AI search tools to improve product discovery. So they're going to have some new tools there for those who haven't been on Amazon in a while, coming back for Prime Day. Amazon's new AI tools include a personalized recommendation generator as well as a chat-style assistant for navigating deals more efficiently. So until this morning anyway, Joseph, Amazon was one of the stronger Mag 7 names. It looks like that's been taken over by Meta, but Amazon's barely negative, down 0.12. So
that's the one.
Yeah, so certainly not bad day. Wisp away. Prime Day starts tomorrow, not 7. So I'm told here, well, it says it's running July 9th to 12th. So the article that I reviewed is incorrect. Obviously, I wouldn't type that in on my own. Thank you for pointing that out, but make sure to double check when it's running in your country. Anything out there on Amazon, my man?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon from a technical standpoint, guys, it's been pretty good. I mean, off of these lows. Another big time move, and this is what I'm talking about. It's just only a matter of time until you get this pullback that we're experiencing. A lot of choppy PA, guys, but off of Liberation Day lows, you can see that Amazon is up 38%, right? And then what was our deepest pullback here? We'll go from this peak to this trough. Okay, a 7% pullback. So that's not too bad. You get the majority of this gap filled here. But I mean, it's only a matter of time until these names start playing. Well, they are playing catch up currently, but it's only a matter of time, I think, until Amazon hits ATH. ATH is there. I think Amazon Web, AWS is phenomenal, and they're definitely getting their hands in a lot of industries like Zoox. They're going to start to become a competitor with Waymo and obviously Elon's autonomy. I'm curious to what kind of system they use, whether it's LiDAR or it's a camera-based system.
What are we talking about?
Zoox.
Oh, it's a very good question. I think almost except Tesla is using using
LiDAR. Yeah. I'm going to ask my good friend Cole.
Everybody.
I'm going to ask my good friend Cole.
Yeah, find out. And while I complain about this, another EU action against yet another American company, this time filed by a group of independent publishers who have filed what they call an antitrust complaint against Google with the European Commission. It was filed back on June 30th. It accuses Google of abusing its dominant search position, but not for why you might think. Listen to this. The focus here is on Google's AI overview feature. So if you use Google lately and you submit a query or a search, usually on the top, it'll be a Gemini summary of what some of the results show, and that is what they're complaining about there, and I'll show you why. Okay, they're saying that Google's overview feature, which they claim diverts traffic from original publisher content and reduces both readership and ad revenue. So Google AI overviews launched in the US back in May, display AI generated summaries at the top of the search results. These summaries link to suggested sites, but often push organic publisher links below the fold, kind of hurting visibility, and as well as you can imagine the click-through rates, which are a big metric in that whole world. Some queries also trigger AI-specific ads. In addition to that, further shifting traffic and the monetization away from traditional publishers. And the issue is they can't opt out. That's their beef. So the publishers allege they cannot opt out of this Google crawling their content for AI training without disappearing altogether from the standard search. So this lack of consent, they argue, amounts to forced participation in Google's AI development at their own expense, again, because their search results get kicked down the road or kicked down the page there. A Google spokesperson told Reuters that AI overviews increase, in fact, search engagement and offer new discovery paths for the publishers. Google attributes traffic changes to several other reasons other than the ones being posited here by the claimants. They say a mix of seasonal shifts, user behavior is part of it, as well as regular algorithm updates, not solely the focus here on AI overviews. So you feel like this idea? Let's find out if it even works on in Canada. So we'll go to Google. Joseph, let's do this right now. We're going to go google.ca. All right, let's give me something here.
You want anything?
Who won the Jays game yesterday? Let's see what it is. That's a basic one here, Joseph. So it just gives me that. It doesn't give me an AI overview. So let's ask it something else.
Who is the best boxer of all time?
No, it's not giving us. Maybe I don't have it set up, but I don't know why. But I've seen
it does. I've seen it sometimes.
Yeah,
it does
I'm not sure why.
But see, that's the thing. And I was talking to Brendo about this.
Right.
You go on to Bing here. You have Copilot right there. You use these other platforms. You have the ability to use the LLMs. But now it's not giving you that overview for some reason on Google, which doesn't make sense. It's just not that accessible. Can you pull back that the web browser back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what we got going on here.
By the way, Adair put in the chat that Caroline Levitt's stream just went live, guys. So if you're looking for that press conference, it's live. Google.ca. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Where's the Gemini thing? Where can I just hit Gemini?
Right there. I'm assuming here somewhere, Joseph. I don't know. Where the hell is it?
Yeah.
That's a great question. Right there
it is. Okay,
yeah.
But you would think it would be right here when if you want to click search, you want to have Gemini right there. No more blue links. It's a one search society.
Go ahead, Adair.
Keep an eye here on CRL. Endpoint reporting that the FDA chief is apparently calling for a meaningful reduction of animal testing for new drugs. Charles River's laboratories, they've moved previously in catalysts similar to this. They are still very involved in animal testing. So I guess a meaningful reduction of animal testing for new drugs might not be great here for CRL. Back to you again, Caroline Levitt, still talking.
Caroline.
Yeah,
Crypto inflows.
Yeah.
Joseph, anything before to go?
Was that record crypto inflows?
It was quite close. So we hit about 1.04 billion in AUM, which is a record high. So there to answer your question. So crypto, go ahead.
Yeah, there's something happening with Bitcoin, I think. They're either compressing this price and it's just going to go parabolic, or I think it's going to sell quite aggressively. I don't know why it's not continuing.
Either of them is good with me.
Right?
Literally
you
either
buy
one.
more.
Yeah, I'm not interested in cashing out anytime soon.
Yeah.
So I don't mind adding, and if it goes up, it's just increasing my account value. So I'm happy either way.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to ask Bing a question. Carry on, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to.
Let's talk about these crypto inflows. So crypto investments products saw $1.04 billion in net inflows last week, which was a well-shortened week, as you know, according to CoinShares. That is pushing the assets under management to a record, guys, 188 billion in AUM for these crypto products. This marks the 12th straight week of positive inflows, with a cumulative capital since April now totaling about 18 billion. Not a bad look. Weekly trading volume remained flat though at about 16.3 billion. That was in line with the 2025 average, signaling I can't talk anymore, sustained investor engagement, at least in the crypto market. Let's talk about how that all broke down. About $1 billion of last week's inflows came from US-based investors. It's very geographical here, led by the spot BTC ETFs from BlackRock, Fidelity, and ARK leading the way. Europe also contributed with about $38.5 million of inflows coming from Germany, and then Switzerland added about 33.7. Canada and Brazil were the outliers, kind of the opposite. They saw net outflows with about 29.3 million and 9.7 million respectively, indicating what some could argue mixed global sentiment. BTC funds pulled in about $790 million dollars, marking the fourth consecutive week of net inflows, but well down, in fact, from the previous week of 1.53 billion. In fact, that 1.5 billion was a 3-week average. So 790 million, almost half that. Ethereum, for the first time, though, outpacing BTC growth here. So Ethereum funds added about $226 million, recording 11 straight weeks of inflows here into ETH. And the ETH inflows, Joseph, average about 1.6% of AUM weekly, doubling that 0.8% of Bitcoin, signaling what could be interpreted as a gradual rotation towards ETH. You're not going to see me punching into ETH.
You're not going to see me gradually rotating into ETH. I'll tell you that right now.
I love. How do we really feel?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I'll tell you that for free. There's no issues with that one, Sharif. But I've talked about this multiple times, and now we're seeing it happen multiple times.
Sir.
So again, we get on this nice move. So then from March of 24, we consolidate within a 10K range, a little bit more than that, for about 8 months. We go on that move, we consolidate now for another couple of months, we sell off. We go on another move, we consolidate now, we're heading into 2 months of straight consolidation, and we haven't done anything. I'm really curious as why we keep going on these moves and then we consolidate for so long. I would rather see more consistent ebbs and flows of the price, but maybe that's it. So what did I do? This is the question that I asked Copilot. Using Bitcoin's history at its current pace, by the year of 2035, what is an estimate of the price of Bitcoin?
Oh.
Around 1.4 to 1.3 million dollars.
Whatever it ends up being, bro, I know where I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I've seen too much. I've seen too much.
Yeah.
How many times do we need to see other newer highs, prohibitively higher highs, before you buy in? I mean, like, I've seen enough.
Maybe I'm just trying to thinking that it's gonna move too fast or something along those lines. Again, it is steady appreciation. If you go zoom out and look at it from a weekly standpoint, right? Like you can't complain about this whatsoever. This is some big time moves from 2020, 2022, but it's just before this is and by the way, this is right around when iBit came onto the market, right around this neck of the woods here, Sharif. This is when iBit was first IPO'd. And then now, sure enough, we didn't see the length of these consolidations, multiple before it was either optionable or you can actually trade it via the ETF. So that's why I'm convinced that now this is essentially being ran by institutions, and you have to be patient and work on their time. As always.
Absolutely.
I guess,
And the technicals here, what do technicals tell us? What institutions are doing.
Right.
So you get into technical analysis because you kind of want to know what the institutions are up to without them telling you, because they're not going to tell you, obviously. And this is the breaking, the fantastic look there. Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, just be aware here, S&P 500 getting a bit of a spike. That's because the EU, according to sources from the EU, this is being reported within Europe, will not be receiving the letter setting out higher tariffs from the U.S. So again, we know Donald Trump's been sending out a lot of letters for higher tariffs. According to sources from the EU, Europe or the EU will not be receiving one of these higher tariff letters. Back to you.
Look, okay. Hopefully they can get a deal done. We know that EU I think they started off on the right foot with Donald. They told him they wanted to make a deal, this, that, and the other. We still haven't heard too much about that, though, Joseph, so possibly.
Absolutely. And just before we continue with the news, Shree, if you've seen it across the board, right? Like, look at this volatility spike. This is all this is just pure lick wraps. It's just absorbing you. You're taking your stop. You're a conservative trader. You have your stop above the range. No, see you later. We got a volatility spike. We just grabbed everything, and then now we're gonna head a little bit lower. And you've seen that across the board on multiple names. The same thing with the Qs. It got me. And then sure enough, I had 66% of my position remaining. I got stopped out, break even on it. So you take a small win on that one. But here it is. You punch through VWAP with that volatility streak, and then you head right back into the zone. So that's just as my guy Peter Tuchman would like to say, that's Wall Street absorbing all of the stops, and then they just head price back into the direction that they want to.
All right, last but not least over here, hims and hers. Where are we at today? Because we are down in the pre, and I really haven't looked too much at it. We're only down here 2 1/3%. We were off that $45 area, so we're well off the lows. So, yeah, Morgan Stanley issuing a hold rating on hims and hers, citing ongoing legal and regulatory risks tied to the compounding practices. So here's what we're talking about. So we're going to pause for a sec because Adara does have breaking news. We will go to her at the big desk.
Caroline Levitt here just commented on these other countries. Basically, she was mentioned, I guess she was asked, oh, what are you going to do here? Are there going to be any more countries getting these tariff letters? Which countries will be getting them? She said they're going to be continuing to post on Truth Social. So be very careful, guys, in this market. We will continue to get tariff letters posted to Truth Social, as Caroline Levitt put it, in the interest of transparency. She didn't mention any other countries, but she said 12 other countries in addition to South Korea and Japan, which of course we already knew about. They'll be receiving trade letters, but these letters are also apparently ongoing, and they're the utmost priority for the president right now. I also mentioned earlier today, Donald Trump signing executive orders at 4 p.m. Well, apparently that's going to be to delay the tariff deadline from July 9th to August 1st. That is what the executive order is about, according to Caroline Levitt, White House press secretary. Back to you.
Dara, mega. They're trying to pop back up, but keep buying the top. Thank you very much, my man, for the $5 super chat. Shout out to Mega since 1492. You're quite old. I just noticed that. Yeah. No, but let's go back for real, though. So the recent termination of the partnership by Novo Nordisk with hims and hers has intensified scrutiny of the company, approaching that 503A compounding of the GLP meds. 503A is the provision in whatever enabling statute that allows pharmacies to make these drugs when they are on back order. They're allowed to compound them in-house when they're back ordered, but when they're not back ordered in the company, the manufacturing company doesn't have them on the back order list, they're not allowed to. So it's a bit of a gray area here. Legal experts consulted by the Morgan Stanley analyst Huttenbach believe current laws may take years to resolve, injecting long-term uncertainty into the stock. Talking about hims, there's no clear legal consequences on whether mass compounding of GLP-1s is compliant with U.S. laws, further clouding the company's future. So their moat being a question here. Deutsche Bank also reaffirmed a hold rating on June 24th with a $43 price target, which basically posits a $4 lower price than we currently are right now, signaling a neutral sentiment from the street. Both analysts appear to acknowledge the company's market potential, but view the legal drag as a valuation cap for now. So that has been kind of the thing here, Joseph. And these things are not cheap, man. The hims and hers subscription, we've talked about this. Like $7 bills a month, $7 bills US a month.
That's crazy.
And when, but I got to tell you, at the store, guys, At the store, we're almost, I want to say every third is a GLP-1 now.
Oh,
every
really?
third prescription
really?
is coming in as a GLP-1.
No
yes.
way.
Yeah.
Have you noticed?
Not maybe every fourth. But like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They're flooding in, bro.
They like real
flooding
fast,
in.
eh?
Yeah.
My curious as to what is the long-term side effects of this thing down the road.
Who the hell knows? They've been around for
I've been reading
years.
some articles, some people getting really sick off of this stuff and just saying, hey, yeah, don't.
There's a bunch of stuff going around. There's stuff that it affects eyesight. There was a study out in Europe that affected eyesight. There is but on the other side
one
of the
of them.
equation,
That's
though,
one of them that I heard was eyesight.
There is. So there's all the unknown stuff about it. The other side, the other unknown, is what else it can be used for. I spoke to you off camera. Addiction. Alcoholism, obviously a very bad and persistent problem we have in our society. Apparently, it's being studied for its effects on helping with alcoholism. And obviously that again, so it becomes like one of these. Whereas what do we get bad with the drug, but what does the drug do well? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, hey, by all means. You got to look at it from this perspective as well. To people looking to take the right step in the right direction, they want to get healthy, they want to shed weight, etc. Live just more of a leaner lifestyle, which is totally fine. But just understand that things don't come free. Everything comes with a cost. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I mean, you just have to wait and see what these things are going to do to people. Maybe nothing. I could be totally wrong. But yeah, for me, it's just like I won't even say it, but Adara, what do you got for me?
We still do not have much clarity as to what countries are going to be getting more letters. Caroline Levitt was just asked once again, which countries is Donald Trump sending these tariff letters to? And she said, I'm going to let the president reveal that, quote, keep an eye on Truth Social. So again, we are going to be finding out what countries are getting, these tariff letters on Truth. So definitely keep your eyes peeled. Of course, I will, and I will let you guys know the second I see or hear anything I've been refreshing regularly. Back to you.
Yeah, exactly, Big Smile. That's why you just got to make it a lifestyle, right? Not just like something like a get-rich-quick scheme. And I feel that's what kind of it is. So 1,000% Ed Miller, and that's essentially what I'm getting at. There's more longevity in that, in my opinion, right? You could just see across the board, obviously, health is wealth, and we talk about that stuff all the time. You can see the healthiest people in the world get sick, but I think if you have the ability to just put yourself in the gym every day, physically exercise as much as you can, multiple times a week, I think that's going to add longevity to your life. And I mean, humans are living to 100 years old now, probably 80, I think, is around the average around here. So you're living a long time. You may as well just make it a lifestyle habit and not just try to get a quick fix and just kind of start to use these drugs. And that's just my opinion. I could be totally wrong. I know people use them for other reasons, and by all means, to each their own. But if you have the ability to do so, take the longer route, in my opinion. So yeah, that's just my thoughts there. I was just looking at the options chain as well too here, guys, to see if any size is picked up. I'm all out of this TQs for the whole week. I'm going to be fading any pops on NVDA, right? That's my game plan. And you've seen that it worked out earlier in the day. These wicks are really annoying. You haven't been getting them lately, but yeah, there it is. So earlier in the day, and there's another one. So yeah, this was the short. It's always better to get in at the top of the range, and that's what I refer to. If you're range trading, then you just want to sell the tops by the lows. But at this point, you can see we had multiple touches of the volume weighted average price, and then the momentum really started to pick up. So I'm like, all right, let's punch in this one and then see if we can get the continuation. We head into VWAP, we reject it, and that's when I decided to add. But then sure enough, it squeezed another liquidity grab, and then that's why if you're sticking to the thesis, I gave myself a significantly better entry right here in risk to reward. So that worked out relatively well for us, but then eventually we just get stopped out, break even on there. But I'm short NVDA for this whole week. If we get any solid pops, I'm looking for indecision at the highs, and then I'm going to be looking to sell them. Big Smile, eat mostly things with one ingredient and be active. I should have read it first, but I trust you in this with 7 months with that attitude, and how about 60 pounds down, and my blood pressure was 124/82, and I'm still 360. Wow, let's go, man. Yeah, there you go, man. Like, big dude. You should have played football
a hell
at
of a man to
360.
change.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? There's more longevity in that, and that's what I was just touching on briefly. I mean, to each their own. People use them for specific reasons, but being physical and just living, it's a lifestyle, and I think it's a great lifestyle to adapt because it changes you as a person. It truly does.
100%, guys. All right, let's get back down to business, baby. Let's look at these small cap gappers and seeing what's moving here. I'm starting to like the look of K&W's jib. Is that a thing? Can stocks have jibs?
For sure.
Yeah, well, we're going to give this one a jib, Joseph. I like this one for the respect that it had for the volume weighted average price and this 4-candle setup that it's got in Greensville right now. It's certainly not the biggest mover on the day, up about 25 and 3/4%, but this one could realistically test, if not break the highs at that 3 1/4. It's above 3, so it's cleared that first hurdle, being the whole dollar level. So KNW could be an interesting one for me to give give this one the old college try. We'll keep an eye out on that. Separately, SY, one that we were involved with earlier. Again, I got out because that seller at 39 just couldn't get shaken. And we very clearly broke that uptrend. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the higher lows. And when they started breaking here with this consolidative look, I got the hell out of there. This one still can find support possibly at the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye on SY. But everybody wants to know what the hell ASST is doing. Well, it's still continuing to put in lower highs. What the hell, Barry? What the heliante? No, for real though, it's having trouble with 9. That fly, I'm gonna kill it.
Oh wow, what an episode of Breaking Bad, man. That is crazy.
I know you mentioned that already. But anyway, this one is above the volume weighted average price, so technically still in play. Sorry to keep you waiting. Adair.
Yeah, just keep an eye here. We have more commentary on these tariff letters from Caroline Levitt. That is, of course, the White House press secretary. She was just asked, what's the timing? Are we getting any more letters or just the 12? She said we're going to be getting more letters in the coming days. Now, when asked why South Korea and Japan were the countries that Donald Trump started with, we did have Caroline Levitt say that that was his prerogative. Those are the countries that he chose. Again, as I mentioned earlier as well, it sounds like we're not sure what countries are going to be getting the next letters, but there will be 12 more letters released today on True Social. And Caroline Levitt told us to keep our eyes peeled for True Social. Back to you.
For that.
Yeah, and Sharif pointed out we have a question here from Lele Berti. Joe, can you explain, Sharif and Joe, can you explain the difference between options open interest? Is it just contracts still available to purchase versus contracts already traded? You're close. So what open interest is just the amount of current open contracts. So that means they haven't been exercised, they haven't been assigned, or they haven't been closed. So that it's current open contracts, all right? And then also volume, the difference between the two is the volume will reset every day, all right? The open interest will stay open for the duration, for the lifespan of the contract, all right? So every morning you'll come in and you'll see that the options contract volume will change, but as for the week or the expiration cycle, the open interest will stay as it is or increase and decrease throughout the lifespan of that contract. It doesn't reset every day. So we come in today, we see 90,000 contracts at 160. Unless it grows or decreases, tomorrow we're going to come in and we're going to see 90,000 contracts right at the market open, where opposed to the volume, it will reset every day. All right.
Well
so those are the two differences.
All right, guys. I'm thinking about punching into KNW over here. Because, well, the only thing is I don't like about this is the volume. Like, look at that. It's been stagnant there at 09s, I don't know, going on a few minutes with that same 3-penny spread. So this might not be the best one to punch into during that midday period when there's not that much volume on this bad boy. In fact, it does certainly have some selling at 10s. You can see that over here at 12.15, it rejected 10s. Prior bar rejected 10s. So certainly having trouble with that 10-penny area. Maybe wait for it to clear. That 10-penny seller before you get back into this one. Let's look at some others that were moving on the day. WOLF, oh baby. This one is back into the highs. It's 3 pennies off the high of the day. This has been one of those ones where it has been putting in higher highs and higher lows. Ex post facto analysis kind of makes you feel that you should have been punching in around that 2 1/3, 2 1/4. Those were the money fills. And there is the high of the day It is back into 260 right now. WOLF, it's up 120%. It's going to break the high of the day if we can shake that 60 seller. So this one's on the warpath right now. Where does Wolf find resistance? Well, let's do a little TA over here. There's certainly going to be some selling, to be expected. And there's the new high a day on Wolf, taking out 77s now, $2.77 new high day. So expect some selling if this one does work up to 3, because it's a whole dollar level, right? We usually get some psychological selling, but there is price action bottom right around this kind of, I want to say 3 all the way up to 3.5. Because we spent some time at around the 50 exponential moving average before we broke back down. You can see Wolf has basically been using that 50 EMA as a very obvious level of resistance, with the lower lows and lower highs being very much in play. The only outlying part that you can say it spent a good time here above the 50 EMA was back during that mid-October pump, and then we ended up breaking down below it in early November. So that's the outlier. Other than that, 50 period rejectment. I'm so tired.
Oh, man.
50 period rejection. 50 period rejection. Say it again, Neil.
Rejectment, yes.
Neil gets rejectment all the time. I don't believe that, Neil, but it's nice that you made me feel better about myself for that little faux pas. Oh, he's coming in hot.
Uh-oh.
What are you eating there,
Oh, in
Neil?
junior high, man, you used to get rejectment all the time. Not on the basketball court, because I was like a Matumbo. But, rejectment is a part of life. Whether in trading or whether in general, me at the club, little rejectment here and there.
Oh, boy.
What?
I'm tired, man.
It's all good, brother. We're back. Look, it was crazy. We're back in 10 minutes. Neither one of us has finished
How's
our
the
lunch.
meeting?
We just finished our meeting. We got to finish our lunch here. Lunch is actually not bad. This little Greek chicken thing they got going on. It's just a Greek salad
people,
with.
baby.
There, it's like a Greek salad. I don't know what you call this little.
Looks good. That's what it is.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's delicious.
looks
It's
good.
tasty, but I gotta eat.
All right.
Don't get rejectment on Wolf.
You took my joke. I was going to say, back to our regularly scheduled rejectment.
Oh.
That's going to be a word now.
Reject.
That's found its life of its own. No, for real though, getting back to TA, the 50 exponential on the daily on Wolf has been an obvious level of resistance. Rejection over here, another one, yet many more. And here we are again, breaking above it by some distance. The question is going to be whether we can close above it or what the situation is. And you also have to employ whatever I use this as a 3-period rule. What do I mean by that? So you can clearly see there are times where it clears the 50 exponential on even a closing basis, like this over here. Like we're looking at it, closed well above the 50, only to have the subsequent day retrace all the way back below the 50 and then continue to sell off. So John J. Murphy, in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, he posits a really good idea. If you're looking for confirmation that a key area of technical resistance or support has been taken decisively, you can employ one of 2 rules that he posits, the 3% rule or the 3-period rule. The 3% rule means that it has to close above or below that key area of technical support or resistance by 3%. Super simple. The 3-period rule means that it's got to close above or below that key area of technical support or resistance on a 3-period rule. Now, why do I say 3-period? Because some of us chart on a daily, some of us chart on a weekly, others chart on the 4-hour. So whatever you're charting off, make sure it's consistent and use the 3-period rule. And in this case, is a perfect example of why you should be using that rule. You get a nice clearing on February 20th, a decisive clearing. You close near the highs as well, which was followed by a big uptrend of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green days in a row. And then subsequent day, you end up, lo and behold, selling right below that. So employ these, little tricks of TA to kind of gauge, especially for swing trading, I think would be super important here. So anyway, WOLF, expect some resistance at 3 and then above maybe into that 350. I only trade 0 DTE 5-minute trades, by the way. Shout out to Mega since 1492, another $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my man Mega there.
That's tough, man.
That is pretty crazy.
That is pretty tough. That is.
Would you have you ever traded 0 DTE?
Yeah, I experimented with the 0 DTE.
And your
world.
experience?
It was not fun.
Give us the honest.
Yeah. So essentially what happened is when I was just at home trading on my own, I actually like this story. I'm glad that you asked this question, Sharif. And it led me to learn a lot of things. So I was trying to write 0 DTEs, right? Okay. So I would use my delta. So let's pull up the options chain here. Sorry to digress a little bit. So essentially what I was doing is I was trying to write 0 DTEs using my delta metric. Right, so like here we got the 0 DTE, and I would use my delta here. I would go up to these 10 deltas, and you would collect a couple dollars. It's nothing substantial, right? So on this contract, you're collecting $10 per combination, so you would have to sell some of them. So for me, what I found was when I would write these contracts, as you get closer to the end of the day and the expiration cycle, Sharif, what happens is the gamma really starts to increase, and then you get these fluctuating moves, and it really moves the value of the contracts quite a bit. So when I was trying to write the 0 DTEs, because you're at that expiration date, the gamma, you get any form of a move, it's at its greatest, and it's moving extremely fast. It increases. So it caused me a lot of trouble, and I would get squeezed out of a lot of trades, even though they may have expired worthless just because I'm using my delta metric. But what happened is I found that I didn't have the ability to sit through the volatility using, and by writing, I'm not saying by buying, I'm selling options now, right? It's a totally different ball game. I just didn't have the diamond hands to sit through the volatility, because if I were to be wrong, I would have been on the opposite end. I would have been assigned some shares. So there it is. I would have been assigned some shares on whatever way. But again, that's quite a bit. So that's why when I was experimenting and I tried it multiple times, I found a little bit of success. But I found in the long term there was no longevity for me to write 0 DTE options using my delta metric.
Understood, man. Right? Thank you for letting everybody know about that.
And for those who don't understand what my delta metric is, right? You can see here is that what we're looking at is you could use it as a percentage gauge to where that contract's going to expire. So you can see we have the Qs here, 548. That's a 9 delta, a 0.9 delta. So that's essentially telling us that this contract has 90% chance of expiring in the money, right? And you can see where the Qs are trading at right now, right? So if you just pull up the Qs, and you can just use this as a gauge as well too. So by the end of the day, there's a 90% chance that contract, that this 9 delta contract is going to expire in the money. Where are we trading at? 551. So the options market is essentially pricing in that we're not going to go any lower than 548. I have a question. Yeah.
Does the higher delta strike price almost equate into higher premiums because of the likelihood that it does close in the money, or does
exactly.
Okay.
Yes, very much so, right? So as you can see, as we go down the chain here, Sharif, the premiums are increasing.
Interesting.
Right, because that is in the money. Those contracts are in the money, so you're paying for essentially that one-to-one. That's when you're ultimately leveraging your system, right? So for every $1 move in the Qs, that you'll see essentially a $100 change, a $98 change in the pricing of the contract.
Fascinating.
Right? And then you can scroll up, and then you can go like, okay, look at the inverse of that, and this is what I'm referring to with writing and using 10 deltas. So 554, the options market is essentially saying, hey, we're not going to close above 554. So it's the opposite of that, right? So there's a 90% chance that the market does not close above 554 on the day, and then that's what I would use to write my options using 0 DTE.
Leanna, you asked for it, you get it. Rejectment. Word of the day. It's getting written down now. It's going to be used consistently from now on. Rejectment. Anytime. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, anytime I get stopped out of a trade. Rejectment. Anytime something happens at the gym I don't like. Rejectment. So shut it. Losing my mind today, bro.
$5 another mega since 1492. Master only SPY 0 DT in the 0.15 to the 0.2 range in less than 5 minutes. Anything less than that, 0.15 is gambling. Fair enough. I see what you're getting at there. Fair enough. I understand what you're saying. So you're looking for anything around this, but that's not even worth anything now. But maybe I don't. But yeah. So that was my experiencing, and I tried it too because I'm like, hey, is there any form of consistency in that? And with that being said, when I started to write options, I would use weeklies, but it took me a long time to realize that as you get closer to expiration, gamma starts to increase and the fluctuation really starts to increase in the volatility on those contracts, because you could gain 90% of the value in the first couple of days, and then sure enough, the last couple of days it goes against you. And that's why when I collect 75 to 80% of the premium, I just close those contracts. But it's also almost better to just go further date, extremely further data, like a month out or something along those lines, to reduce your gamma exposure. And then what that happens is you collect the premium, half of the premium, you just close that contract and roll it over. Because the closer you get to expiration, I'll say it one more time, the more the gamma increases and the chances of the contract fluctuation significantly increase.
All right, let's bring in the trusty side charts over here and see exactly what's still making a nice move up. So look, it's VIOT that's still doing really well over here. It's been a really good day for this one. I want to say the money fills have been off the 20. We were involved in this one multiple times into the high of the day. It really hasn't had an opportunity to break $3, but it is up a very healthy, almost 64% today. Volume has been a little bit light on it, but it hasn't been bamboozling. There have been one or two outliers. When you print the high of the day, it does retrace. So VIOT still in play. I want to say VOR as well, another one we were involved in, but certainly finding a little bit of a lower high here at about 287 and change, dropping back down to that 2 3/4. I'd be looking for me, if I was looking to get out of this trade, you're already getting a lower high. Now I'd be looking for a lower low. So that would mean a breach of 265 on a closing basis gets me out of VOR. Wolf, though, looked like it was setting up short. I saw you guys. You guys saw in the chat, you guys saw the topping till candle into 277, a big move down into 250. What you guys forgot to look at was where the price action was relative to the moving averages and the price action resistance and support. And you're still decidedly above that 250 area where the 10 EMA is hanging out. In fact, you're at a perfect area over here because this is the former area crest, right? At 255, we couldn't close above 255 until this candle over here closed at 277. So you're holding from the lower end, you're holding previous area of resistance, you're holding a support. Now, does that mean it's a glowing endorsement to take this long currently for a break of 277? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you are finding price action support at a previous area of resistance, and that's what we look for the predictability or lack thereof of some of these small cap gappers. The more predictable they are, the more comfortable I feel sizing into them. The ones that are not predictable, that find weird areas of support and resistance, I'll trade sometimes, but with way smaller shares, hard to manage risk on those ones. So WOLF, I want to say a bit more predictable than others. ELPW. This is my biggest winner, easily on the day, into 277 high. Now, that was as good as it got, and it's been lower low and lower high since that time. Now we're well below 2. We're barely holding on to the volume-weighted average price, but there have been buyers here off VWAP, at least for a scalp trade, because you can kind of see the trend is still very clear of lower lows and lower highs, despite the fact that it found support there momentarily. Joseph, are you guys looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? If you are, well, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in real capital, and you choose your own path. You can choose the instant funded option, you can choose the challenge option, or even the PRO or the pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So if you're interested, use that code TTV. That's code TTV to save on any account from the previous 3. Scan that QR code now or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading, Joseph, towards your next payout. And as I see that a 1 and 14 beside it there. So add that one to the piggy
Ooh,
bank
but
there.
they gave us a minute there too.
They always give us a minute. We're just busting
guys,
some
man.
chops.
Yeah, we're just
Tiedeman's
busting
back.
chops, man.
He's got the coffee. He just scarfed down the lunch. Neil did a little scarfing as well live on camera. They're good to go. They're ready to go, and hopefully we'll be able to eat a little bit as well, Joseph.
Yep.
We're just gonna wait a little bit to the Katina man gets
Yes.
set
So
up.
I'll tell him a little bit about what's going on in my life. Right now, I got to go to the. It's not that deep, by the way.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah, no.
We're closing out the show here.
No. I got to head. I got to take the old vehicle up to the approved mechanic there, and that's essentially what I got going on for the afternoon.
I like that, Joseph. I like that. Myself, I've been trying to sell the car. So there's like this thing in Ontario, the province that we live, that you, for people who are selling the car privately, they got to get like a pre, or what's it called again?
What was it called? The
you know what I'm talking
the
about? Seller's package.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it gives like the liens on the car, if there's been any damage, all comes from the ministry. I know you guys have Carfax. We have Carfax too, but this is like one step beyond that. So now the guy that I'm holding the deposit from, and I've been holding it for a few weeks now, he wants that. Now he's back from vacation, and he wants to move on with the deal. Hopefully we can get the deal done so that we can roll up in a Saibi, but we'll have to wait and see. Exactly.
You're ready. Are you ready?
I just got to get the car sold. And
and then
but
you're going to
funny enough, I went on the inventories for Tesla to see what Cybertrucks they had. I don't know if the website was glitching or what, Joseph, but it said they had no inventory, which to me doesn't ring true at all.
That doesn't make any.
Right,
What's the most upgraded Cybertruck called
the
again?
Cyber Beast.
The Cyber Beast.
I'm not going to get that. It's too expensive.
Oh, is it?
It's $175.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you were that guy.
Joseph, I need an explanation, and we didn't build it today. We're gonna send it to you in a second, Katina, but I need an explanation as to why the lease payment on a 48-month lease, not with zero down, $7,500 down for the American, but it's over $2,200 Canadian for a lease, bro. And in the States, you put $7,500 down, it's $750 a month for the base.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, Elon, why do you hate Canada, Elon? Like, we gave you a home here. You got to learn here. You came from South Africa. You lived here. You used public assistance money to kind of get your full, and you're going to poop on Canada like this?
Yeah. That's why you got to buy the cars cash.
Hey, I'm not buying that car cash. Are you kidding me?
Straight cash, homie. Yeah.
You don't want to buy that car cash.
No, I bought my car.
So I bought my car financed.
Yeah.
Right? And when you have to sell the car, if it's not a big mover, it's going to have a heavy rear end, and you don't want that heavy rear end, right? So you want to be able to get rid of the car. All right.
All my BMs.
4 minutes, Joseph. 4 minutes. Count the time, baby.
Straight cash, homie.
Big kahunas, that way. See everybody at green screen.
Welcome back, everybody. So the first thing that just came to my mind was, does Joe know where straight cash, homie, comes from?
Where?
Take the off the defense. Randy Moss.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss.
There you
So
go. Come on, man. Straight cash.
I said he wouldn't know.
I genuinely didn't know.
You said I wouldn't know?
No, I didn't. I don't know.
Crazy.
I know. I
don't know how much you're into football. It's just you're younger.
Take the ball deep. Take the top off the defense, baby. Come on.
I mean, Randy
Straight
Moss.
cash, homie.
He's probably him and Terrell Owens. I mean, there's going to be other great wide receivers. But
Rice,
those
Moss.
two.
To me, it goes Rice, Moss.
Rice is just
Tito.
a petit peu.
But he was so productive, man.
Oh yes. Well, Joe Montana.
Oh, I'll tell you, Sean, I got the most random. I'm not a big hockey fan. I got the most random video suggested to me over the weekend that was really interesting to watch because I'd never done any kind of a deep dive, people like to say. Right. It was like it was an analysis in the history of when Patrick Waugh essentially quit on the Montreal Canadiens in the middle of a game. Like, he got pulled from the game and then went to the GM and said, "I've played my last game." And I didn't know a lot of the backstory behind it. Like,
on that note, this is my last episode.
No, what's crazy, what I didn't know is that what I didn't know about that is, like, the best goalie in the world, essentially mid-game getting blown out and quitting on, saying, "I'm never playing again for this team." But the coach, he used to room with the coach.
There was something with the general
and
manager.
they had beef. Like, when they were, when they played with the actual head coach, they had beef. So when the guy was the head coach, he didn't like him to begin with. And so when he left him in, there was already animosity. I'm just like, now it makes a heck of a lot more sense. Why? But Randy, these guys have been talking about Cybertruck. Well, I mean, mostly Sharif. Sean's already got a Tesla. He's taking advantage of the charging. So when are you? When are we?
As we speak.
Oh, is it full?
I think it must be. Yeah.
When are you going to take advantage of yourself?
This guy wants a Porsche. Well, by the way, I got a dentist appointment at 4 p.m.
It's Porsche.
It's kind of random.
There's an E on the end.
I know what it is.
We need to have a commercial break for our lovely Blue Jays, who are on one hell of a roll right now. 9 in a row, boys.
I'm impressed.
Wait a minute. Commercial break time. Are this a paid for commercial break? Or?
No, the Jays are
They're
sponsors.
selling out too. Every sellout.
Jays are
No.
kicking
Yes, it was 40,000.
some butt right now.
That's a sellout.
Is it now?
Yeah, the configuration's way different.
okay.
40,000 is now a sellout. It used to be 50 something.
Springer's on fire. It was just,
Must be a contract year.
It's actually no. He's got one more.
One more. Yeah.
I think he's got one more.
Yeah. What a team to watch.
everything all right?
Swept the Yankees. Swept the Angels. It's
How they do.
It's yeah. Here we go.
They got to keep the momentum though.
Chicago should be easy. They're a base
The White
bottom
Sox
dweller.
suck.
Yeah, they're just.
Yeah, we should blow them out.
I'm just kidding. What's up, Chicago? Love you.
Cubs are White Sox
A little
though.
late there.
It's all about the Cubbies.
No, I said that this morning. I was like, now we're going to face the White Sox, who I think have one of the worst records.
I think the Rockies.
The Rockies
Rockies
are.
have
well, we
the
can't
Rockies
play
are
the Rockies
putrid.
the
Rockies
National
are
League.
underground, I think.
They're
But
National
we should have a good time in Chicago. But these Jays are just good
You've
stuff.
been to Wrigley?
No.
Gotta go. To
Nope.
Wrigley.
Nope. Not been to Wrigley.
I've never been to Fenway. I've never been to Fenway.
Been to Fenway.
But like what everyone says about like Fenway and Wrigley, it's, I don't know. If you've been to one, like I've been to Wrigley, it is
Been to
absolutely
both Yankee
unbelievable.
stadiums.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Anyway, go Jays, go.
Yes, go Jays. Smell that coffee all
Wondering
of
what
a
that
sudden.
smell was. All right. Yeah, no, the coffee's.
It smells
very, very
delicious,
good.
by the way. I try not to have afternoon coffees, but sometimes that aroma.
What, Sean? What's your heat mean? Did I maybe misunderstood? I don't know. Were we talking about heat?
Am I in the wrong chat?
Probably. I have no idea.
I think this is the right one.
Coffee's nice and hot, though. All right, so we're getting ready to rock and roll. Oh, by the way, I did find I was opening up a old. This is the see how this one has the Trader TV on. All right, not much happening in the market. We did see a move happen down there around 12:30, as you mentioned. It was 25% tariff, I guess, announcement on
Japan and
UK,
South Korea.
South Korea, close enough. Shout out
And
to Squid Game.
Yeah. It's okay.
Can't believe Neil ruined Squid Game for everybody.
I didn't ruin it for I didn't ruin it for anybody.
Epic. Oh, what's this hat? This is the minor league team. Myrtle Beach was a single A Cubs franchise. So
What do they have?
shout out to the Cubs. Oh, that's why I'm throwing heat on the White Sox.
Well, because it's all about. I mean, the Cubs are.
But you know what? I want to say thank you to the White Sox. We had Frank Thomas here for a couple years as a Blue Jay.
The big hurt.
The big unit. Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson.
Which that
All
guy
right.
is ridiculous.
But speaking of big hurts, if we don't go over there, he's going to pull one on us.
Exactly.
So let's go over to the Sharif man over at the green screen. And it's your rundown.
Nice haircut.
I can't see the screen, by the way. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and Neil's back, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat. Super easy to vote now, guys. You throw in that $sign followed by the 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers. Shout out to Fabian. Let's have a look at the 4 major averages. All 4 guys in negative territory, with the Russell 2000 leading the way to the downside, down to the tune of 1.4%. The triple Qs down about 0.71. The ES a little bit more, down 0.8. And the Dow down about a little over 1%. So all 4 in negative territory right now. Wolf Speed, WOLF, the #1 ticker as decided by you guys. And what a day it's been for Wolf Speed. 258 right now off the highs, up 120% on the day. They're trading higher after they appointed Greg Van Isum as the CFO, and that was enough for a 120% move, boys.
Van Issum? Van Issum sounds, I don't know. Issum, I don't know what it is.
Wolf,
Hungry like a wolf. Hungry like the wolf, I should say. Sorry.
I mean, you traded that earlier, didn't you?
Oh, I didn't. I ended up in Mullen. I didn't end up in... Sharif did get into this one. I never did. But it just goes to show, you can talk bankruptcy, you can be on the brink of it, but it doesn't necessarily mean the stock is dead. Now, we've said this before. Ultimately, buyer beware here, because if you chase a move like this, you could end up with shares that are worth next to nothing. That's just part of the game. But right now, you're getting that dead cat bounce, that squeeze play on Wolf up 120%. This happens. We saw it happen with Bed Bath & Beyond and a few other names in the last few years. That's just always the first one that comes to mind. You make the bottom. You get some kind of a news story catalyst that catches the bid. Maybe some value comes out of it. That's certainly not impossible. But congratulations to anyone that managed to catch this. It's a bit of it's a day two play. It's no question day two continuation play off of that bottom after the bankruptcy announcement. So if it does a gap up tomorrow, I'd be thinking short, but that's a tomorrow thing. For now, it's been long and strong. You also have to consider the other point about a stock like this. It's when a stock looks like this and shorts just keep winning and winning and winning. Once they announce bankruptcy, it's you get to the point where the long-term shorts in this are just okay, unwinding is going to happen. We've gotten what we've wanted, and some of that is what starts moves like this, and then it can kind of cascade in new shorts it should be going to zero. They'll jump in a little bit and get beaten up today. But I don't know how long this is going to last, so enjoy it while I can.
Yeah, look, I think that's a good talk there about tomorrow play, because right now Wolfspeed, they got that clearance there. And I mean, we went from 26 cents, whatever that bottom was there, all the way to 250. So you're up 10x right now. I think it's a little not the wisest decision to start to go long up here, but I think pullbacks, are in play, right? I mean, you're going to get days where we do pull back and then continue to go. But I mean, look at the trajectory of this thing: $46 all the way down to zero, now up to 250 again. I mean, it doesn't really get super exciting until we break through 470. But what an exciting day it is today, up 120%. I mean, good name, good stock. Wolfspeed just continues to work. It's above the 50-period moving average. Definitely a technical issue here. Low float. There it goes. Complete opposite of this next name that is trading obviously on macro issues here, and that's going to be Tesla. So let's go find out the story, and then I'll talk about how we traded it.
Bang on, Sean. Yeah, Tesla bleeding and continues to bleed here below 7%, a little bit off the lows. It got to about 5% and change, but down it goes again. And really, there's only one reason. Elon Musk taking to X on the weekend, announcing that he's launched a new third party, the American Party, hopes to get about 2 Senate seats, boys, in the next midterms, as well as maybe 8 to 12 House seats. Donald Trump not taking too kindly with that, saying Elon Musk's going off the rails.
It is.
I mean, from one man off the rails to another man off the rails. I mean, I don't really know. It's kind of like when you go to your doctor or something like that, and then you start diagnosing them. I feel like right here with that relationship, I don't even know what's going on with that. We have Ramin did this pretty nice, and she just showed it to me briefly, but some nice short there on YouTube there about their Love Island relationship. But look, at the end of the day, it's down 7%, right? We came in here today with it being the #1 trade idea, and I traded it accordingly. Someone sent me a message. Right into here. Just Tesla going short there. Didn't get the 304, or we wanted the 294 breakdown, or the pre-market break. So we were always looking short on this name here today, and that's what wound up happening. We actually wind up getting those 94s after all. So that's exactly what we wrote down, and then that printed us all the way down to 89. That's $5, almost in a straight line down. Then we reloaded the short at the 200 period. I wasn't sure we wanted it, so we panicked and got out of that pretty quick. But then that wound up making money. We still haven't broken. So I'm still short Tesla right now. I'm not short in the account because you see no positions on. But I would still look short there. And I just think all this banter back and forth. I mean, look, we've seen it before. The stocks moved on that news, then back in, then back up when we thought everything was fine, and now back down when it's clearly not. So I would just let it settle down. And I think it might take a couple months before these two, come back together again and see eye to eye in a few things. Look, the future is EVs, and Tesla's the winner right now. So I still like the stock. I like the robo-taxi stuff. We just delivered that Model Y right to that guy's front door there. So I still think there's lots going on for Tesla, but it does suck when you don't have the president on your side. And for right now, Tesla is, unfortunately suffering the downfall of that.
Yeah, if the story is about automation and robotics and all the cool stuff, then Tesla stock works. And if it's about other stuff, then it's going down. And it looks like it wants 270. I said 280 this morning, which, you know, and I was rightfully corrected because I was pointing at where this bottomed out last time we failed 260 and it pulled back like $80 and it bounced right off at essentially the 270-ish level, this support in here. So I think that's where it can be headed. Ultimately, does this end up having legs is what you should be concerned about. If this goes quietly away in a couple of weeks, then we could find ourselves with a good buying opportunity. I almost wouldn't mind if this got back down to about that. If we got to 220 and I saw nothing of this turning into anything real, I'd be a buyer of Tesla at that level again. It's just until this one settles down, give it a couple of days. Let's see if 270 can hold. But Tesla gets in the penalty box when this happens. And, you know, I would put it in, I'd put it in there. And the other thing to consider is a lot of times when we get kind of negative headlines over there on Tesla, and not that this is a perfect correlation. This is not like a hide your money in when Tesla goes down. It's just, it's not a coincidence. The market's weak, Uber breaking some fresh highs in here. That's been a good sort of rotational play that you're able to make there to keep money in one. You can own both, and then one goes down, one goes up. So you're like ho hum. But yeah, Tesla penalty box for a little minute here.
Again, no real catalyst for this one. Like, it didn't really have a catalyst last week as well, but the week prior, recall that they had launched a lot of their software into some of these U.S. airports, O'Hare, as well as some in New York. And that is the 1 hour, the 30-minute chart there on Big Bear to give you an idea of the recent trend, guys. Above $7. In fact, up 7 3/4, down 5 cents on the day, though. What is your look on Big Bear AI?
Look, I feel completely blessed to have found this name and been able to trade it for you, not only live on the show, but also hopefully make a difference in your swing accounts. I mean, we've talked about Big Bear AI. I put the stamp on this down here. You know, we liked it at 5, we liked it at 4, we liked it at 3. We still like it. We've been getting some out at these levels. I thought $8 was pretty much going to be the maximum, and it seems like we're getting to that level now. So I feel a little fool's goldish here, like not getting out of it all and then regrouping when it does come back down. But then you can't hold out for those huge winners right now. Whether or not we think it's going up here to 10, this is its 52-week high at 1036 or so, up there 1050 basically right on. I have on e-signal 1036, so it must have been dark pool print up there or something. But at the end of the day, Big Bear AI continues to be one of those AI names. We talked about SoundHound, that's AI, C3 AI, Big Bear AI. They're working. Datadog just got accepted into the S&P 500. So with a 35% short float, I really like this name. I had to cancel my 8 bid there, but I still think a breakthrough 8 makes a lot of sense for Big Bear AI. And I would just hold on to this, man. I mean, considering this run up, it's not doing this, whooshing down. It's actually now had 3 days in a row where we've kind of held up here north of 750. So I think it's a good little hold there. You know, you're a couple downgrades away or an offering or something like that. Remember, they're not making money. So if something happens and it gets back down into $5, $6, so be it. I think it's worth buying some more. But for me on Big Bear AI, just keep playing the momentum north side. You got to have some players in your account that can make a difference. And right now, you know, you could sit in Microsoft all year. You're probably not going to get 100%. You just got, I mean, that'd be nice if you did. This just got right there 100% in a week and a half. So you got to be careful with some of these runners. But, you know, if you don't trade them and you don't hold them and they're not sitting in your account, then you don't have them. So I would say congratulations everybody with Big Bear AI. I was getting out of a little bit this last week, and I still like the stock, and I still think there's more room to go. I especially like the fact that we're not even getting down. Every time we drip a little bit, we're being bought up, right? And so that's been a good look for Big Bear. And for right now, it looks like it wants to hold $7. I think if you're long an irresponsible amount of money and it matters to you, then you know you might want to watch out for a $7 break. But hey, we like the stock, and it's been real good for a minute. We do have a throwback over to Sharif, according to Andre.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you guys know I'm at the desk here, not at the screen. Donald Trump posting on True Social on reciprocal tariffs. There's many different ones here. 40% on Myanmar, 30% on South Africa, 25% on Malaysia, 25% on Kazakhstan, as well as 30% on, yeah, I mentioned South Africa. So this is coming in right now, guys. So Donald Trump taking the Truth Social to basically announce the reciprocal tariffs that are going to be posted, that are going to be imposed, excuse me, on these countries. Breaking story will bring you more as we get along.
All right, so what's your favorite taco?
I'm classic.
Because this feels like a taco trade.
I'm classic. I'm a classic. But I do like fish tacos. But
I'm a fish
that's more of
taco guy.
That's a switch it up kind of a thing. I'm a classic beef taco, and it's got to be spicy salsa. Always got to be spicy salsa.
Fish.
I don't want that bland stuff. I like a little bit of heat. That's how I roll. But that and BBA analysis brought to you by VinFast. Big news out of Vietnam.
Yeah, I know.
VinFast has just opened its second EV factory. Built in under 7 months, the 360,000 square meter plant will produce up to 200,000 vehicles a year. It'll focus on compact EVs like the VF3 Mini SUV and the Minio Green, designed for transport services. With automation from ABB, Siemens, and others, this marks a major step as VinFast pushes to double its deliveries by 2025. Scan the QR code if you want to see a little bit more about their journey. Beauty-looking vehicle. I saw one a couple of weeks ago on the road. Definitely. Shout out to VinFast there. Let's go see what's going on in Chipland, though. Probably not going to react too well to this tariff stuff, even if it's a bunch of places that maybe don't matter as much.
Definitely not, Neil. Yeah, AMD selling off quite aggressively to the tune of 2 2/3. Many reasons for that. Some of the tariff-related news that we just brought you, part of the reason, as well as the earlier announced tariffs on Korea and Japan. But it was really this headline: Bloomberg reporting that the U.S. was looking to restrict shipments of advanced AI chips to both Thailand and Malaysia out of fear that they were finding their way into the hands, guys, of Chinese customers, breaching the export restriction ban imposed by the U.S.
What else is new? They've been finding ways around the export bans forever, and you close one loophole, and usually money finds a way. And ultimately, I don't know. I tend to think that what's going on here is I know you want to find a way to keep advanced chips out of the hands of China, but at the same time, you don't want to swing it too far, where you motivate too much innovation on their side that they don't need you anymore. Like, there's a happy medium if you're trying to win that battle that I think it's going to be an interesting one to see if they can continue. I think the way it was working before, it kind of was working out for them. Let them not have the most latest and then stay a little bit behind the game. But the second you force innovation because there's no other way to go, I think you run into a little bit of trouble. Chip names, look, I traded CoreWeave today, not AMD. But the chip names are all very weak today. Some have taken it hard, like AMD, which does seem like it's headed back to that 200-period moving average. You got the run. Great. This stock was a double. Like, the stock essentially doubled from the April lows. So a healthy pullback to 125 both makes sense to a nerd mathematically, but just technically also looks like we're headed. What was surprising to me when I was looking over the chip names was to see that ARM actually got hit the hardest in the group, down 6%. Likewise, I think headed to the 50-period moving average. Again, more than a double from the April lows, so some of it is going to make some sense. But certainly the chips are on a pullback. You can maybe single out NVIDIA to a certain extent, but it doesn't seem like they're healthy in the short term. I think in this particular case, in AMD's, you can head back to that 200-period moving average. Makes a heck of a lot of sense as things.
So anyways, all of those tariffs were actually good news, not bad news. The market shouldn't have gone down. Those are all improvements. Like, Malaysia goes from 28 to 25. I just heard it in my ear. They were updating some of the different tariffs, and they're actually all getting better, not worse, right now. So that's kind of interesting to hear some of that talk right now. But the market is still downside. Look, I want to address that. I did get into the Qs real small. I'm thinking about getting out of it because, like I just said, that's not a negative story there that was just released. It's better. It's better for South Korea, it's better for Myanmar, it's better for Kazakhstan, and better for Malaysia. So the odds are actually better. What's up there? We were at the gym today. We always had this written down as an idea for us today, AMD. So we actually had that right there, 138 short. So yeah, man, we were all over AMD. And we really like that trade. It looks like it's going to continue to work out for us right there on that short. Despite all of this talk there about the tariffs and whatnot, AMD had a nice move and then now down. And now once everybody realizes that this tariff news is not that bad, we expect to move back up. I'd say you just continue to short AMD. I was going to say go long on NVIDIA, short on AMD. That was the idea that we had earlier today. And it looks like NVIDIA is giving you some nice long areas as well at 156, 157. We'll digest all this news. I don't know, who makes their chips in Malaysia, who makes their chips here or there, but so far so good on that tariff talk. It looks like President Trump giving a break to some of those countries there that he just released some tariffs to. So I think that's a good story moving forward. Hopefully that, the rate can be better for, like I said, UK, Japan, and all that as well. The 40% tariff on Laos as well. Very, very key. All right, let's go back over and talk Weeble.
Hey guys, Weeble, the last on the list here, down prohibitively, 12.5%. On the back of this headline, they announced a $1 billion standby agreement on Thursday after the market closed, essentially giving them access to capital, about $1 billion to be used for general corporate purposes. It does give the acquiring, the hedge fund Yorkville, I believe, the right to buy about $1 billion worth of Weeble stock, but at a 2.5% discount from the current market, guys. So Weeble down 12 1/3.
Yeah, we're just saying we bear today, unfortunately. But you know what? What goes up must come down. You got to remember where, like overall, what the stock has been doing and what the company is trying to pull off. And it's to call it a crowded space is somewhat true to a certain extent. But this was a dead cat bounce off of this $10 level, right? Like I bought it in my swing account when it got down there the first time because when it was at 60, 70, maybe it wasn't the first day at 70, certainly at least on the second day when it was in the 50s and 60s, I was saying, yeah, I won't touch this thing until it gets back down and takes a shot at $10. So I think you're still in the first or second inning here of a potential upward move for Weeble. I don't like the fact, in a general sense, that you're holding the 50-period moving average. Candidly, if I hadn't been off last week, I might have considered, if I wasn't camping, I don't know, if I think I might have seen 15, I might have taken something off. But I wasn't even looking and I had no clue until I came back that the move had happened. But as long as you hold the 10, I still think you're pretty constructive here. Offerings are usually not going to be received well in a general sense, but the opening range bottom was bought up at $12. So that low did hold. Can it hold the rest of the day? Can it hold the rest of the week? I think you give it a couple of days to settle down after the offering. You don't want to overreact to the first move with news like this. And for that point, I give you IonQ this morning. To anyone that bought that one up on theirs, essentially got rinsed. So yeah, I don't want to overreact here on Weeble. Overall, the space is still working. I'd just like to see it hold that $12 level. Because I think long-term, the growth story is still.
All right. People want to know if those were jorts. I'm confirming they're jorts. So they're jorts. We love jorts around here. The Canadian tuxedo, we talked about that, where you wear the jean top and the jorts and or the. So
I'm a bad Canadian because I've never done.
Randy and Sharif.
Do you own jorts?
No, I do not own jorts. No.
Do you own a jean jacket?
Well, my wife does. Jean jackets I think are pretty hot, actually.
No, jorts I knew before I asked you.
Yeah. But I mean, I used to own jorts.
Back in the day.
Anymore.
Yeah, so I'm saying like back in when we were kids.
I'm not as fashionable as the rest of these guys.
I got
all my money just goes to my kids and my wife. I wear the same shit every day.
I have like the same shirt that we rotate like.
Yeah. And the only reason I have a new hat, where'd Sharif go?
No, he's just dancing.
Oh yeah, he's dancing. He's a dancing queen. No, the only reason I got a new hat is my brother got me this hat.
Nice.
Shout out to my brother. There as well. But, all right. Yeah, my wife buys, pretty much. She doesn't buy all the clothes. I mean, we just don't really buy too much clothes, really, recently. I don't know, have to maybe get going on that. All right, so I should have reloaded into the short there on the Qs. But unfortunately, with all this news coming through right now, so it's tariffs on Laos, Myanmar, South Africa, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, right there. You don't need to know the numbers. They're really irrelevant. But at the end of the day, that's not what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the big ones. So we'll wait to hear if and when. And again, all these have been extended to August 1st anyways, so who really cares what the tariffs are? I'm actually over all of that stuff. I'm more watching out for the market. I would like some more dip buy opportunities in this market, quite frankly, because I do feel like there's more room to go upside. I think earnings are going to prove to be great. I think the market is just a matter of getting ready to run even further than where we are right now. So, yo, what's up, Playboy?
What up, Playboy?
Right now, as that's starting to get a ride up here for some sort of reason there. Playboy, boom, boom, boom. Getting aroused here, Playboy. Let's go over and find out if there's a story here or what Adara's got for us.
I can look into Playboy. I just wanted to mention here, I did a comparison between the Trump poster boards that were released on Liberation Day, April 2nd, as well as these new tariff rates. And so there's an odd mix of things that are going to be above the previous rate and below the previous rate. Now, as previously alluded to, there are slight tariff decreases here for that would be Myanmar and Laos. They're both at 40%. Previously, they were around 44 to 48%. So it's not a significant decrease. But then you've got countries like Japan and Japan, where you actually have an increase here of 1% tariff. So from 24 to 25, it's going to be the same here for Malaysia. So it's really mixed here in terms of the countries that have increases in tariffs and decreases. Now, I want to mention as well, Caroline Levitt did say that 14 total countries would be getting tariff letters. Right now, it looks like we're about half. Continue to keep your eyes open. I certainly will be refreshing this Truth Social account to keep you guys posted. I'll look into Playboy too.
Yeah, Playboy with a bit of a spike to the high of the day. I actually was looking at the volume. It was only a couple 100,000 shares on Playboy. So whether there's a story there or not, it doesn't seem to be going too crazy. But it's a big volume spike when you look at it like this. But 270,000 shares on the session for Playboy. I think you got to be.
Maybe Michael Noss bought some shares.
Well, if you're looking at, you always stick to your land. I feel like he's going to be all. But if you're buying,
I always say because someone in the chat.
You're buying Fartcoin.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you're buying Fartcoin and what was he, a Penguin something?
You lose credibility if you're buying Fartcoin. I was like, why is Michael buying Fartcoin? But I know he just goes on the charts. But no, he said today he's buying Fartcoin.
Oh, I thought.
What you said?
Oh, instead of the Penguin. What Penguin something?
Pengu.
Pudgy Penguin. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But look, at the end of the day, momentum is momentum. I think
it's basing it on charts.
Yeah, like if you're just trading them, like I stay away from all of the meme coin. It's just never been my thing. I wrap my head firmly around Bitcoin, which is fine. I think that works. What I'm concerned about right now is this market is on the precipice. Like you just broke the lows. I'll get to Apple in a second because obviously, Apple's already been having a rough day. And if you look at the middle of the day when there was the tariff announcement or when you got South Korea and Japan, everything took a bit of a dive. Apple took a big one, but Amazon has now once, twice, thrice held on to this bottom at 222. So it's one of the relatively stronger stocks. I know it's down 0.4%, but the overall market, the Nasdaq's down 1.1. Amazon it probably is the strongest of the Mag 7. I haven't looked at Microsoft or anything. But if we lose the bid here on Amazon, not going to be looking very, very good for this market holding the lows. But if there's a long to be had in the Mag 7 off this bottom, I think it's Amazon, and you're taking the shot off the 222 level. Adara?
I just wanted to address Playboy. I looked into this, less than 300,000 shares traded on the day. Now, this spike is certainly significant compared to the volume we've done all day because, as I said, about 300,000 shares under that on the day. But this one, spike there coming in with 100,000 shares. There's been no social media attention in the last 2 hours and only a 3% short float. So PLBY looking to be not super significant as of right now. I just looked into that for you guys. Back to you.
50. Okay, so thanks, Adara, for that. Yeah, we'll continue to look at all of that stuff. Just because of all of this, futures are underneath right now, so any kind of a bump up, I think we want to be short until we break this 50-period moving average. So I'm just going to continue to sort of layer into the short here, which is 8250 on the TQs, otherwise known as 22,850 or so on the NASDAQ. Okay, so if you're looking at that 22,850 on the NASDAQ, so 8250 right there. I'm actually going to put in the stop order because we don't have any stops up there, 8261 or so first. I don't ever stop off at the exact spot, although it's not an exact science. We don't stop out every time we come up to some of these lines. But I was actually I was actually going to give it up to 83. But I just think that's too big of a hit. We've already started the trade down there. And all we really took there was we were short 82 where we are right now. And the best outs we got were 80s. So we only made 20 cents on the top part. We're going on a date night tonight. It's Summerlicious. You get to go to all these different bars and places. We're going to this brewery tonight.
What's the name?
So you can get a classic smash burger. For $25, you get to choose an appetizer. There's a hummus one, something called Corny Hugs, which is golden fried mashed potato balls stuffed with mozzarella, cheddar, and sweet corn, served with jalapeno crema and fresh arugula salad with bacon bits. Or you can get a hummus thing, some sprout thing, some fried chicken tendies, summer bowl, smash burger. For dessert, listen to this: hot brownie served with caramel sauce, whipped cream, or confectioneer sugar.
The second one.
Yeah, pretzel sundae. I think I'm going to go with this. Vanilla ice cream with sweet pretzel sauce and pretzel crumble.
Easy. That's easy.
Yeah,
that's easy. I looked at the last one.
It's not hard. And then the last one was strawberry sorbet.
There's always got to be something which is like, easy.
When the kids aren't home. Right there, we're getting excited. And then tomorrow going out for a super fancy one, so that should be a lot of fun on that. And then that's it. So we'll be watching out for that. But here comes the TQs. I'm going to get some short here at 30 where we sort of topped out at, right there on the NASDAQ. If that can come in, then that's that. Yeah, the smash burgers, when I make them on the barbecue, I try to smash them a little bit, but I know they're completely different styles. But anyways, that was that.
I'm not a huge fan. That's not.
The kids are up at camp. I was going to look. It was raining.
Which camp? We were at coding camp this week. Well,
yeah, no.
My daughter's at a coding camp.
This is a sleepaway camp.
Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. Once the kids.
But sleepaway camp is like the movie. You know the movie? So it's like I don't know, like maybe late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah,
and it's one of those absolutely god-awful, terrible horror films that's so bad that it's good.
Oh, okay.
And like I think
check the weather.
I know I watched it years and years ago, but Sleepaway Camp, it's also really weird. Like it's kind of messed up. But if you've never seen Sleepaway Camp, enjoy that. As far as horror movies go, I have to admit, I was really impressed to see that Michael B. Jordan movie.
Right.
Sinner.
Oh, I didn't watch that.
That's very cool because I was watching and I'm like, wow, to be able to pull off the exact same movie that, I don't know, maybe you already saw with George Clooney and Quentin Tarantino and Salma Hayek and just put it in a different setting.
Dusk Till Dawn.
It's basically
it
very much copies Dusk Till Dawn. It's supremely well done, incredibly enjoyable watch.
Oh, really?
But I'm like, this is ridiculously similar in terms of story. But that's not really spoiling anything because it's a vampire movie going into it. But it's very well done.
Wait,
Sinners.
what?
By the way, I know everyone's looking at that wolf. Hungry like the volume's really tapering off on this. And I just want to make one point, and this is not to crap on Mullen, but like look at the chart of Wolf. I'm not saying it's going to go back down, right? But for anybody that doesn't like 100% when they get it, or you could be up like 200-300% because this is under $1 before. Like on Thursday, I think it broke the $1 level. So you could be up significantly more than that. Remember, they could be bankruptcy still in play. You never really know how these things are going to work out, so I'd be a little bit cautious with this. I am still in Mullen, but there's a distinct difference between stocks like TerraWolf or Wolfspeed, and stocks like Mullen, which the stocks that do the reverse split garbage and fall to zero, reverse split garbage and go to zero, those are like perma shorts. Like stocks like Wolf, every now and then you'll get stocks like Wolf that will break out and actually sustain something for a little bit. But these, like you don't want to be in this one past a single day of the bounce that it makes. It's just very different stocks like that. But I'm going to go back over to Amazon. The market's trying to bounce. Amazon's not getting that far, but it needs to break this consolidation. You've managed to hold the low. If it's not going to retest the low, I think you need to break the consolidation. The thing that I feel like is a short the pops is not popping, and that's Apple. So I'm kind of looking somewhere else. Like, where is this weakness? NVIDIA's at the volume weighted average price, so that's relatively strong. I don't know if that's something that I want to look to fade into, because you're not really getting, you're not getting any action out of Apple off of these lows. NVIDIA still looks like it's the strongest of the bunch, but it's coming right into a resistance spot. Maybe it is this one. Like, it's setting up pretty nicely here that if you lose the volume weighted average price, you've got a good, it's very clean, like 158.5 up here, 157.5 is kind of your support level, kind of gives you a good risk to reward. And it's at the volume weighted average price. Overall, the market's also giving you a look of coming back into prior lows. The typical VWAP setup. If it closes under VWAP, give it to the prior high. That's the thing I want to look at here. Because Apple's not really moving, and I thought that was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, and the market's starting to go back up. I mean, we talked about those tariffs as not being, they were initially reported, I thought, almost as a negative, like when this was going down. Sharif, we broke over to him, he ran over the desk and started talking about it, but it turns out that it was absolutely nothing, and if not better, for most of the countries involved. So, yeah, and by the way, like sending these tariff notes and letters, like what's up with that? I don't even understand really what's going on with that. Like, you can have a Zoom call or something. But there it goes. Like, who do you exactly send the note to? Like, attention, Mark Carney, please read this. Like, here is like my proposal to you. Oh, and by the way, I'm just extending all the deadlines anyways. And as soon as you've read this, call me up and we'll negotiate.
Sincerely,
so, like,
President Trump.
Like, I don't really understand everything that's happening right
here.
Do you
put sincerely in something like that, or do you just kind of keep it formal? You try to be nice.
I mean, I think he's just asking AI to write it and just insert country here, and then they'll figure it out after that. But yeah, we'll go over to Adara with potentially more news on this. I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to comment a little bit further on these tariffs. So with regards to them being released as letters on Truth Social, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt actually addressed this earlier today, saying that it's in the matter, I guess, in the interest of transparency. That's what they're doing it now. In terms of who they are addressed to, it literally is just addressed to the leader of the country. They all seem to be form letters. They're all pretty much the exact same letter except for the tariff amounts, and they all end with Donald Trump's signature. Thank you for your attention to this matter, exclamation point. They all end like that. The other thing I want to mention is we could be getting at least 7 more, because Caroline Leavitt did indicate that after the South Korea and Japan letters, which were released around 12:30 p.m., that there would be, I guess, 12 more letters to be released on Truth Social throughout the day, and she told us to keep an eye out for Truth Social. So we've gotten 5 more letters now. That brings the total today to 7. That means we could get another 7 if we are to believe the 14 letters today indication that we got from Caroline Leavitt. She also indicated more letters will be released throughout the week. Back to you.
As long as you don't send me a letter. I don't want to get tariffed.
I do. I want to get tariffed. The thing is like, what's the point of sending letters if you're just going to put it on Truth Social?
Well, that's what I don't get.
It's just so stupid. It's ridiculous.
It's
but
just weird.
This is what it is. And the good thing is it's not really affecting the market. Like, the market was already sort of heading down to begin with today, and like you're just getting a downside move. Almost every idea on here, besides we had Amazon long, actually. That was still a very profitable trade. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I was looking short sort of to begin with. We never got above some of these levels. This is what the market was doing as we came in today. We had no economic numbers. We don't have any Fed speak. Elon and sort of Donald sort of kicked it off with some of the negativity over the weekend. And I was watching last night over on Blue Ocean and Moon and all that. Tesla was down 7-8%, and then it continued to go to the downside here today as well as we get lower and lower and lower. For me, I was really excited about tomorrow. Was July 8th, the day before. All these tariffs were supposed to be announced, and then all of a sudden now that is now August 1st. So when August 1st comes around, then what? I really am starting to believe this whole taco trade. Like, I even said that. That's why I asked you about what taco you like. Even as this was being released, it was like, what's up with the tacos? And then here I am now short. So I don't think this is going to be right. We've shorted up right up into there. Now the 50 period's underneath 82.50. So that's right where we are right now. Look, man, it's a 15-cent hit if we get out right now. I'm going to give it a little bit more room just to see if these futures do want to break down. This has been a level right here that we sort of supported throughout the day, and then we lost it on that news. So I wouldn't be surprised if we take it back and we do kind of make that move back up to VWAP. So I'm going to tap out right now if it does break through 60, which is very, very much imminent, and it looks like it's going to happen. So we'll slap the fail on this trade. I mean, I should have just stuck with the rhetoric that I was saying there, that this was kind of fool's gold. But yeah, the only fool here would be me for putting on this short. So we'll stop out of it. Pretty responsible. We didn't you know, we got out of the 20 cents right there, then we just averaged it in. And I feel like this is a fine level. You know, you're gonna have to tap out at some spot, and I'm fine doing it right here. So it looks like we'll lose on this short, and the short's just not in right now for the market. It might be in later, but you know, it's digesting this tariff news quite well. The biggest country that I saw out of all of that would have been Malaysia, obviously, and you could see that tariff actually got lower. So I feel like that's fine. And then the other one, you know, looking at some of that, we can just look at SMH overall to see where, because again, without knowing, I think retail, some of the clothing maybe made in Malaysia.
Well, Lulu's getting.
We can look at Lulu. Yeah, they're more, I think they're more Vietnam. Yeah, probably Malaysia as well. Same as Nike. I could take my shoes off right now and look. But yeah, SMH, you know, again, retracing all the way back. So yeah, I would say it's maybe not much going on. And then the other name was just because I just mentioned it. Let me just call up Nike real quick here, just to see what's going on right there. So they had a great run up over the last little while there. We talked about that last week as we bumped higher there on earnings. And yeah, so not much reaction here today to
Well, I'd say that's good.
Yeah,
Nike's flat on. Lulu's down 4.5%. That's why I was bringing up Lulu.
That was a start problem with something in the morning.
Yeah, like this was like Lulu's been a problem all day long. Can you just go back to Sean's chart for just 1 second? Because like juxtapose that. Like Nike was holding higher and eventually dropped, as opposed to Lulu, which has just been falling all day long and can't seem to catch any kind of a bid. And I don't know the exact makeup with Vietnam for sure. I don't know how much on Myanmar is going to matter to them, but this is a name. It still can't get out of its own way. I think on a lot of times when companies are trying to, apparel's hard. You know, like historically, to stay on top, sports apparel, any apparel brand, it's not an easy thing to stay on top for a very long time and to have a sustained run, and ultimately trying to come back when you start to get a little bit of weakness can be difficult. And then even as you're doing it, everyone just remembers the growth that you had before, and the stock price might not be able to reflect it well enough. Lulu is basically desperately trying to hold on to the 52-week low that it bounced off of, like that August low from last year. It bounced once. We lose that again, the stock just in trouble. It's given you some good dead cat bounces, no questions asked. But right now, those that are betting on the turnaround in this space have been going over to Nike and not Lululemon. Maybe it holds 220, but I think I'd be much more interested in Nike of the two. I just think when looking at the story, like, okay, go back to like square one. So I went into NVIDIA, put my stop at the $0.50 or just a couple of pennies above it, and short, like do something that I would normally do regardless if that story came out or not. It came right back in, went to the level that it was at before, and just looked to short that level at VWAP in an afternoon. If it breaks away out, if it doesn't, look for it to head back into the downside. Mike James asking about Meta. Man, been back all day and have not looked at Meta or even talked about Meta once today, which is nonsense because I should have, while we were away, Meta, like a lot of other things, fresh high and a bit of a pullback. Healthy pullback for Meta the last couple of days. What I like about the reaction today is it's up into a market that's down. It's holding the prior high. So while there would be an opportunity for this to have broken down today, no. Meta holds the consolidation. I think it's got a good chance here, especially with the market trying to rebound and the fact that it never broke any lows, to retest that high in the upcoming days. Love some Meta, go Zuck.
Yeah, exactly. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging, very important, as we will talk soon about the US dollar. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan that QR code for more information. We want to thank Global X and their Beta Pro offering. So just make sure you scan that QR code and get everything all about that. Yeah, we talked about, here's the CAD. That's CAD USD. Let me just show you the DXY as we continue to make lows right now on the daily. So there it is. It's a nice bounce up today, actually. You can see it's up 0.5%, but there goes the DXY. What a dramatic move to the downside. And you've seen sort of the rise in gold, you know, sort of the rise in Bitcoin, obviously, as more and more investors look to. Let me just call up maybe a 30-minute chart or so. I don't know. I've never really charted the DXY, like as far as like looking at it this kind of way to trade it, because it's not a tradable entity here. But you can definitely have a quick look and see that right now we're starting to get back to the upside, trying to break through some of those highs. As there we go, we get stopped out of the futures. Whoa! Wow. So we hit the siren there as the TQs do wind up breaking the top. Fine. Bad trade. We got stopped out of that. We talked about that. But the US dollar right now, you see the rise in gold. And I think traders are trying to get away from relying so strongly on the US dollar, which makes some of those, you know, programs and products there that are levered one way a little bit more exciting to get the hedge for CAD or for whatever your currency is, maybe to get away from the USD. But yeah, there goes the DXY. Nice upside play there today. But just trying to break through some of these. We haven't been this high since June 25th. So maybe the dollar is bouncing back a little bit here over the last couple of days. So we'll wait to see as, again, interest rates look to be lowered. I don't know what the odds were. We're at 70-something%.
I think we're still looking at
lowering
2 this year.
Yeah, more. I think maybe even more than 2 this year. But yeah, we'll have to wait to see. But the dollar and then GLD, which I actually, with the dollar going up today, gold should be making a little bit of a move down, but there it goes straight up, basically flat here on the day. Gold is kind of sideways for the last little while. We'll see what winds up happening. I mean, obviously this break of 316 would be real nice if you can get that all-time high break one more time up there. The all-time high looks like 322 or so, but I think gold can get going. I mean, I like the spot there. I don't know if I like gold better than Bitcoin, but if you're looking for that big return, Bitcoin might be the one, but that's even falling down today. So, you know, stronger US dollar, a little bit of a retracement there in gold, and a little bit of a retracement there in crypto. So we'll wait to see if gold holds the 50-period moving average. But the DXY, you know, repatriating the US dollar back for some of the tech companies. That's obviously what they have to do. You know, most of their expenses are going to be in US. You know, all their HR, you know, their operating costs are over here. So a stronger US dollar would be better for bringing that back over, but then it does require their products a little bit more expensive. So
it's good for
there is push and pulls there.
Good for Walmart.
Stronger US dollar or weaker US dollar?
Oh, so, well, the strength that you see today. I mean, when you zoom the chart, depends on the time frame you look at. If you zoom the chart out enough, you still kind of look like you're in a little bit of a pullback. But the today where you're seeing that strength you're mentioning, that's good for Walmart, which that's headed toward a potential breakout. And sometimes you'll see a stock do this, and it's like, it's doing it at a random level. No, this is just, it's $100 on Walmart, and it's just hanging out here. Yeah, they're going to be competing with Amazon and trying to outclass them on their prime day, but overall they can both work and they can both win, and they will both win. That's how it is. It may be a little bit expensive in terms of where you're getting them in a historical PE, but the 100 level on Amazon, it just feels like this breakout is looming, and like another stock that is just yearning to get to its highs in this particular case. I think that one can get there for sure. But I wanted to the thing about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is boringly awesome right now because it's not breaking out the high, but I love the fact that this consolidation is not even thinking about retesting that low 90,000 level. Like, we bounced off 100K and we're just holding a consolidation at the high. So that looks very, very, compared to when we usually fail a top, like up here, it's like right back in testing support, right back in testing support. This one's higher low and gearing up for a breakout. That looks great. Obviously, it needs to break out that top, but I like what I'm seeing here in crypto. Maybe not the best today, and I grant you that. Like, nobody's gonna look at a chart down 1.4% and say, yeah, you know, Bitcoin's having a good day. This is IBIT for you. But when I look at that daily chart, I love the consolidation up at that top, and it's not doing what it usually does when it's bounced off that 110 level, which is fall right back into the low 90s. Holding 100 is a great sign for them. That said, I probably am not. I was looking for the long today down around 60.5 bucks. I just thought if we were weak, we'd be a little bit weaker and catch a bit of a better dip buy. I don't think I touched this one in the afternoon. And just to check back in on the Wolf one, it tried to pick up in volume there. I saw it try to go a little bit of a volume spike, immediately failed $2.50. I don't know that this is going to be an afternoon trade. Maybe you get some kind of a dip where you can bounce off the volume-weighted average price, something a little more extreme. But volume's got to pick up on this one. Or I just feel like there's you don't want to sit there forcing action just because it's up 100% and it is the low the small cap of the day. Doesn't mean it's going to go ham or go crazy in the afternoon. It doesn't always work that way. There might be something else that pops up on the scanners that I'm not seeing, which is actually captivating the attention. But Wolf might be a bit of a nothing burger as we head into Power Hour for sure. Ooh, Mark Colossus in there, Marius saying your calls expire mid-August. Yeah, but what calls? I mean, that's great. I'm assuming. What are we talking? 3, 4, 5? I don't know. Your Wolf calls expire mid-August. But I mean, what strike? Eh?
My Wolf calls. It depends when you got them. I mean,
I was saying when.
But
we still have a lot of time. It would be interesting just to know what price you're looking at. We day trade looking at the actual equity here pretty much all the time. I know Joe will talk about options, but yeah, some information would be a little bit useful. When I look at the move, though, you're only now, knock on wood, closing the 50. For the consolidation here, holding prior lows. So I'm thinking that you hold on to this move, the next stair step up would be that it could get to 450. But just remember the underlying story here is you could be back down to near zero like that. So, it's the kind of thing that if it reverses, it can be back to the low.
So what was that all about?
You got to give the snap. It's Thanos. Because you can get cut in half overnight on a stock like this.
Oh, whoa.
No, literally overnight.
Well, look, you doubled overnight.
That's what I'm saying. So that's sort of the idea. A lot of times in that kind of a position, you want to be out without even thinking about trying to get the top. Trying to catch the top of moves on stocks like this, I'm going to hold this to the exact right moment. On these types of stocks is almost impossible to do. Sometimes you have to be willing to look like, oh man, I left a lot on the table. But it's better than getting rugged and it's a penny stock again. That's, I think discretion sometimes in that case is, the better part of valor?
Yes. Good one.
So they say.
Oh, yeah. So
I don't know who said it.
Neither do I. I was going to say, I'm not sure exactly who does, but so what's up to Love to Trade there in the chat? Yeah, look. So, again, look at this market on the way back up. So I'm going to try the short one more time. The TQs is here at the 200 period. Just look how this 200 period has really worked out all day. I mean, it worked great in the morning, great here. Not so great as we got, I guess, those letters. And then now we're coming back down into it again, or up to it again. So we're going to short using VWAP. So that's 83.15. If we break back underneath there, then we're gone. So we're now back into the short here. I started at 83. I actually have another fill coming at 86. That's where I thought. I'm at 88. You know what? It doesn't really matter. I'll take it right here. I'm going to put an offer. There we go. So we take 83s right there, and then now we'll wait to see. So I was going to take another trade near $83 for the TQs. And again, just talking about this, right? Donald Trump has come out here and talked about we can keep. I mean, Adara's over there. So if anything ever hits, yeah, exactly. So she's all over this, watching everything right now. I'm just going through the news feed. So I have the Benzinga Pro right here that just sort of Trump versus Bezos, Tesla, some Chipotle Mexican grill stuff here, DoorDash. Oh, what a move you didn't see, but Datadog got announced into the S&P 500. So D-Dog was...
Yeah, that story I at least...
Yeah, that was straight upside fire.
What's the date?
I don't know. When is the effective date? It's really soon. It almost happens immediately once those things are announced. But Datadog straight up... booming right there, taking out some levels. I would say now that you got that announcement, wait for this gap to fill before you start to buy a little bit. July 9th, yeah, so tomorrow, 2 days. So tomorrow's your last day of trade before Datadog gets added, and it should create a little bit of a bonus upside, but again, we'll trade that maybe tomorrow off the open. There should be an imbalance there, and then possibly again tomorrow night, as we'll wait for the imbalance locator to repopulate, and that will show us tomorrow. Power hour. That's
Is it power hour?
good. Yeah, it's now 3
That's
o'clock.
what that
That's
means.
what it is right there. So watch out now for power hour. Shout out Chef Joe and everybody else. The story today about Tesla, of course, as we'll continue to look at this stock, was nothing this afternoon as it's gone a little to sleep. But when's that letter getting sent to Elon? Maybe it already has. But for right now, Tesla not doing too much, down 7% there as America First. Is it called America First Party? Did we ever find out what it was
Or
called?
is it just America Party?
Just America Party. I'm voting for America. I mean, it's actually pretty...
Party in the
Makes
USA.
sense. Oh, wait, some Miley Cyrus back action in there? No, so I was just thinking that's upsetting. Whenever you draw the attention of the president, it's not going to be a good thing, you know, because he always has to win. So right now, we're going to wait to see where the settling down happens here for Tesla. I believe it to be a good long, but not until we retest some of this chaos down here around 230, 240. I'm still in it for the long term. It's not a huge position of mine. I know there's a much bigger position for many of you out there. This whole, you know, tit for tat type of stuff, you know, it's not really, it doesn't bode well for the company in the short term. But, you know, again, it could also be giving you great buy opportunities. Like, it's 7% down as far as the market cap. This market cap was $700 billion. Like, you're losing a lot today on nothing right now Tesla related. We had worse than expected deliveries the other day, and that happened on worse deliveries straight up. So I don't know if the stock is trading on fundamentals right now. You know, we had lower deliveries there in Europe. We had lower deliveries across. I think the last number there for the United States was lower. And the EV space right there, especially for getting rid of incentives, which is big, beautiful / ugly bill, depending on which way you're looking at it, treats Tesla in the EV space. We've seen Sunrun for solar. A lot of those names start to go around.
Elon's never been in favor of them.
Well, that's what he's been saying. So I think he probably... Whether or not he's in favor or not, I feel like that's a political thing. I think it helps the business, right? I mean, if you do get the EV incentives, it helps the business. Like, Sharif would buy a Cybertruck if they was giving 10 grand off.
But here's what I will say.
It's not.
If I'm the only one making money, and I understand the Chinese EVs.
Right. Yeah,
I understand the Chinese EVs make money. But if I'm the only one in the U.S. making money, it doesn't bother me. Like, obviously, it's
Tesla
good short term.
margins are going down.
But the margins are going down. But in a long-term sense, if y'all can't make money and I can, then it's not the end of the world that the incentives go away, because it's going to hurt my competition more than it hurts me. Which ultimately, it's kind of the same reason why Walmart tends to not care when minimum wage goes up. They don't. Like, you're like, well, but wouldn't that hurt Walmart, the biggest employer? Well, yeah. But it hurts their competition more than it hurts them. So in that particular sense, they're like, hey, that's not so bad at the end of the day. I wanted to make one note about that Datadog, because you were mentioning the numbers on it.
Yeah.
So it's the addition is potentially 51 million shares to trade, effective at the close tomorrow, which is a pretty decent sum. That's like $7 billion, something like seven something for Datadog. S&P 500 edition, that'll be pretty big. Another note, so about like Wolf, I also saw in our notes, Wolf is a Russell deletion today. So that could change what I'm looking for at the close on this. It's expected to be deleted from the Russell 2000 index, and it's up 98% today. And Wolf's a New York stock. So when we look at the early look, like we could, like right now, whoops, it was already sorted. Wolf's a sell of 1.4 million shares. Our note says it could be as big as 18 million shares on the sell side. So if I see that start to grow, like Wolf, double check to make sure we have shorts on this, because I didn't pay for them this morning, but I didn't realize it was coming out of the Russell 2000 today. That could be spicy at the close because it's up so much.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even, I got to figure out even what they do. All right, so I was bidding actually here in the futures. Right now, I was bidding 72s. This is the TQ product that I'm using right now. The market is fading out a little bit. Like, love to trade there in the chat. What's up, my guy? You asked me if I was going to get short the TQs again. I was like, I'm actually in the process of doing that. So this is what I'm doing right now. Look at this off the 200 period moving average. I'm bidding 72s. Let's see if we can get back into here 82.40, 82.50 or so for this name, something to look at for sure. There it goes. Let's go right now. Spin that for a little bit. Roblox, another name. What a day for Roblox again. Like this name just up 4%. Like what a stock right there, Roblox. I mean, my kids watch about all the games on YouTube. They play them. I mean, this stock is working, boy, and working quite nice, just like this futures trade right now. Get another piece out here at 67s if we can. There it goes. It runs through us. So a nice little out there at 67. I'm now waiting at 61s. So here it comes back in. There it goes, man. We'll make this money back. Not yet, but we'll make a little bit of it back so far here on the futures as we waited for the 200 period. And there's the pull back in. Like, I'm not hearing any more stories about anything, but let's go over to Adair and see what she has to say.
This isn't news. I just wanted to make this fun little infographic here. We talked about the comparisons between the rates announced on April 2nd and the rates announced in these July 7th letters. So I thought, what better way to do this than visualize it? So as you can see here, some countries like South Korea and South Africa are getting the exact same tariff rate that were promised here on this poster board. The poster board heard around the world on April 2nd, Liberation Day. Then you've got countries like Japan and Malaysia that are getting a slight increase here on the tariffs announced in the letter compared to what was, I guess, initially set out here on Liberation Day. And then we actually have countries like Kazakhstan, Laos, and Myanmar that are going to have lower tariffs now than they were as of Liberation Day. Really interesting mix. And again, according to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, we're going to be getting 14 letters today on tariffs. We've only seen 7 so far. Again, if you want to take this look at, see a bit of comparison to the new tariff rates versus the old tariff rates, I literally went item by item in the poster boards. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. That's X at TTV Research. Make sure to like and subscribe to the show as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. There you go. And look, maybe it's not low, it's not better enough to be the reaction that you're seeing. At the end of the day, ball don't lie. But I think some of the bigger nations need to.
They're not even like official. These are just like what he's proposing.
That's what I'm saying. Like we don't.
Yeah, it's like so stupid.
Like what the market is waiting for is pen to paper. If that's exactly how it even happens or whatever. You know what I mean. You want deals to be struck. Like, okay, so you've got something with the UK. That's great. What about everybody else? You know, when is there gonna be more? So the market likes certainty. When is there gonna be more certainty? That being said, kind of near all-time highs. So like,
I feel like they're
like I don't my thing is like the whole see what happens when all the deals get signed. I don't know that that's gonna be better than the rally we've already had. I don't think so. Ultimately, like I don't know. I want to see AI growth. Yeah, I want to see Meta make some money, monetizing AI. No, don't get me wrong. Like, I want to see their numbers. That's what gets me jazzed up, not the deals. I just want to see some big ass numbers next quarter.
You will.
And that's I care more about that than I do pen to paper because we've already gotten back to all-time highs when the world didn't end. I'm not really sure how much more we're going to go. Just by the way, like I'm going to take Wolf because when I saw that it's a delete, and it just went from, remember it was 1.5 million to sell, now it's 4.5 million to sell. And that just happened, so I decided to kind of get in. I'm just going to short it. I'll put a stop above this prior high at about 250, but I want to be sitting in the short of Wolf. And if it continues to grow, look initially for a VWAP bounce play. I don't know if it ends up being a hold to the close type of deal, but the second you see that on the A on the locator, but B in our notes, I forgot that there was a Russell action coming on this because of how strong it was today. And you don't always want to see that. David loved Gangster Neil showing up at work. Well, with the all the way buttoned up polo, I'm keeping it gangster with the polo buttoned up to the top. That's how I roll. Keep it real.
Good one, yeah. Thanks, David, for all of that. Yeah, so you know. This trade's getting pretty gangster right now as the TQ is coming back in right now, 31 cents now in the money and going lower. So here we go again. We should have just waited, but we were trying to short against that. And once it stopped out, right? We got stopped out, but we got back into this one as it's still coming back down to the downside. So yeah, man, so far so good here today. Yeah, no, I was thinking the only tariff that really matters, honestly, is going to be China. All this other stuff is just infographic worthy. There's really no, if the stock market even moves based on Laos, then I got to take a vacation. Like there's not enough here. It's China, it's the US, there's absolutely nothing else. Canada doesn't matter in my opinion. UK, all of that stuff is not going to matter. Everybody's waiting for that China deal. Sure, the market will move 0.5% here or there. It might even move 1% when some of that announcement's made. But then we're going to see it fade back, right? You need that final tally for China. That's what's going to matter. Everything else basically irrelevant. And we talked about this already, and I don't know, we have to go back and find it, but I was one of the only ones here that was thinking this market gets back to all-time highs this year, and we did it in June, okay? And just to Neil's point, the quarters are going to be monstrous. So if you just get this settled out, these, we're seeing more spend on AI. We're seeing NVIDIA at all-time highs. We're seeing Meta making that move. We saw Microsoft go to all-time highs. The minute China's solved, you're going to have this go back to all-time highs. Like Apple, there's so much right now. There's so much money even on the sidelines that once you get some sort of clarity, and I already think there is clarity. I honestly, we're just waiting for China. And I think that number will get solved and get settled. Then you can go back in there and start to buy some Alibaba and stuff like that. But with the market being where it is, I mean, what else could we even really want right now? And so the minute that China deal is announced, this market will absolutely boom. You're already at these highs. And I just don't see anything really slowing this thing down. We just went through a mini war there where I was literally getting texts from people saying, this is it, man, sell everything. And as that was happening, the market was going to all-time highs. So this is the whole thing, man. I'm not trying to be, maybe I'm just an optimist here, but at the end of the day, the market is what it is. And think about everything that we've gone through and it's at all-time highs. So if we can just get by everything, I think that we can win for a long time. So
I think Europe matters. But the other thing too is think about it also matters what you own. I mean, look.
I'm just talking about the S&P 500.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's. Trust me. There's always going to be somebody that for whatever reason owns owns like Stellantis or something. And it's the same. Like, if you're specific to certain places, then yeah, trust me, you're going to care. But I do think a European deal is going to matter because if I look at the bigger picture, and let's look at the announcement today with the BRICS. There's a bigger battle going on that's bigger than tariffs, and it has to do with the U.S. dollar being the reserve currency and keeping as many allies as possible in that realm is huge. And you better believe that is a big part of the deals that are getting made is to ensure U.S. dollar dominance. They're not just talking about tariffs and trade. I guarantee you there is going to be. You better make sure that the USD is a primary and you're going to be buying our treasuries and you're going to be buying stable coins and all that kind of, that's going to be in the back as well. And Europe is a big ally with that in terms of keeping US dollar dominance. So I think that's a huge deal. And overall, it's obviously important to anyone. We're in Canada, but we invest in the US, so because everybody does. And I think that's going to be an important one. That being said, I've seen a bunch of conversation about a stock that we haven't mentioned too much about today, which is weird because when the market wasn't doing much, it was breaking out all-time highs. And I saw, who was it in the chat? You were just there. Oh my goodness, it was Finch Jane in the chat mentioning Palantir. Okay, granted it's not moving right now, but it did double tap the 139 lower high here. Look at the 50 period, look at it hold trend. So pulls back, doesn't actually break the 150, but this is up very, very nicely. Made the bounce off of the 50 period essentially at 130. All that's left is zoom it out, break out the 140 area tomorrow, then you can get another test at that high. You always want to see the reaction. What happens when you get like a 10% pullback? Like look at the bottoming tail wicks on this thing. It's like heavy and then bounce. Either sometimes quick, but you're bouncing off the obvious levels on the way back, that 130. I think the 150 level, you got to break 140. That's a this week thing, I think, as long as you continue this like higher low breakout today story that you've had in Palantir. Just heard that Boeing's getting a bit of a pop. Talk about a stock that is not like Palantir. But it's up 1% today. Boeing breaking out the high. There's still a long way there's a long way to go with the investigations, but as I said before I left, my relatives that are pilots and most pilots have been saying their first suspicion is that it's probably was pilot error and might not have been the plane. 52-week high in $1 or so on Boeing. This one could be breaking out. And it got bought up. We just talked about it again with Palantir. On bad news and dips, they bought support at about $200. And then you saw it consolidate, hold, bad news, hold, and then break back out and go back to normal. The reaction to news matters in this particular case as well, as you're about to get a 52 high break this week on Boeing.
Yeah, I think Boeing, another example there of why I believe China is so important. I think that once China gets settled, you'll see them buy a crap ton of said Boeing planes. So that's going to be a big one as well at some point. I did not reload the TQs either, but it's making a move down in there back in CNBC. Boeing got a CNBC pump, it sounds like. So those guys, I guess they pay to go on there and then pump whatever their stocks are. I don't know if it was Josh Brown or whatever it was.
No, some other guy.
But there you go. That's a good way for CNBC to make a little bit of money. Okay, so I was looking at Amazon there. Not much going on right there. Let's check out Big Bear AI one more time to see what's going on. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to break a little bit higher right now. What time is it? 3:16. Okay, yeah, again, SoundHound, we were on with Steve Teilman. He liked Sound as well as a possible because, again, thanks, Steve, for coming through. And we were talking about Big Bear AI, and he remembers where he heard it from first, I hope, as well. But Big Bear AI right now making the move. SoundHound, he liked that, so good call on him for SoundHound. And then C3 AI, another AI name, trying to bounce around a little bit here today. So C3 AI, nice move there. Again, well, down, but up over the 50-period moving average, trying to hold out. Today we had new highs for Uber, so there's another name that's been working out quite nicely here. While we have more and more talk, and again, I think there's a few plays that I think benefits the whole Trump-Elon talk, and I think Uber is one of them as we get ready to see where Uber goes on all of this talk. I mean, less automation, if we can't get the robo-taxis because the licenses are going to be hard enough to come by. Remember, I think all the highways in the United States are federal, so you're going to have to get licensed there to, maybe not all of them, but the interstates anyways. You guys tell me, but you're going to have to get licenses to run on those. And Uber doesn't need the robo-taxis can just run in the middle of cities. I don't think that matters, but that's another case maybe for Uber. And then plus you have
bigger for
Uber
transport.
Eats.
I think.
Yeah, transporting across interstate lines.
Yeah, that's the big one. Like because you're not going to get transport to adapt unless you need all the federal approval because it's not like that local stuff. You can't just go from city to city. Right. That's a big one. That's a big shift for the trucking industry that's incoming. And we'll see. Well, the other way to play AI is just, and we talked about SMR earlier, but we didn't talk about Vistra. That's up today. Into a down market, VST, they're up almost a full percent, trying to break out some of those highs. Constellation as well, and Vernova are both. CG's up 2 points today, and it's almost broken out, this 330 again. And then I go over, I look at Vernova, and this is almost back to breaking out some of those highs. These energy.
We talked about that last week.
They got. Well, it makes some sense. What's interesting is how many times do we see a stock trend into an all-time high or a 52-week high, and then the downgrade comes, or conversely, dip into like, I don't know, like some kind of a consolidation low, and that's when you get the analyst action. So we'll see. Like someone's like, oh man, we've got to downgrade these guys because it's getting away from us. The stock's not supposed to move like that, so we need to slow it down a little bit here. But they're strong. I think it's another way that you can be playing energy. Obviously, data centers require a lot of power. A lot of power. You got a lot of competition in the States to even get them. Like states battling with one another and giving all these incentives. Please make yours in my state, and we'll give you all the incentives in the world.
I mean, that's how it works.
I mean, that's just part. It's different. We don't have as much of that here. It does still happen in Canada, but not as much as you get in the U.S.
Our mayor right now is currently in Australia, or she is in right now is in Ireland and then heading over to the UK, trying to bring more business for Toronto.
You need it.
You know, we need another CN Tower.
They're on strike.
Are they at the CN Tower?
I left. We're at the game. We're at the Blue Jays game. If you've never been to Toronto, the Toronto Blue Jays play like right next to the CN Tower. So like we're walking.
Yeah, what the heck?
We're walking towards the stadium. It's gorgeous out, right? And all of a sudden, because usually there's the guy that plays the drums.
Yes.
There's this one dude who he freestyles all the time, and he freestyle raps for money, and he's just sitting there before every single game. You walk past, I'm like, I don't hear either of those dudes. All I hear is the picket line at the CN Tower because they're all on strike.
Really?
Like it was a holiday week.
Right.
Like tourists abound, and it's like that's not for a failing. Like it ain't what it used to be. Like I'll cop to this. I haven't taken my daughter's never been up to CN Tower.
What?
Have you guys gone?
Oh yeah, many times.
Okay, and I was like, the second it happened, I realized, man, I got to take Erin up to CN Tower. She doesn't like heights, but it's still something you got to experience if you're Canadian or just if you come to Toronto. Just experience it because it's kind of cool. You're not going to get me on the edge walk though.
No, hell no, I'm not doing
That's an absolute. Wait a minute. Didn't Ramin say she was going to do the edge walk?
Yeah, she did, of course.
All right, so Ramin's going to do the edge walk at some point. I think that's crazy. I don't need that. I can go on a roller coaster all day. I don't need to jump out of an airplane. I don't need to do the edge walk. I don't need that kind of drama. There's other ways to experience that rush, and don't involve me hanging off the edge of a building.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty unique way to experience that.
It's cool, though. To each their own, man. I'm not hating. I'm just not doing it.
No, I don't want to do it either. No way. No way, no how. Not for me. My kids want to do it, of course, so we'll do that. Yeah, the Netflix, there's a documentary on Rob Ford, former mayor. So we watched that, the wife and I. That was pretty good. The stress of that was crazy. And now we have Olivia Chow, so it's all good over there. And then Doug Ford is the premier of Ontario. So if you do watch that, go watch it. I think it's called City of Mayhem or something like that, the Toronto story. I used to have a little, I think it's broken now or it's gone. I used to have a squish thing of Rob Ford there. It was a very classic guy, man. Guy talked patois and everything. The guy's hilarious. But also battled drugs and stuff. So that was a sad thing. All right, Oscar Health. We did see some up and down moves last week in UNH. Oscar right now, the name that I've said I've liked here, OSCR. I still do like it. So Oscar Health right now, just a name to look at. There it goes up now 4% today. Really bounced off nicely off $16. You know, if you wanted to get some sort of alternative health. I don't know enough about the healthcare space, but I do know that there's a lot of people here enjoy Oscar Health. So we'll have to wait to see where that's going. Up 3.75%. UNH, because I just talked about it, was battling with so right back into 303 again. We did have a move up to 320 or so right there, the 50-period moving average, and then faded off of that. So nice move to the downside. What was the story last week, Adara, about UNH again? Oh, Centene. Yeah, Centene, so CNC. Yeah, that's right. They crushed all of their markets last week. It said 22 of 29 of their markets they're expecting lower expense, lower revenues from. So there it goes. It's still making lows right now, Centene. So yeah, that's pretty ugly for right now, needless to say. So yeah, I just remember, man, I have this dentist appointment tonight. Yuck. It'll be fine, though. I think it's just a cleaning. Anyways, who's calling me here?
They have your dentist have the.
Oh, that's TELUS, I think. Oh yeah, they have everything there. No, it always shows The Office. It always has The Office on.
I find, yeah, I
can request whatever. Maybe I'll put that mayor show on.
That's sort of my beef. I never ask them to change.
Yeah, neither do I.
Which is just, it's like you should. Like I want to watch
something for you.
Else.
You can.
That's what I'm saying, but I never do. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like I know I can ask. But I just don't, and just sort of leave it on whatever. Like, what does the hygienist care what happens beyond? I'm the one sitting there watching.
No, they literally
don't care. But I've never asked. I've never asked every single. Dude, so I was just hearing some news in my ear, but I didn't.
Possible deal for something about cars, automotive.
All I heard was cars and automotive in my ear. But I was going to mention Circle could go 10% up right now. Circle just broke high of the day. This is completely unrelated to any auto news that we may or may not have just heard in our ears. But Circle 9% up, and if you're wondering, RK, why is Circle going? This just seems a little technical to me. Like you had a bit of a pullback. The shorts got this pulled all the way back into that it didn't get to 160. This is actually 170. That's a bad wick. Let me go to the 15. Got to about $170 and then held the low, hold the low, hold the low, consolidate, and then broke out today. And was a good early long, then the second long no good, but now you're breaking out the top. I think this has room to go to 225. Just remember how many people have been like, Core Weave and Circle are going way down. There's a lot of shorts. There's a lot of shorts that are probably looking for a heck of a lot more than what this already fell, and are probably trying to short pops for this to get back down underneath $100. And that and Core Weave, I think, makes a lot of sense. That you could see some short covering, but you could also have some new shorts and day trade shorts that are getting blown out today as Circle puts its big boy shoes back on. For anyone that's still, a couple of people were asking me about the Wolf. I put it in the chat. It's still 4.6 million to sell. Kind of expecting that number to be in the double digits. So if it's not growing, then I might bugger out of this one. But I want to see it continue to grow. It's now 325. 25 minutes until the imbalances actually come out, or just slightly under that. And you really, like, it's not moving, which is good. I'm going to scalp out into the volume weighted average price, and because it hasn't changed in about 10, 15 minutes, that imbalance, maybe this is all we're going to get. And 4.6 million, it needs to be over 10 million. The stock's done 400 million today. You got to at least be in the double digits to really be huge for a sell amount.
Yeah, it looks like right now Tesla wants to go higher here. So I don't know. We'll have to wait to see. Oh, there. EU sources saying EU looking at a possible deal. That's it. So deal on cars.
Okay.
To export. EU may secure. So this is what I was saying about EU versus China. Imagine if that headline was about China getting a deal for cars, or tariffs with related to cars, right? You would be seeing like all hell probably break loose. And right now the futures are acting as if that headline doesn't even exist. But we'll wait to see what happens with EU. That's just a possible deal. Like we always say here, baseline tariff exemptions for aircraft. I don't know. Anyways, I was thinking about Tesla breaking right into there, maybe breaking the 294.50 area, but then you're running into some more issues there. I think it's going to be a long here on Tesla. It's just maybe trying to find those areas. The TQs, we did empty out a little bit of that, so we got pretty lucky there. Oops, that's still Tesla. Load up. There it is. So we got some more outs there in the low 50s, a couple outs there. Maybe put some more. We only have now a half hour left. I'll just put a bid there right now at 60s, see if we can get that. And then we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But right now, yeah, not much action at all in this market as we go sideways. Wait for tomorrow. I don't know if there's any, Adara sent me the recap notes there. I don't know if there's any. I didn't even click on them yet. Is there any news today? Weeble, no, just talking about Michael Noss posted something, I guess, on Weeble. So we can have a quick little look there. Maybe you guys will talk about that. Yeah, there it is, man. Nicely moved now, up now. Weeble, not up on the day, but making moves higher.
That's what,
right now, Weeble.
That's the thing. It's been bought up for most of the day. There's been buyers on Weeble, despite the fact that it's double digit down. And
yeah, I don't know what's going on with Weeble. Well, we do know they had that offer, right?
They had that offering, and that's what I wanted to mention. I'll get to Wolf in a quick little second. It was IonQ that, and we were sitting here, and if you weren't watching the morning show, if a company drops an offering and the reaction is a complete V-shape, like it goes up, V-shapes it all the way back in, maybe look for this double bounce and then try to sell it again, because I've never seen anything that was quite as obvious as that at the open. Like it's all in hindsight, but I wasn't watching the stock because we kind of wrote it off as, why is this stock up in the first place? And when it got all the way to the bottom, it's like, well, you had to short it the first time. When the news came out, that was your chance. If you didn't do it, forget about it. And you just sort of write the stock off that you're not going to get a chance to sell the news, but then you could have sold the news at the open. And that's how I would have expected a stock to react. Keep in mind, it's going to have some strength today because, ultimately, when you have a consult, here, just look at the trend. There's going to be some strength from a technical standpoint because it's been making higher lows, and it was in the midst of a little bit of a breakout. But yeah, that should have been a sell the news type of thing. And just going back over to the Wolf one, I was looking for a long initially on this, until we saw in our note that this is supposed to be deleted from the Russell 2000 today and has a sell and bounce. So the scalp into VWAP and then hold. It's about to tag. If it tags 220 or so, then we actually get the volume weighted average price on Wolf up 100% today. But remember, stock can go down as quickly as it goes up. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye here on, I have STLA up. You can just kind of keep an eye on the market and I guess any of these auto names. I'm seeing reports coming through here on X that apparently sources in the EU are saying that the European bloc is considering a possible deal on cars to offset these U.S. auto exports against these imports. They're also apparently looking to secure baseline tariff exemptions for aircraft and spirits as part of the U.S. trade deal. We know the EU has been very clear that they want to make a deal with the U.S. We haven't seen any tariff letter news with the EU as of yet, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But either way, just keep an eye on this market. We're seeing, I guess, some potential inklings of a deal and certain terms of a deal here from the EU. Back to you.
SoFi.
Yeah, I mean, again, nothing. I mean, it's August 1st, right? I mean, we're just going to wait to see. I mean, hopefully we get something more definitive once that comes through again. So we're going to wait to see about that. I mean, today's big story, I guess, was just Tesla, and we're not really seeing too much reaction to anything there. Weeble, I said this morning, I think it's a buy opportunity. We actually indicated some levels of concern there for possible buy and whatnot. And yeah, that was, I don't know if it was ignored or not, but right there on Weeble, we sort of zoomed back out and found right where it is right now. When you're looking at that, if it's just an offering, like you got to think about the stock was actually been working. So it comes right back in, and some of these bottoms equate to sort of that gap fill right there on Weeble. So if you like sort of where we're going in finance and where everything looks right now, I would say you want to, you know, potentially get into some Weeble down here, down 11% today. Could be a decent buying opportunity right now for this name. You know, we could be right back up into $14, $15 before you know it. You know, a name like SoFi, you can look at Upstart, Affirm, some of these other names that continue to really work out, right? There goes SoFi right now. I mean, look at the highs that we're putting on right now. So, you know, another good look here for SoFi, possibly breaking out even into 20 bucks again. Like this name, again, gapped through. We took out 1850 right there today. We've actually been hovering around that spot. Nice to see a definitive move today back above as SoFi continues to work. We're up quite a bit on this position just because of where it is. I mean, if anybody's been buying at all over the last 2 years, you know, this has been a huge move right there for SoFi. You know, we talked about names like Robinhood coming back in a little bit. The problem, honestly, I mean, Robinhood had that issue there where they released the offering for crypto, then they were talking about stabilized coins and whatnot for different stocks, and then unfortunately, not C3AI, OpenAI came out and was like, no, we're not supporting that. And we did have a nice move back in there a little bit. And it was only approved for EU trading and EU accounts and whatnot. So there's a few stories there last week about Robinhood. So we'll wait to see if anything does make sense here moving forward. But again, really like the stock. Just it's in a little bit of a sleeping zone right now. So for Robinhood, maybe $80 on a pullback, but that may not happen. AFRM. I'm just talking about some of these new payments, you know, Affirm, Upstart, new fintech names continue to work, and as does Affirm. Look at Affirm right now. It's like nice move higher right now for this name as well. So, you know, some good stocks trading around Affirm, getting into some areas as well, up near $74. Hasn't spent many days above 75. So we'll wait for a breakout. This could be tomorrow on Affirm, AFRM. So watch out for that break with a relatively short, I'm going to say 18. You have a guess?
I thought it was 22.
Could be
22.
Yeah, did you look it up?
No, I haven't. Like, my guess 22.
Yeah, well, I win.
What?
5%.
Remember back in the day when that was an actual short?
Well, that's why I said 18. I thought we were coming in right there, but a firm short float. That Upstart had a big one that was in the 30s.
You've gotten smarter.
PBYA, UPST is what we're looking for now. Yeah, 25, 26% right there for Upstart. And then, you know, a stock like a SoFi is going to be in that 5 or 6% range as well, I believe. Ooh, that's 13%. Robinhood as well. So there are short offerings, all this 4%. Let's just compare it to traditional. So we'll go over a JP Morgan right now. No short on that. C 1.73%. Wells Fargo. I thought Wells might be the biggest one, 1.7. Morgan could be big because if there's not too many deals coming through, Yeah, 1.2.
Morgan
So we don't
makes
have anything
sense.
over 1.
No, but like
Over 2, sorry.
The difference between that 1.2 difference between Morgan and JPM is pretty significant. And like I know it doesn't it doesn't seem like a lot, but those are two very large companies, and the difference is there's so much that was expected. I count me as one of the people that's in this camp. There's so much that was expected in terms of maybe alleviating some of the regulation when it comes to finance in the U.S. and banking, and especially when it came to M&A, that just has not materialized. And so, for Morgan, it's been kind of a big deal for them. And don't get me wrong, I think the stock's actually probably doing fine. I was going to talk about SoFi, but the stock, maybe not today, but the stock's been doing absolutely fine anyways, breaking out those tops. But some of what you were hoping to have happen hasn't actually happened for Morgan Stanley, yet you're still breaking out tops. That just goes to show you how resilient the market is. Like, look at how gorgeous that chart is. But if you weren't, like, I wasn't buying Morgan Stanley on dips. I liked XLF this year. That was probably a bit of a mistake. Like, I own Morgan Stanley. If I was buying Morgan Stanley, I'd done better than I would have in XLF, almost 100%. Because if you pick an individual, I don't actually know this to be true. So don't at me if I end up, you're only getting, 20%? If you got the absolute bottom, whereas if you were buying Morgan Stanley, here you got 50%. So that's sort of the notion of getting more out of buying individual names. But it cuts both ways. If you want to have a little bit less risk and more certainty, fair. That's how it's going to play out. We're going to go back over to my man and maybe talk about one of our friends. See if any scams.
Yeah, if you scan that QR code right there, you'll get eSignal for 1 month for free. Make sure you do scan the best trading software, charting software available. That is going to be eSignal. So, it's 1 month free market data, everything you're looking for. With the rise of trading going 24 hours, it seems like that's where we're going. You want to be able to have reliable charting and also be able to chart every single market. eSignal does give you an array of tools, does connect over 50 plus brokers, does have all the scanners, all the data, 500 plus symbols. I mean, this is what we're talking about, whether or not you're coding things or what. Self-curated lists, you could base it on whatever sort of fundamentals you're looking at or technicals, even macro-related issues as well can be screened for. But also their own curated list. Like, we look at the trade rates, some of the ones that are popping off volume-wise and whatnot. Makes a big difference to all the trading that I'm doing. So make sure you do subscribe to that. I've been with eSignal for 20 plus years, and it's been good. So we want to thank them for giving that 1 month free. That's all. So scan it, let us know how that software is, message us. We can send our layouts, whatever you guys want. I have it all up here on my top monitor that we look at. What we trade off of here are just our own in-house with real trading. The software that we have comes with charting. So that's where we can able to put on, all of our ins and all of our outs and whatnot as we continue to look at Tesla. It's 337 right now. So we are a little bit concerned about the imbalances today. Wolf is there. Neil talked about that. Russell deletion.
It stopped growing though, which concerns me.
Yeah, TD still is a sell though.
Just quickly, you got down to 220. I got some out. I reloaded and I punched out when it broke this 250. It should be growing. I want it double digits, and it grew and is now going sideways. So if you're trading, looking for a strong stock, which I was looking long originally, be a big sell imbalance, and it's not getting bigger, then I'll just wait till 250, sorry, 350 for actual confirmation. It's a gimmicky style play, right? To go against the grain. So I want to see it come out as a gigantic number. Or who cares? Michael DCA saying Wolf has no teeth.
Yeah, I mean, it is true.
I mean, look, what was the actual day of the bankruptcy? It doesn't really matter. This was beginning.
I mean, you're not claiming bankruptcy because your business is flourishing.
Yeah, and you're not bouncing 100%, and you're not bouncing 100% today, and more on Thursday it would have been because everything is in the clear. We've seen this happen before. Shorts cover, relief rally, dead cat bounce, whatever name you want to give it. As long as profits are taking, I think you should be okay. I would not be holding on to this one too long. But in so much as I'm expecting it to be a big deletion, that's just a day trade going into the close. Well, the other thing is Mullen's actually catching a bit of a bid, which is a little bit different for Mullen. It's from its usual, but it caught a bid off of exactly 20 cents, almost. So I could not get past the opening low. So the opening range bottom was about 24 cents. That's now where the trailing stop goes. And then you're going to hold out for this 20-cent bottom once again. And go Bills. I'll get to your Palantir question because I don't want you to misunderstand me. I do know Palantir, the high is underneath 150. I did like 150 is going to be a big level for the stock. So I didn't literally mean, oh, it might not break. When I was talking about it, like this local breakout for tomorrow, like this resistance breakout, I don't know that move, it breaking, say, a 140 tomorrow is going to get it to an all-time high. And part of that is because I think there'll be profit takers going into 150. I understand that if it gets to 150, it has already made a high, but I think going into that level is going to be resistance. So that's what I was referencing. I get it. It's like 148 something is the actual top, but I think going into $150, it's going to slow down a little bit. So if I'm looking long tomorrow on Palantir on a breakout play, I'm not thinking that move is going to the high because I think there'll be a bunch of sellers from 45 into the 50 level. And still, even if it just does what it did today, like how good was that? 3% in a down market? Imagine we were in an up market today. That's 5-6 points on Palantir. But we're not. We're down 1%. And we're not really screaming back to the upside as we speak. So as long as we're kind of bearish, you limit the expectations on how far you think the bullish moves will go, at least in the names that are somewhat correlated to the market. Like risk on involves Palantir when we're talking about tech and we're talking about AI. So had we had a stronger day for tech, Palantir probably up 5 points. And I would think a breakout could take us to that 148, 149 in a couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Palantir gets there tomorrow probably. Let's just wait to see.
Oh, it could easily.
Yeah, exactly. Up another 3% tomorrow and you're there. But for right now, the market is just kind of figuring itself out. It looks like it wants to get lower. So right now, only 9 minutes until those imbalances come out. But we are still on the only position that we've had are the futures. And right now we are ticking down into 82.50. So that's going to be definitely a good look here. See if we can fade out the rest of the day. Okay, the tariffs will not stack, apparently. So you don't add 20% plus another 20%. So I guess that's what that means. I like to stack the lineup, but not tariffs. So good look there for anybody interested on that. What's going on with crypto today? Let's have a quick look at crypto. So here we go. Hold on a second. I got to mute this one website before I do this. Mute site. Okay, so here it is right here. All right, so this is what's going on in the land of cryptoverse. As many of you hold different coins, either altcoins, the top 10, as we keep on talking about it. Is that the right price? Well, let me refresh this, make sure. Yeah, 108.2 right there for crypto, for BTC. The highest I saw this was 354. So we are off decently from the top on the overall market. But Ethereum, again, not doing too much. Is that the right price? 108.1. Yeah, okay, so these are the right. I just thought I looked at it this morning, it was 25.5. I think that's right. Tether, so XRP, Ripple's not doing too much today. Binance Coin, Solana this morning when we had Michael on was 151, so that's not doing anything either. Dogecoin was 17. Cardano was 58. Yeah, so there's not much going on right here in the space there today as I kind of scroll down. Look for the bigger winners. Stellar Lumens, I used to be an investor or a trader in that. We recently got out of that. That was actually a good one. We were able to make good money on Stellar. But after that, not much else. Looks like Ethereum, out of everything, will be the leader for the last 7 days. But over the last 24 hours, pretty quiet. So if we go over there now, just look at what we could trade here on the show. ETHA, what's up? Right there, 19 and change right now for ETHA. So
or Bit Digital.
Down, yeah, or BTBT. I would stay away from names like that. Like we've talked about that. What about SBET? These were the guys that were SharpLink here. These guys made I think it was a $250 million or so investment that they got to form a Ethereum trust, and that went ham, like real hard, all the way up to 120 there. And as if Ethereum was like $10,000 a coin or something, they already done it. I don't know. And then it just fell all the way back in. So this is what happens whenever stuff like this happens, hence Wolf Speed or BTBT or anything like that. All you should be really doing is looking for shorts, not the other way around. And there it is, breaking lower. And then that's where all the money is made. And, I've said this from day one, the market is completely rigged in so many ways. And here's just another example example where, you know, the little guys kind of get blown out as margin calls happen and you can't hold overnight or anything like that. But the bigger traders, of course, can. And as this falls back in, they just take all that money back. So whatever they might have lost initially shorting, they always seem to make it back. I mean, there's not that many names that go up in a straight line and stay up there. I mean, you could look at Coinbase, you could look at any of the big initial public offerings or SPAC turned whatever. They went crazy, hence Chamath. They went crazy for the beginning and then fell all the way back in. So I think
hedgies can hold for a year. You never can.
Well, that's the other thing.
Retail never can.
There you go. And I was wondering, you know,
we can't hold something 150% against you for like 6-7 months. But those guys can because they have so much money, and they know it's just going to win eventually. So they're like, whatever.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So they keep pushing it down and make it hard for it to get back up. But a name that's been really getting beat up, obviously here, and as of their last filings, you know, I looked it up. At Apple is the top holding still of Berkshire. So this is as of their filings, end of March 31st. Their number one holding still Apple, Bank of America, American Express, Coke, Chevron, Oxy. So as oil comes to the downside, I mean, Berkshire, the market's at all-time highs right now. Right? And so this is where Berkshire is, and this is the day, of course, that Warren had left or moved away from Berkshire. So watch out for that. Kraft Heinz, Moody's, Citigroup, and DaVita Inc. So some banks, some insurance names there, you know, goods like a Coke, and then Apple still downside as well. So here you go, KO. Although doing better than Pepsi, I thought Coke maybe just took out some highs, didn't it? No. So not doing too much. It's still hovering around. Yeah, we were almost, that's what I was talking about. We were almost breaking out right there on KO. Pepsi going the other way, KO winning.
Speaking about a stock being controlled.
Right now. Yeah, that one's really kept in. But Coke doesn't have much.
No,
I mean, again, wait for China, right? Wait for China. Like when those announcements are done, you're gonna wait for a Starbucks, a Coke, a Procter & Gamble, American Express, the other one here as well. I know that's the reason why you were selling some of your XLF because of the credit cards. And there goes AXP to the downside, but here they come to save the day. Remember, those of you that thought that these stable coins was the end of credit cards, what a mistake that was, as it's made its new highs again there for AXP. Now, I don't know what's going on with MasterCard or Visa, but just looking over there, I've always said AXP would be the one that I would want to be in. But even then, there's the drop down on some of Amazon's. Thing is, man, if I'm buying a stable coin, guess how I'm buying those? With my credit card. So 375 all the way down there, 340, and you don't keep these names down for long. Visa all the way back up. So I think Berkshire's could be a buy there for sure at some of those levels. Maybe I'll do some buying in the account for some Berkshire, but I don't know. I'm still debating going with a wealth advisor or not. So I don't know. I'm gonna meet with another one this week. We'll figure out what's going on right there. But I've just been self-directing for a very, very long time.
So here's one of my beefs with XLF. AXP is 2.4%. Visa and MasterCard are 14. Whoops. I meant to show this on the screen that you guys could see. AXP, which is the strongest, is only 2.5%, whereas Visa and MasterCard are 14%.
Yeah.
And so I looked at it, and it's like JPM's 11 and Berkshire's 12. Like why wouldn't I could just own those. Like I had some Berkshire from a while ago, and I don't really own JPM. It's like I don't need XLF. I can just get the stocks that I like out of it. And you know, I own some Morgan Stanley, but I didn't like the configuration there. It's like so the credit card company that I think is the best is the one that it holds by far the least of. So I don't know. Like sometimes it matters what's in the ETF to your own personal preferences. That's all I was getting. Like I still like the financials. But at the end of the day, like when I look at what's really working, I still think it's AI. Where someone in the chat was saying they love GEV as well. I think it's the AI type plays that are going to get you the bigger moves. That is almost breaking out the highs. Not usually a stock that we trade, but if this is breaking the high now, I think there's a bit of a play. Like Vistra is almost at the high, but then I looked over and Constellation is still, what, $30, 10% from its top? Why? Like I'm trying to think of the reason why a catch-up play about 10%, 320 is high. I mean, let's eyeball it here. That's 3. Yeah, it's 10%. About 10% from its high. When G Vernova's at the high and Vistra's pretty much breaking the high, this one seems like it's a good catch-up play just in an overall space. About 1 minute to go till the imbalances pop out, everybody. Wolf is still full 0.6 to sell. TD Bank is an early look sell of 1.5 million. Nothing big. It'll be the big NASDAQ names that hit the board, and then we're looking potentially for Wolf to be a big one. And then tomorrow, we would expect to see Datadog might be a large one tomorrow as they're going into the S&P. Maybe you never know. Sometimes the day before too.
Yeah, there should be some action there for sure. Okay, so I was just going to say I'm just getting out more here on the TQs. I mean, good trade overall. We had wound up losing on it initially, but once we got up to the 200 period, I feel that was not a great one there. Not just because of where it went, but because there was really no reason. I was just wondering if this continuation play was going to happen, and then we talked about it live about maybe these tariffs aren't that big of a deal, and then they made the move higher. Then they flushed again. We were able to take 20 cents. Then we averaged it right back into that level, then into the 50 period, then stopped out at the 50 period at the time was right here at 82.50. So that's our stop out. And then we reload. Okay, now they're out. So there it goes. See, this is what I was saying. I was just saying about getting out of all of this. There's Wolf with a big sell. So it does come 7 million. SoFi with a sell. NVIDIA with a buy. So NASDAQ buy side for sure. There's Apple with a buy, NVIDIA with a buy, Amazon with a buy, and the TQs with the move higher. So yeah, no surprise. We didn't really talk about it. I'm in just a little bit less than half. Actually, about a third left of this position on the TQ. So we'll take a little piece out there as it breaks through the 200 period. But this is what's on sale right now, or what's for offer or sale. Bids, anything for the market on closing. What this just shows you is
SoFi's kind of big.
Yeah, SoFi, but didn't really move down. Still $19.20 there for SoFi. You do have earnings. Oh, the earnings aren't filled up. We have earnings for Nordstrom after hours. JW.
That's a little cheeky because
isn't they being bought?
Didn't the deal close already?
It's gone.
Yeah,
So
the deal closed already. So I don't.
Yeah, so that's gonna be nothing. I just heard that in my ear. We have Nordstrom, so we're not worried too much about that. Chesapeake CHK is also out tonight as well. But again, I don't see that on here either. So I think a lot of these names are just no-brainers today. There's not much going on the after show, but you can join Adara and Neil as they'll go over everything today. And then I'm going to be debating what to watch, of course, now that Neil mentioned that, on The Dentist. So we'll be sitting there. I like watching The Office. I've seen all of The Office. Thing is, like, I don't normally watch things with subtitles. I think that's actually a good move. Watch everything with subtitles.
We've started doing it. My wife liked it, and then once I watch it with subtitles, I'm now used to it.
Right.
So I just kind of want them on.
Keeps you reading, and you miss things when you're not watching, like little words here and there that they've thrown in.
Well, I rewatch The Wire because I love The Wire while I'm working out every now and then. And sometimes The Wire's so good, like I'll stop and like re-observe a scene, and when the subtitles are on, I just feel like I'm absorbed.
Things.
Yeah, like little things. It has so many great scenes in The Wire. Goodness,
I've been like doing more
of all time.
The number one complaint for dentists for me is flossing. But I still floss every day, but they're saying you have to floss twice a day? I don't know. Is that true?
I don't floss twice a day. I floss once a day.
I floss in the evening.
How often do you guys floss?
In the evening.
Well, man,
I wake up and brush my teeth, then I brush my teeth before bed.
And
I do, but I don't know.
I floss in the evening too.
So I've been doing it more diligently, the once a day stuff. So I'm going to find out. I'll report back tomorrow.
You know what I like? I like watching like highlight packages. Let's just say I didn't watch
people flossing.
I didn't watch sports. Like I didn't catch all of like a game. Like I'll go into into baseball and they'll have these little just watch some videos of okay, this pitcher had a good game. It's like 8, 9 o'clock, right? So I didn't get a chance to watch the game, and one of my guys in fantasy had a good start, so I'll just watch the 1 minute.
Flossing is a scam. Wait a second, yeah.
Flossing's not a scam.
You can use those water picks.
Not a scam.
People say the water picks are good.
Dude, as far as I'm concerned, cleaning anything, cleaning yourself in a general sense, it's not a scam. You can argue about how big of a deal it makes, but calling it a scam is ridiculous.
No, maybe to the importance of it might be the scam. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's a scam.
Well, they're scamming me.
I'm going to tell my dentist this. Who was that made that?
Where was it?
I'm going to tell him. Someone in the chat there. It doesn't matter who it was. There it is. Dick Tracy. What's up, Dick Tracy? I'm going to tell my dentist, who's a really cool guy. Man. By the way, I love dentist is right here. Great guy. So I'll talk to him. I'll say a guy on the show said flossing is a scam. I'm gonna see what he says.
I'm not feeling that take.
No, I'm not either. But I'm gonna tell him that anyways. I'm gonna tell him I'm feeling it and see what he says. But anyways, there it goes, man. Yeah, there's the floss or there's the pick itself. That has it's on it. It's like a toothpick and it also has a little.
I've used that thing. I've used that thing, but I prefer the regular floss.
Yeah.
And then there's like a Solka brush, that thing.
Oh, you know what else he said that you should do?
Kind of weird.
Tongue scraper. Anybody use a tongue scraper out there?
I just clean my tongue.
My wife does.
I clean my tongue with my toothbrush, man. Like just.
Yeah, but there's a scraper.
I know they have a scraper, but I'm like, I'm not buying that thing. Not that that's necessarily it.
Yeah, I got one and started using it for a little bit. I was like, I'm not using a tongue scraper. Yeah, just use your brush. And do you have I'm
electric now.
Electric? Yeah, I have electric. They say electric.
You can tell like I'm finishing each other's sentences.
They say electric is where you're supposed to be at.
Once you use it, it's kind of like you drive a Tesla now, you never go back. Once you use an electric toothbrush, I kind of feel like you just, whatever, I won't even.
Yeah, my car's done at 304 there, they said.
Which one, Andre? Oh, just.
You haven't had to read Neil.
Very quickly, in about 10 seconds or so, if Wolf doesn't get bigger or shrinks, I'm just going to punch out of that. Do not want this shrinking to the downside, but.
People love the scraper.
People like the scraper.
Go ahead with this. Yeah, I forgot.
Do they though?
Yeah,
I don't know.
People do in the chat. Once you go scraper, you never go back? Go keep reading. Yeah,
no, we're supposed to be talking about Trade the Pool, everybody, because we got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, and they're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. You know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside it, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space. Traders can map out strategies, break down setups, share predictions with the community, and if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you go to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on the screen. And I see, and I'm in at 37, and I'm going to be out at 39, hopefully, as Wolf was 7 million, now only 4.3 million. I might just punch the 40s. Adara?
Yeah, just be aware here. Keep an eye on Broadcom apparently announcing they've issued $6 billion in investment-grade bonds across 3 tranches, marking 2025's largest corporate bond sale so far. The 10-year note price 30 basis points tighter than the initial guidance, so apparently reflecting strong investor demand. Apparently, Broadcom should be using these proceeds towards general corporate use and refinancing, and they're being supported by their apparently solid fundamentals, rising cash flow, and AI-driven data center growth. So Broadcom here with some $6 billion investment-grade bond announcement. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. The TQ's upside move here. I'm just going to actually punch out right now because we didn't get too much of a reversal. My stop was right here anyways, breaking through 83, so we'll just punch out there. Good trade, made some money back there on at the end of the day. Wolf, as Neil was mentioning there, it was supposed to be a bigger imbalance.
Much bigger.
Yeah, maybe nothing happening right now. Wait to see. It's only done 428 million shares. Of course, I say only sarcastically there because that's a big number for Wolf. So, yeah, well outsized its daily average move. But there it goes. Yeah, I guess the tongue scraper is a thing, as many people in the chat there supporting that. So shout out to those of you scraping your tongue, because it seems like that is something definitely to do. With only 2.5 minutes left right now, we can continue to watch that. We could see where Tesla ends the day again, looking for a 300 break maybe tomorrow. Not much going on this afternoon for Tesla. It does get right back into its highs of 296. I shouldn't say not much going on. It does get back there. So a potential play there for Tesla right now. But yeah, that would have been a good short. Other than that, yeah, not much going on, man. We'll end the day green, so that's good. So we're happy for that, but not much else going on. Like if this TQs would have really made a move down, that could have started off the day. What the trading was all about this morning for me, just boom, boom, right there on that. AMD as well, boom. I mean, huge trade there on advanced micro devices. Flat, completely flat on Apple. Today we were long and then we lost our last try there. We'll be down a little bit on Robinhood. We did try that break and then tried it again right into here, into 94, 95. That did not work. And then down, you just saw me trade the TQs. And this is down as well, but not much. Same on the TQs as we are on Robinhood. So number one stock for me today is Tesla, followed by AMD and then Amazon. And then the 3 losers, Robinhood, the TQs, and Apple. But all those 3 don't add up, obviously. As I told you, still green. So yeah, good day overall there. We'll look to make some more trades tomorrow. It should be a good one. Yeah, so you're almost going over the desk. It'll be Neil and Adara tonight.
By the way, Circle just hit 10%. So it did get to 10% to the upside. The shorts are getting squoze on this one. There's no question about it. You can talk all you want about fundamentally what Circle and CoreWeave are worth or what they're not worth, but the price doesn't lie, and the shorts are losing control once again, which they have been out of control for quite some time. I'm going to head on up to the desk. We have Michael Noss coming. Maybe we'll talk a little bit of
coins of farting.
Fart coin and the penguin, whatever the heck it is, as well.
Penguin Dynasty.
But at the end of the day, if it's trending, it's trending. Pengu.
Hey, I know, Pudgy Penguins.
Pudgy Penguin, that's what it is.
What it was. Okay, 30 seconds until the U.S. market closes. Thanks, Neil. We do no longer have the countdown button working, so we'll be hitting this live for you right now. As we get going now with only 20 seconds left, Adara's coming over to the screen. We want to thank everybody for joining us one more time today. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and be part of this community. The only way to be part of the chat is by hitting the subscribe button. So now with only 10 seconds left, we get ready to celebrate good times here. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we go. We are now done. It is 4 p.m. Thank you so much, everybody, once again. Look, the market recap show is going to be a good one. There's just not a whole heck of a lot going on right now as far as earnings are related to, but they're going to talk everything about U.S. dollar, oil, and whatnot. We didn't get too much of a look on that. We talked a little bit about gold today, Bitcoin. Bitcoin ends the day at 108 flat, so there's not much going on there either. Tesla, Wolf. Let's just check in to see what Wolf wound up doing there at the end, because we were looking for some kind of an imbalance. It does print quite large. It looks like almost 9 million shares there at the close, printing down to 220. So a level there, 220 and change for Wolf. So we could definitely take a look back at WOLF, Wolf, right there coming back in now, up only 95%. So yeah, good day overall. I think it was a good day for everybody here. So hopefully it was a good day for you guys as well. It's now 4 o'clock. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna go tell the dentist about that scam and see if he tells me if I should be continuously flossing or not. Update if anybody cares about cavities and whatnot tomorrow. So I'll give you guys a good update. I gotta get out of here. For me, for Andre, for everybody else around here, I'm Shaw. That's Neil. That's Adair. You're going to them right now.
So thank you very much, Sean, and enjoy, or maybe not enjoy the dentist. I have no idea. But like, you can't call flossing a scam, everybody. Not everything is a scam. You can make some arguments about a lot of things, but I don't know. I think that's taking it too far. But it wouldn't be taking it too far to say that Tesla had a really bad day today, Adara. If you're looking for catalysts and stories, and if you're only tuning in now and somehow you missed it over the weekend, or maybe you weren't paying attention during the day, or who knows, maybe you just woke up and you're like, why is Tesla down 7%? Well, Elon wants to go back into politics by starting his own and new political party, kind of targeting a few states. That's the plan of action. Predictably, Tesla down 7%. It wasn't bad the entirety of the day for Tesla, but into a day where the market was down a point, this down 7 points, not looking very good for Tesla. That was the major story overnight. Of course, there was also a lot of tariff talk during the day, in the morning, overnight, with if you're aligned with the BRICS, we're going to slap more tariffs on you. And then we got some announcements in the afternoon with regards to updates on some reciprocal tariffs. So that's still moving the market.
Yeah, we are theoretically expecting 7 more tariff letters to be released today on Truth Social, according to Caroline Levitt. She was asked, are we getting different countries today? She said there's going to be 12 more in addition to Japan and South Korea, but she would not say which ones, just said, watch Truth Social. Now, you might be asking, why are they posting this on Truth Social? Caroline Levitt said it's about transparency. I also want to mention here, this is the cover from an X post series I did a while ago when they first had their falling out here, Elon and Trump. It was 2 pages, but now that this beef is intensified with Elon Musk here being called a train wreck by Donald Trump, and then, of course, Trump, saying that maybe he could deport Elon. We have to update this infographic. I was working on that this afternoon, so expect an update to this coming through tomorrow. But basically what I do is, this is just the cover page because I think they're fun. But what I do is you take the daily chart here for Tesla, and then you insert all of the chaos, the stories between these two. But on the real, Neil, the other thing that rhymed, the other thing that's pretty interesting here with regards to, I guess, Tesla is I was reading apparently short sellers were poised to net over $1 billion in profits as of the open, like where Tesla opened, right? And we fluctuated throughout the day. So basically, long story short is if you were a short seller on Tesla coming into the session, I think you did pretty well. Just based on, again, the metrics that I was seeing, that's according to Ortex, that was their measurements. So yeah, I mean, nice little look here for TSLA. Again, if you were short, if you were long, it was less of a nice look. If you were long Circle though, I think it was a pretty fantastic play. And I mean, it really waffled. It took its sweet time to give you that decisive push to the upside. But I mean, if you're drawing a trend line, you've got what? This 186 low, then you've got higher low 194, higher low 198, higher low 201, 204. So it's still making higher lows. Like for me approaching this tomorrow, I'm only gonna be focusing on the higher lows because I feel like there are little, intermittent shorts, but I think they're not as enticing, maybe not as clean of a trade as this long has been longer term.
The other thing you got to consider, because like ultimately, let's call a spade, to steal a term from Sharif, Circle's a squeeze play, right? And if you're looking at something which is mostly moving on the basis of shorts and new shorts getting out and just a pure momentum style play, the other way to look at it is kind of look at some places where short sellers and sellers in general are in control. And you could see that happen when it broke away from 2. It was a good early break, and the secondary break got to 205. But then if you just look at after this 205 pullback, look at the selling in here at about 203 change. Sellers in control at that price for the entirety, and then really falling apart here a little bit like at 2 o'clock or so. But then late in the session, you see it clean break away from that price right in here. That's an entry for a long. And even when it dips back in to that prior high, like that's the sellers in control. And when you're looking at something which is more of a, hey, you're looking to win because shorts are losing and not much else, those can give you not having to buy the dip, not having to worry about the trend. Just wait to see a big obvious price level where people are selling the stock or somebody is in control selling the stock, and then wait for that guy to get broken and wait for that level to get broken out. When you confirm that it is, enter into a secondary long. That's what I'm going to look for tomorrow on Circle. Bit of a different story here for CoreWeave, the other recent IPO that was going ham, and mostly because CoreWeave buying CORV in an all-stock deal. So if you looked at not CORV, Cores, Neil, CORZ, Core Scientific. Cores being bought, 100% stock deal. It's interesting that Cores dropped 18% on this. Part of the reason why, and it's all speculation, this was rumored that they were potentially buying Cores previously, and you can see the stock jump on that. Maybe the fact that it's an all-stock deal with no cash component, and therefore if you're waiting for this to close and getting your allocation of CoreWeave shares, now you get the risk of CoreWeave falling apart in 6 months or a year whenever this deal does close, and that's why Core Scientific got sold off. So maybe not the deal terms you'd be looking for. I think if there'd been more cash in this, it would look a little bit better. But Core Scientific, yeah, it's a disappointing result for anybody that got in, because part of the value, like you're looking for that essential spike, but when it already runs up this much on deal speculation, you're talking 20, 30, 40%, and your compensation ends up being, oh, when the deal closes, we get 1/8 in CoreWeave, a stock that everyone says is overvalued by a lot. Yikes. That's going to cause anybody that bought short-term to say, well, I don't know if I want to hold that for 6 to 8 months and effectively hold CoreWeave. If you really think that's going to happen, why wouldn't you just be an option? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I just think a lot of selling happened in Core because of that, which makes some sense to me that Cores went down. Maybe wasn't expecting 18%. I usually would say when a stock gets punished as the acquirer, it can be a buying opportunity. I'm not thinking that in this case, because I usually believe that of like a fundamentally sound company, which has long-standing valuation metrics, has been making money for a long time, and then just has a technical sell-off because they're buying another company for a big sum, and then it gets sold off for a little bit, and then you can buy the value. I don't know if that's going to be the case with CoreWeave because of how far it's gone.
I just want to mention here with CoreWeave as well, analysts are not like crazy bullish on this name. I want to clarify, closed around 160, but this afternoon, D.A. Davidson came out here with an underperform rating and a jaw-dropping $36 price target. So again, 160 versus 36. Basically, they said that this deal with Core Scientific is more financial engineering, and it just is going to add losses and negative free cash flow. They also expect the shares to decline as the IPO lockup period nears its expiry. I looked up the expiration date for this. It's going to be September 24th. 2025, so just in a couple of months here. Basically, D.A. Davidson only sees the stock going lower. We know the valuation on this is a little bit cuckoo, or as it has been described as so by a lot of people. Today, the stock was trading pretty jaggedly, for lack of better terms, slice up, slice down, slice up, slice down, slice sideways. So I just thought that analyst note was really interesting, and I wanted to touch on it. It kind of came in the middle of the day, which is why I didn't get to do so earlier. But interesting note here from, I guess, D.A. Davidson on a stock that I think is on a lot of people's minds. Clearly, they view it as overvalued alongside, it seems like, a lot of market participants.
Yeah, when I see that $36, why did, you know what? Just put it underneath the low. Like when the all-time low here, like CoreWeave got down underneath 36, like 33 something is the bottom. So if you think that, just for my own sake, just say 33. Or just say something underneath the low. Don't be like, oh, just find like the highest close that it had, and we'll just slap that number in there, 36. But they're not alone. A lot of people think this is overrated. I think that's why, and maybe if that's one thing I sniff it, you sniff it out a little bit sooner, and I think that could have been a really easy short in cores. But ultimately, that's something that you look at in hindsight. Not all deals are the same. If you ever end up trading something or looking at something where, oh, I see a deal, company X is supposed to be bought at $12, is trading at 10. Try to understand that the terms of any of those deals matter. Like if you looked at US Steel, what's the probability the deal would close? If you looked at Activision, it was a long time that was trading 20, 30% underneath the deal price because people didn't think the deal was going to close. If you have an edge, realizing that it might, then there's some money to be made there. But when it's an all-stock deal, in a general sense, most of the time, they're just going to trade one-to-one. But the nature of CoreWeave being a squeeze stock so high up here makes the long-term risk of it, the long, so big that you will see cores to the downside. I know we're going to have our good friend Michael Noss coming in just a quick little second. Before we get to that, I did want to have a quick little jump to look at something which I didn't get a chance to talk about at any point today. I don't know if we'll mention the IWM with Michael, but when looking at things playing catch up, what's interesting is this pullback, 1.5% down in the IWM, and the NASDAQ didn't have a good day either. Overall markets were pulling back. But this now has a chance to pull back into a significant level. Prior high, 215, 216, the 50-period moving average. Look at the significance of that level here, 215, 216 on the Russell. A lot of times when the overall market's making all-time highs and you're slowing down, you got to ask yourself, where are the places that we can go to for a little bit of catch-up? This does seem like a place that has a chance to go. I was noticing on that pullback, you didn't get all the way back into that prior support. But yeah, there's a long way to go till you get to those highs, and there's a good space to play a little bit of catch-up in. As I know our good friend, the Noss boss, is prone to do, maybe I will stump him and get his thoughts on something he's not prepared to talk about as we jump to a little bit of trader talk. Hey, oh, there he is, our good friend Michael Noss. Look, Michael, we had you on this morning, and we all got a kick out of what were some great trading opportunities, but talking a little bit about the crypto space and some of the meme coins here. So I know we can discuss that a bit, but I am going to try to get your thoughts on a few other things as well. But how did the day treat you, first off?
It was good. I didn't pull the trigger on any meme coins, but I got a couple good trades out there in names like Weeble. So We'll just wait. Maybe the meme coins will set up for me a little later.
Can I ask you your thoughts? Because actually both, I bought at 10.5 on Weeble. A couple of days later, Sean bought on Weeble. And I was just like, I'm buying. When it was at $70, I'm like, if it gets back down and bounces off 10, I'm buying it at that price on a pure spec play. Just as an obvious rounded bottom level, if it shows me that at an obvious level, I'm taking a shot. What's your take on Bull here? Like, what are your... We had the offering, so obviously, like, it did a 50% move off the lows and then is pulling back today. What's your trade?
Yeah, so this is just a pure systems trade that we have over at Stats Edge, and essentially the long and short of it is it's looking for outsized weekly candles like this, like a weekly candle that's way bigger than normal, way bigger than anything, even if you're just looking from open to close, bigger than it was when things were going crazy here. It was up to $80. If you just look at the open versus close, this is the biggest percent candle that this name's ever had from open to close. So What we did is we're just looking for a pullback into that range. So I didn't even know really about the news. It's just this purple line right here was kind of put when, you know, I ran my numbers on the weekend, when I was sending this to members of Stats Edge. You could see that area right there. So I like that it held in the morning, and that's what I was looking for. So this is just a 2-minute chart. But in the morning, when it started to do kind of this shenanigans and it got back above VWAP, for me, that's where I pulled the trigger. So this is a 1-week kind of swing scalp for us. So we're going to be in, we're going to be out a week later. And this one has about a 58% or so accuracy over the long run. So it's a nice little trade. For me, I've just highlighted this zone right here. And as long as we stay outside of that on a closing basis, I really like Weeble here. I think with the strength in Robinhood, you know, if this does even 1/10 of what Robinhood did in terms of trend, I think it would be a great little runner.
Well, napkin math tells me you're getting 2 to 1. Just kind of looking at the, you know, that entry zone there, holding underneath that 12, and where it looks like you bought. Yeah, napkin math tells me you got like a 2 to 1 in there, even if it does a small move. But to your point, what another thing to like about it is, well, the fintech space was hot. Like, I mean, SoFi, Robinhood, all supremely strong stocks in here today for sure. So I think you got some good dip buys. What was crazy about that is we day trade. Those are good day trading entries there. Like I was like, oh my goodness, Michael, you got some good bottoms in there on like on an intraday chart. You could have just, it's like buy those levels, sell the high of the day twice. So it kind of worked on both levels for you. Just out of my curiosity, I mean, you're 100% systems trade in there, and you just mentioned this is a system hold for a week. But are you auto hold for a week, or is there like it could hit a target and that target gets hit tomorrow and you're out? Because I know usually that would be the case for a technical trade.
Yeah, and all the testing that I've done anyway, and this is obviously subject to change, because one of the things about being a systematic trader and kind of a quantitative trader is that if you show me the evidence, I'll change my mind. But for everything that I've done and everything for the swing algorithms, we have investment algorithms that are a little longer term, and we have day trading algorithms at Stats Edge. But for the swing trading ones, I found a time stop works the best, as opposed to potentially limiting a trade by putting a stop loss on it. There doesn't seem to be enough time to really implement a trailing stop if you're looking to hold something for a week or two. So what I've done is when I built these systems, I went and tested them with a stop loss and profit targets and tried trailing stops. But when I said, okay, let's just hold it for a week and see what happens, and then let's hold it for 2 and see what happens, it seems like that's about the middle ground, is about 1 to 2 week hold. And what I like about that is you get an exit, which allows you to roll over your money fairly frequently, which is what we're trying to do if we have edge on the market. We want to roll over our account as frequently as I can. But at the same time, we also give it enough room, so there's no target on it. So in theory, if Weeble tomorrow goes to $20 or something like that, we'll still be in. So yeah, it's a time stop, and it's Monday morning is generally we sell everything that we're not absolutely in love with, and then we wait through the next week for more triggers to happen.
Which is so important. That's why I asked the question, because we're going to have viewers that range from maybe your day traders like myself, or your swing trading on technicals like yourself, or maybe you're looking at fundamentals, maybe you're investing, maybe you're a mix of all of those things. But whatever trade, investment, swing, whatever it is, what is your plan of action? What is the reason why you're right? What is the reason why you're wrong? So anytime someone comes on here, or you come on, I know we don't have trouble getting that out of you. I'm not singling anything out, but there's other shows and programs out there where you'll just hear, I'm bullish on this stock. I think it's gonna go up. Right. Oh, I like the buy zone at this price. Like, okay, the whole what, for a year, forever? Where would you get out? Like, and you get out where? Like, it's just every time I hear stuff like that, it just it's weird to my mind, because you're not really telling anybody something. You're just kind of saying, like, I like that stock at that price. It's like, look, would you buy it there for the long term and hold it forever? Or would you buy it there and hold it for a week and have some kind of an out?
Well, and I would even, just to go with that, I'd even go one step further and say the stock that you like and the entry point is probably the least important part of the whole thing, right? Position sizing, risk management, exit parameters, like that's going to make you could get an entry strategy that's amazing. And if all of that other stuff is bad, your strategy is going to lose money, and vice versa. You could almost buy stocks randomly, but if you are very good at managing the trade when you're in it, and getting out at certain areas and managing your risk and understanding what's happening, I think you could almost get random selections for entries and still do okay. So yeah, I totally agree. I think all that other stuff around the trade is way more important.
Well, and to that point, and before we move on to the next topic, I will say there was a mentor of mine and a trader on our floor years ago, now works with the Algo Group. One of the things that he would do when training trainees was he would punch you, he's like punching you into a position. You don't know what it is. This is the position. Trade it. And the object of that exercise was to work on, okay, well, I've got how much, my shutdown is this much, I can't lose more than this is what the range of the stock, to start making a bunch of decisions that have nothing to do with whether you actually wanted or liked the thing, just what is in front of you and the information you have, and what is the best way to manage it. So you don't have any of your internal biases, ideally, because it wasn't your position. You're just kind of making those determinations as to how to manage it and where your out should be and where your take profits and all that kind of thing. And then judging. Sometimes he'd punch in, and the smartest move, I know this is something that I did, he'd be like, well, why'd you just get out flat? That worked for you. Well, I said, well, yeah, it's not that I didn't like it, but I was punching it too much at that price level. My risk was down to here. I needed to have half the position in order for that to work. You punched me into too much. And that could be the decision. So I absolutely love that. I think it's dead on. That's why I wanted to intercede for a second. But we got to go circle back, if we can, to some of the crypto names. You said nothing really piqued your interest here today. I know there's a couple of people that have asked about like some of the meme stocks, or so meme coins, or I should say not meme stocks. But overall, there wasn't as much strength in crypto as I was expecting today. I never got into any longs in Bitcoin myself that I was looking to catch. It just never really set up. So how is that looking for you? Like you said, you didn't end up taking anything. What's kind of the next move? Because I know we didn't really see anything set up today the way that I would have liked. I know for myself.
Yeah, and it has a lot to do with, I think, Bitcoin 110, right? I've got some fancy drawings on here, but I'll change that. But we need to see Bitcoin over this. You can see, other than this one little kind of pop we did above 110 here, every time we've hit 110, there's been some aggressive selling right here at Bitcoin. So I look at, if you're going to trade Pepe or Dog with Hat or whatever, all these different coins, they're going to move whether or not people are bullish on crypto as a whole. And, to see people bullish or bearish on crypto as a whole, I think it's important just to look at Bitcoin. So part of my synopsis for trading this was that Bitcoin looks like it's getting ready to maybe break this 110. And if that does that, then you think Solana is probably going to get dragged up with it. I really like this 125 on Solana that is holding. So then with that, if you grab some of these other coins, they look, they're putting in this kind of cup and handle look. And part of a cup and handle is you had a downtrend that has turned into an uptrend. And then now you have some sort of a pullback, and that pullback is just pulling back into this channel. So I need to see a break of this channel. So I think it all happens at once. I think you get the Bitcoin that breaks 110. That has a little bit of a move at Solana, that it tries to challenge those old highs. And then maybe you get the meme coin pushes. So just like, I could be bullish a stock, but if the overall market isn't participating, then my bullish stock trade probably isn't going to work. I think it's the same thing in this crypto space. For me to get involved in crypto or any of these coins, I need that Bitcoin breakout. And it looked for a second today that we were going to have that. If we just go to, maybe, an hourly chart, we looked like we were coming back up and challenging that 110. And then we've just kind of been bleeding ever since. So something needs to shore in. It feels like there's maybe a really big seller at this 110 area, or somebody shorting a lot. But whoever this is needs to get out of our way. And then if Bitcoin can break, then I think the rest of them go with it.
Well, the good sign about that, Michael, is when we're failing that 110, we're no longer pulling into the 90s. We bounced off 100 on the last major dip, which is a good higher low into the break. So I am bullish, a little bit more bullish at these levels. Because of that, I'm still like I'm only a buyer in the 70s and then those 90s. I haven't really adjusted in terms of what I'll buy this quarter because I usually just buy Bitcoin once a quarter. But we do have a question. Dara's got a question for you, so I want to throw you to her just for a minute here.
Hi, Michael. Hi, hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here with us today. We talked a little bit about XLF and some of these banking names. Of course, banks are going to kick off the earnings season next week. I think they start reporting, oddly enough, Tuesday morning, so just about roughly, I guess, a week from now. So once those earnings come in, we're going to see a lot of tech names. Netflix is the first name reporting. We also have some of these other Mag 7 names coming, of course, in the coming weeks. So with that in mind, I know you're not necessarily going to be a catalyst-driven trader, but how do you feel about some of these charts? I guess Netflix and Meta in particular, they're probably closest to their all-time highs.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for is exactly that, is give me a stock that is under and basing under, just like Meta is here, I just brought it up, under all-time highs. That to me is very interesting. I know Netflix, I was a holder. I actually got out at the beginning of this month. But this one has been just cruising through all-time highs as kind of a, I guess, tariff-resistant stock. But with Meta basing under all-time highs, I like this as well. And I think that's where you go. You don't really look right now at stocks that are at lows. You look for the ones that are making the all-time highs first. And funny enough, that was the banks. So you mentioned the banks. Like JP Morgan, I think, was one of the first names in the S&P 500 to hit an all-time high. We have Goldman Sachs pushing as well. I think a lot is actually kind of being banked here on these bank earnings, pun intended, I guess, and simply because the banks, they're not the funnest thing to talk about because they're not building AI or doing anything crazy like that. But they are absolutely very important to the overall economy because if the banks are under pressure, they're not going to lend money, and the lending of money is not going to go well for the people who are starting businesses. And this has got to be one of the best environments for a bank right now. The regulations getting rolled back, and they're able to do more and play more games and all of that. So if they're not reflecting that in their earnings, I think that could bode a little bit poorly for the market. But the fact that we have XLF at new highs, we talked about Robinhood and some of these other fintech names breaking out. I'm very encouraged for bank earnings. I more, not because I think they'll be up or down, but I think it's going to be way more important this year than it is in most years to see these banks, say positive things on their calls about what they expect in the future because of this more lax regulatory environment they're going to be in.
I love that answer. And just I'm going to make one note on banks. You mentioned XLF. I'm starting to look a little bit more at IYR. Like XLF holds a bunch of Visa and MasterCard, which have been, I think, holding it back a little bit. I think if you don't love those two, you can get a little bit more of like a pure banking play. And we've been talking about ETFs a little bit here, as it's a place where people like to go to invest. And I think it's so easy to get lazy and be like, oh, this is the ETF that does the most volume. This is the sector. Just go buy that one. But every now and then, I'll look back and wait a minute, I don't like this one. There's a couple of names in here that I just don't like as companies, so why wouldn't I buy the ETF that doesn't hold as much? But I think you always want to look under the hood for that long term, but I 100% agree with you on go and buy the strength where you can. And I think the earnings are going to matter. I know for yourself, you like to see those leaders. You like to go to where the strength has been and in those strong stocks. But I just want to maybe get some final thoughts because I want to circle back to maybe something kind of related, but maybe not 100%. We were just talking about Weeble, and now we're talking about the banks. Robinhood is an example of a stock. Okay, well, it's breaking out and making some fresh all-time highs. It is, like the run up on this it's over 3x from some of those lows. This is one of, like to me, it's a befuddling stock because like I own SoFi and SoFi has been great for me, but I lament not being in Robinhood instead. And I find these are the trickiest names to try to get into. So Robinhood, super strong. What would you do to buy into this stock? Or would you just not even touch it after a move like this?
Well, full disclosure, I'm in Robinhood, so going to be talking my book here. But I love the company just as a whole. And again, I'm not a big company guy, but I just like the fact that they're seem to be everywhere. They seem to be growing. Earnings reports just on the bottom here, you can see each of these green up arrows is when they beat earnings, and then a red down arrow is when they missed. They seem to be beating earnings a lot, especially since they've been at the bottom. So I played this cup and handle play. So I'm in from around $50 here. Now, what I would look at is not a pullback to all-time highs, because technically that's right here. I would actually just look for a pullback into this 66.80, because that was the prior close on this candle when it IPO'd around 66. These are obviously zones, not levels, but we struggled there again, and we struggled there again. Until then, I'm just kind of hands off. I'm using kind of Weeble, I guess, as my proxy.
Right.
Another one that I think is going to move with it that I'm interested in, I'm in some here already, you can see my trade drawn out, but is against this all-time highs and has hit there twice, is Coinbase. So I think Coinbase and Robinhood, I know Coinbase doesn't do anything with traditional finance, it's just crypto, but these charts look similar because I believe that they're going to move together. Robinhood is priced partly because of crypto as well. But anything like we talked about, anything that's basing below all-time highs like this, I really like. I think Coinbase is a proxy for that. But yeah, when it comes to Robinhood, it seems like everybody in the world is waiting for a pullback in Robinhood, which probably means we're not going to get it for a while, but it's just too extended here. And that's kind of a theme, I think, for the overall market. I'm very bullish the market over the long run, but in the short run, we are really overextended, need some sort of a rest or a pullback or something.
Which is healthy, and I like that Coin is a proxy. If you don't like Robinhood here, Coin can just break out and play a little bit of catch-up in the same space, and that chart looks absolutely gorgeous. See? Ask you a question, put you on the spot. A, you own Hood, congratulations. I don't. B, Coinbase, we should all be looking at. At least I own that one. That's doing pretty well. But Michael Noss, can't wait to talk to you again at the end of the week for sure. Great insights as always. Best of luck trading the rest of the week. Thank you for coming through.
Thanks for having me. I always love it.
I love that music. There's something very calming and awesome about the Trade Talk music. There's also something awesome about Michael's approach, right? Like it's so very, you talk about that Robinhood. I wouldn't chase it. This is what I'm looking for. Going off technicals makes it so simple for a trading strategy, because it becomes, when you have a system, it becomes very binary. If it's not setting up, you don't do it. It's your target, you take it. It's your stop, you're out. That's what I love about talking to Michael. It's always in the language that I understand very well. The language that we should all understand, I think, is let's appreciate, A, that this is the best trading community out there. B, that you're the best viewers out there. C, that Adair is about to do roll call up in this. More tariff news. Oh, no. No, we're going to do roll call.
It's going to be 25%, only 25%, as Trump puts it. I need to see, I have to compare this. Give me a second to compare Tunisia's tariff rate here. But yeah, I mean, I can do roll call first. Sorry to cut you off there, Neil.
It's all good. Tariffs matter.
Yeah, they do. And guys, in case you missed it today, I already made an infographic about all of these tariff rates. And honestly, I am committed to continuing to do these every day that we get more letters. I'm going to make new ones and not add on to the existing ones because that's a little too cray-cray. But it really didn't take me that long. So if you guys if you have any infographics you want, just take me here in the chat. I will try my best to see it. There's a lot of ideas I have, so I'll try to get to them when I can. Turn the White House Wi-Fi off, says Mr. Henry L. Thank you to Michael Noss, CMT. Thank you, Michael Noss, for everything you do. Heart in the chat there. Shout out to you. Dinkelberg, Jacques, Rob's Weather and News Channel, Jeffrey69. We've got Uniworld Tech, we have Neil Roberts, we have Darth Trader. Oh, nice. I'm just watching the Star Wars movies now for the first time. Shout out to that. 420 Bud Monster, great name there. Mike Peter Ryder, we've got Currency Brian, Ian Respeto, JG, Dubs Dollars, Jake Roberts, Snake Never Always Ever, Andrew Chow, DJ 2AM, TH going west soon, Michael DCA, Donkey Trader, Jimmy Joe Smith, and Havana Woody. We're also going to take the time to thank Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan. Shout out to Brendan on vacation. We also have Fabian, we have Ramin, we have Andre, and we have shout out to Obi as well, covering there. Oh boy, thank you to David Treziak with a $50.
Boom!
Keep learning, friends. Risk and resilience. I mean, that hits really hard. So thank you very much to David for your always very supportive here in the chat, and that $50 super chat is much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Dave. We do have to get out of here, but I have to. I'm glad you're watching Star Wars for the first
It's fun.
time.
Yeah.
I'm glad you are. I can't believe you've never seen it.
Yeah.
What I would suggest is, I don't know how you're doing it. Just watch them in the order intended. I think is the best way to absorb it. Not do it chronologically in story, but just do it.
I'm on number 6/number 3. Theatrical.
Yeah.
So 1983.
Yeah. So you Return of the Jedi.
I'm doing it properly. Yeah.
That's the way you should go.
Yeah.
I think you're going to absolutely enjoy it.
It's fun so far. I like it.
I'm a big fan of Star Wars. I'm just throwing that out there. Everyone already knows it. It's a trap. They did him wrong, man. I'm telling you, you can't. Oh shoot, my bad.
I mean, I just met him, so I just met the man. He hasn't said it yet.
He's a legend. Admiral Akbar, everybody, and I have a problem with spoilers. I'm just that kind of a person. Hopefully that didn't spoil anything yet. It'll have so many movies away, don't even worry about it, Adara. Hey, look, there's a fun opening week to the market. Tesla might be down, but you had an opportunity to go short, and the overall market might have been weak, but there were lots of kernels of strength. Circle was an example of that. Robinhood, lots of names were super strong. We'll look for the best ones tomorrow. We'll be right back at 8:30 tomorrow morning, your source for everything that's going on in the markets. We're Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.